Chapter 101. Master Jing Hao. Although the leading bronze-ranked martial artist was of the same rank as Jing Hao, but he still addressed him as master and took the initiative to greet. "The bronze carriage is ready. You can leave any time." The other martial artists on the carriage were all shocked. Master Jing Hao actually did not accept the challenge. "Me." Tang Tian's expression froze. He looked at Jing Hao in a daze. "This master is?" "A martial artist. Ask carefully." Tang Tian was startled. "There really is a Lyra treasury?" The third day after breaking through to the 5th level. On the carriage, Tang Tian asked Jing Hao softly, "Why are there so many people? All of them are very strong." One of the bodyguards beside him praised, "As expected of Master Jing Hao. These words are the essence of our cultivation." Master Jing Hao did not move an inch, a green-tipped sword in his hand, sword light lingering around, sharp and pure. As for Master Tang Tian, he was like a ghost, extremely ferocious. His attacks were like a torrential storm. Every part of his body could be used as a weapon, making it hard to defend. Finally, leaving the dark underground, leaving the dreamlike energy crack, Tang Tian felt some reluctance, but very quickly he threw the sadness to the back of his mind. Not far away, a long whistle came out. The breath was long and drawn out. The balls of light coming out from the energy crack seemed to be startled. Like a school of frightened fish, they flew in all directions, causing the energy crack to be in chaos. Jing Hao suddenly stood up, his gaze looking towards the direction of the whistle, his eyes filled with shock and sorrow. Master Jing Hao walked the path of specialization. Only training in sword techniques, his sword techniques were strong, reaching perfection. A 6th-level sword technique was not considered strong, but Master Jing Hao's sword techniques had an indescribable feeling. But this thought in Jing Hao's heart was extremely strong. Everyone treasured the chance to observe, and the number of people watching every day was not missed. The martial artists on the carriage were all in admiration of Tang Tian. He was obviously only at the 5th rank, but he was unbelievably strong, as expected of a bronze-ranked fighter, especially when they witnessed the fight between Tang Tian and Jing Hao. The fight between the two experts was an eye-opener for them. "Allow me." Jing Hao could no longer hold back his laughter. Tang Tian broke through to the 5th order. Tang Tian's excited cheers came from afar. Jing Hao couldn't help but smile. If this guy wasn't so stupid, he would probably be a genius. For the first time, Jing Hao felt ashamed in front of Tang Tian. Jing Hao's face was full of pride, but he pretended to be calm. "All right, one by one. Line up." There were no disturbances along the way. And heavens rode. Tang Tian, who was glaring at Jing Hao, suddenly grinned. Jing Hao's heart was filled with emotions. He had personally witnessed how Tang Tian became stronger step by step. No one was clearer than him on the amount of sweat and hard work that Tang Tian had put in. Jing Hao himself was an ascetic cultivator. If not, he would not have entered the harsh conditions of the Big Tomb outer barracks alone. All along, this ascetic cultivator was what he was most proud of, but until he met Tang Tian. Jing Hao said in all seriousness, "Young man, don't blindly chase after treasures. That is because you want to be lazy and take shortcuts. No matter how strong the treasures are, how can they replace your sweat and sweat? You have to believe the strength that comes from burning sweat and sweat is true strength. Do you know why?" Everyone scrambled to be the first, afraid to miss such a good opportunity. Seeing that, Jing Hao heaved a sigh of relief. Taking advantage of the fact that Tang Tian was dumbstruck and had yet to react, he quickly pointed to a person. "Then it will be you. Go." If Jing Hao wanted to win against Tang Tian, it would take at least 1,000 moves. As soon as he heard the Tang-style cyclic fighting method, Jing Hao's heart felt weak. This young man seemed to never know fatigue, never know tiredness, never feel bored, always dripping with sweat, always gnashing his teeth. The corner of Tang Tian's eyes twitched. Countless black lines flew across his forehead. Unable to bear it any longer, Tang Tian jumped up and pointed at Jing Hao, gnashing his teeth and inviting him to fight. Come! Such a beautiful time. How can it be wasted? Come, young man, let's have a good fight. Jing Hao felt as if he had eaten a ginseng fruit. His whole body felt indescribably comfortable. He still said in a serious and awe-inspiring manner, because sweat will not lie. But Master Tang Tian was the complete opposite. His martial techniques were extremely diverse, and he cultivated 5 to 6 different types of martial artists. His close combat skills were incomparably ferocious, and the most amazing thing was that he could switch between martial techniques. It was like moving clouds and flowing water, but everything was just right. There were many ingenious points that made people involuntarily cry out in admiration. The words that Tang Tian said to the black-robed lady were his heartfelt thoughts and were his principles. For so long he had always done so. I'm going to Rainbow City to see Chia. At this time, Tang Tian then regained his senses and turned to stare at Jing Hao. Everyone's gaze towards Tang Tian immediately changed. They did not know who Tang Tian was, so they did not take Tang Tian seriously. Some people even thought that Tang Tian was Master Jing Hao's disciple or follower. At this time, everyone then realized that Tang Tian was not ordinary. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for all of you, Jing Hao said in all seriousness. To be able to exchange pointers with Tang Tian, it will be of great help to your cultivation of martial techniques. I can responsibly tell you that although Brother Tang Tian is young, he has a unique understanding of martial techniques. Who wants to come? A rank 5 martial artist in the Honorable Martial Alliance still belonged to the grassroots. For Tang Tian to reach rank 5 at his age, compared to those geniuses in the Alliance, it was not worth mentioning. However, Jing Hao had a strong feeling that Tang Tian's future achievements would definitely be higher than those outstanding geniuses. This was a youth that even if you just stood beside him, your eyes would be burned by his burning light and heat. Tang Tian calmed down for a while and hooked his finger at Jing Hao and said word by word, "Come, big brother Jing Hao." "Chia," Tang Tian wailed and hugged his head in annoyance. What that woman said was actually true. I missed it. Treasure house. So many secret treasures. Everyone immediately became respectful. Ghost Claw Gnome's fierce reputation, even after so many years, it was still widely spread within the Honorable Martial Alliance. When the two returned to the Big Tomb's outer camp, a few martial artists greeted them, led by a bronze, ranked martial artist. Tang Tian was shocked. As far as he could see, there were actually 5 bronze-ranked martial artists and 9 iron-ranked martial artists. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Jing Hao could not put down his pride and retreat. The petty Tang Tian seized the opportunity and displayed the Tang-style circular fighting method to the extreme. "Big brother Jing Hao, do you think I can't do anything like this?" The current Tang Tian, even Jing Hao felt that it was extremely difficult to deal with. "We've reached Rainbow City." A martial artist's shout came from the front. Tang Tian even went to 3 Spirit City, mainly to visit Sai Lei at the base. Sai Lei was completely immersed in the sea of mechanical weapons and did not even have the interest to speak to Tang Tian. Tang Tian spoke 3 sentences with her and was chased away. Tang Tian left enough food for her to prevent Sai Lei from starving to death. Tang Tian could not help but clench his fists tightly, his eyes filled with excitement. "I have not seen Chia for 2 years. I really miss her." From the undulations of the whistling sound, Jing Hao effortlessly found the undulations that belonged to the 5th level. Jing Hao nodded his head. "Thank you." "Young man, sweat really does not lie." The exchange between the two caused people to be dazzled. Jing Hao felt as though he had heard the sounds of nature and almost cried tears of joy. To be able to cause Master Jing Hao to be so afraid of a person, Jing Hao explained, "I have reported what happened the last time. Previously, the higher-ups did not know what treasure it was. But now that they know it is the Lyra treasury, they have found some clues. It is still the early stages of exploration, so they have only sent these people. If it really is the Lyra treasury, I am afraid that even the silver-ranked martial artists will personally come. Don't worry, I have already told teacher. If we find the Lyra treasury, the two of us will be the main contributors, and the benefits will not be small. The martial artist excitedly rushed to the front of Tang Tian. Shua, he bowed to Tang Tian. Master Tang, please enlighten me. 5th level. Let's go, Jing Hao said. Okay. Tang Tian nodded his head heavily. Jing Hao was not afraid of sparring with Tang Tian. Jing Hao was afraid of Tang Tian's circular techniques. Half an hour later, all the accompanying martial artists were all lying on the ground in a disorderly manner. Tang Tian did not hold back at all. After breaking through to the 5th level, his strength had reached a whole new level. His true power had become more vigorous, adding his heavenly dragon energy and crane energy. Every move and every style had extremely strong destructive power. Jing Hao was suffering. Wah, wah, wah. You are truly a godlike young man. Haha. 5th level. I have finally broken through to the 5th level. Master Tang, please enlighten me. Jing Hao's laughter stopped abruptly. When Jing Hao heard that, he immediately grabbed onto a life-saving straw and coughed lightly. Master Tang Tian is a bronze-ranked martial artist of the Honorable Martial Group and has contributed greatly to the Honorable Martial Group. He is also the successor of Senior Ghost Claw. The two of them had fought once, and it was a draw. Tang Tian's true power was weaker than Jing Hao's by 1 level, but adding the heavenly dragon energy and crane body energy, he was not at a disadvantage. Tang Tian's martial techniques were also weaker by 1 level, but his intuition was strong, and the current Tang Tian already had 6 times of intuition. Jing Hao's rationality told him that his thinking was absurd. The geniuses in the Honorable Martial Group, all the resources they had were unimaginable to outsiders, an astonishing number of star rocks, spirit nuclei, treasures, and adding the guidance of famous teachers. All of them had strong backing. In comparison, Tang Tian was so poor that his teeth were falling off. Tang Tian and Jing Hao boarded a bronze carriage. Although this carriage was not as luxurious as Kong Yulin's carriage, but the interior decoration was not bad. Yes, Jing Hao nodded. The Lyra treasury is famous in history, just that no one has found any clues. That woman last time, I think she really found some clues. But now that we know Onyx Soul no longer has a chance. These people are just the first batch. There will be many strong martial artists coming from behind. The security here will be even tighter. Onyx Soul will not be able to interfere. When Jing Hao told him that they could leave, Tang Tian started to prepare. Tang Tian went to Baldy's grave to light up some incense and told Baldy that he was leaving, and that he would not have the chance to see him in the future, and hoped that he could rest in peace. Tang Tian. Chapter 102. Shangguan Wei, Shangguan Zhu. This kind of fighting method consumed a lot of Shangguan Wei's energy. He looked like he was on the defensive, but in reality he had the initiative. The Shangguan clan fought 2 against 1 and still lost. Chia Shangguan would definitely not be able to hold it in. Shangguan Zhu and Shangguan Wei's body suddenly froze. Uncle Qian's face changed. Such a terrifying attack, no one would be able to come out alive. The blade aura was like a tide, 1 life and 1 death. Shangguan Zhu's mouth leaked a stream of blood. This killing technique was extremely taxing on him. Shangguan Wei was panting heavily at the side. He had used up a lot of energy too. His gaze turned cold. Yu Mingqiu opened up his 5 fingers, as though he was playing a zither. His 5 fingers did not have any light aura, but the green light screen that was covering him was like raindrops falling into a pond, causing ripples. The blade aura rolled like a tide, like a raging wave, sweeping towards Yu Mingqiu. This is interesting. The light screen trembled violently. Pa! The light screen collapsed. In front of him, there were a few young Shangguan disciples lying on the ground in disorder. Yu Mingqiu's frivolous face disappeared. His expression became serious. He extended both his arms, opened up his 10 fingers, and with a speed that normal people could not catch, he continuously flicked. Uncle Chien was not unfamiliar with this name. The Yu clan's once most outstanding genius disappeared without a trace for 4 years. The Yu clan was the Shangguan clan's main competitor. Shangguan Qian knew much more than normal people. This genius from the Yu clan, for years ago, went berserk when he was training and his true power was crippled. Yu Mingqiu squinted his eyes. Then let me see the Shangguan clan's cold jadeite. Wait a minute. The jadeite ball of light descended with a shocking speed. The jadeite ball of light rotated at an astonishing speed. Shangguan Zhu, who was in the ball of light, clasped his hands together, his expression solemn. Yu Mingqiu raised his eyebrows. A cold glint flashed past his eyes, but his mouth was smiling. Seems like to see Miss Jie. I have to do it myself. Shangguan Zhu. With that, he walked straight towards the Shangguan residence's courtyard door. The two of them stood side by side, exuding an imposing aura. Yu Mingqiu once again appeared in front of everyone. His expression was cold, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. On his face, there was a small scar of blood. TSK, this isn't how the Shangguan family treats their guests. A white-robed young man gently fanned himself with a smile on his face. Not a speck of dust could be seen on his body. Shangguan Wei was young and mature, his expression calm. Suddenly, from the corner of Yu Mingqiu's eyes, he saw a shadow and his heart shivered. Unbeknownst to him, a dark green ball had appeared above his head. This ball had a diameter of more than 3 meters, and within the ball of light, one could vaguely see a human figure. However, it was too naive to think that he could trap him with just this. Fortunately, he had finally succeeded. A blurry silhouette slowly walked out from the dust. He suddenly waved his palm. Hoo! A gust of wind rose from the ground and dispersed the dust. Dust filled the air, and countless rocks flew everywhere like raindrops, entering the crowd. Everyone screamed one after another. A burst of air wave suddenly arrived. Everyone did not have time to react. It was as though they were forcefully pushed by someone, and all of them retreated a few steps. Yu Mingqiu's eyes flashed a trace of astonishment. He looked at Shangguan Zhu's physique and thought that Shangguan Zhu walked the path of using brute force to break techniques. He did not expect that such a burly man could actually use such exquisite martial techniques. Shanghai Wei's movements were extremely fast. The tips of his legs and palms lit up with a faint green light. Whether it was chopping, lifting, kicking, or hacking, every movement was definitely a ray of green arc blade light. Could it be that someone was looking for trouble with Jie? Tang Tian snorted coldly. His face was filled with killing intent, and his footsteps unconsciously increased. Bang! Bang, bang, bang! The green ball of light above his head brought a strong sense of oppression and danger. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure disappeared. But everyone's gaze was attracted to the thing on Yu Mingqiu's body. The sound of raindrops crashing could be heard incessantly. The way to treat a guest? Not just anyone has the qualifications to be a guest of my Shangguan clan. Uncle Chien was obviously furious, and his tone was not polite at all. Shangguan Zhu's figure was like a mountain, glaring angrily. Yu Mingqiu's figure was outstanding, suave, and elegant. This casual counterattack was filled with the demeanor of an expert, causing the hearts of the surrounding young ladies to palpitate. Tang Tian could not help but clench his fists. After a while, he loosened his fists. Following the address that Jie gave him, he started to look for the Shangguan clan's location. If there's any problem, just use the honorable plate to contact me. I know you have matters to attend to. Don't worry about me. Quickly go, quickly go. Other than Jie Shangguan, the Shangguan clan had 2 other famous youths. Both of their strengths had reached the 6th level, and both of them were not older than 20 years old. They were seen as geniuses with limitless prospects. The two of them looked at each other and heaved a sigh of relief. Uncle Chien, who was watching the battle, also heaved a sigh of relief. Just at this moment, a shadow rose from the top of his head and enveloped him. Two figures emerged from behind Shanghai Qian and blocked Yu Mingqiu's path. Is that so? Yu Mingqiu's handsome face revealed a playful smile. That's a pity. But my servant clearly saw Miss Chia yesterday and she's not here today? Although I, Yu Mingqiu, am not old, Uncle Qian, please don't treat me like a kid. In everyone's eyes, a thick green light descended from the sky and crashed into the rolling blade aura. Shanghai Wei was not moved and said coldly, "Compared to the Yu clan who specialize in embroidered pillows, our Shangwan clan is still very reliable." The true power in Yu Mingqiu's body surged. In these 4 years, he had suffered endless pain before he once again entered the eyes of the people. He wanted to use a victory of sufficient weight to witness his return. Rumble. A few figures flew out and fell into the courtyard. You guys surprised me a little. I did it. The jade green light ball started to spin slowly. His body swayed like a pendulum, and in the blink of an eye, he was about to brush past the green light pillar. The green light pillar actually changed again and transformed into a ball of green light pillar and headed towards Yu Mingqiu. What made Tang Tian feel surprised was that the Shangwan clan seemed to be famous in Rainbow City. Very quickly, Tang Tian found the Shangwan clan. The jade green arc blade aura continued to crumble. Shanghai Wei's expression was grave and stern. His hands and legs continuously drew out rays of blade aura at an alarming rate. He directly slashed at Yu Mingqiu's waist. The white-robed man closed his paper fan and did not feel offended at all. He continued to laugh. I heard that Chia Shangguan is a rare beauty. In Yu Mingqiu, I came because of your reputation. To be rejected at the door like this, I am really sad. Dang, dang, dang. Tang Tian saw that there were many people crowding at the door. He could not help but frown. Usually, this situation meant that he had met with trouble. Jing, how quickly chased Tang Tian out. Then he brought the other martial artists and escaped. Ding, ding, ding. The crisp and clear sounds of collision rang out. The jade green blade aura shattered into countless jade green rays. Yu Mingqiu scoffed. He did not expect that he was actually still alive. The Shangguan clan's main door's location was extremely good. It was right opposite the flagstone street. The street was more than 30 meters long and was paved with thick and sturdy flagstones. But the dust that was stirred up shrouded the entire street. Jade green arc blade. The sharp, cold intent seeped into the bones. Yu Mingqiu did not dare to be careless. His 5 fingers flicked continuously, like rain hitting a banana leaf. Tang Tian stood on the street of Rainbow City. He looked around. Suddenly, his heart was unspeakably excited. He had finally reached Rainbow City. He could finally see Chia. He thought back to the night Chia left. Under the starry sky, he made a promise to Chia loudly. But Shanghai Wei brought along an afterimage. He appeared beside Yu Mingqiu. His body was filled with flexibility. Suddenly, his leg swept up like lightning. The tip of his leg lit up with a dash of jade green light. This leg brought along an arc of jade green light. Yu Mingqiu! Uncle Qian's gaze exploded, but his heart was shocked. Yu Mingqiu's finger strength was extremely astonishing. It looked like a random bullet in the air. But every ray of jade green crescent blade aura, in an extremely short period of time, suffered 7 to 8 concentrated attacks. Yu Mingqiu's mouth flashed a mocking smile. He tiptoed lightly. His figure suddenly became blurry. Out of nowhere, he appeared a few steps away. But what he did not expect was that the green fist image that was like a cannonball suddenly changed shape in midair. It was as though an invisible hand was kneading a lump of green dough. The green fist image transformed into a green pillar of light and swiftly swept towards Yu Mingqiu. These two people were handpicked by Jie Shanghai after she became the patriarch of the Shangguan clan. Jie Shanghai personally taught them martial techniques. In their hearts, Jie Shanghai's position was supreme. So when they heard Yu Mingqiu teasing Miss Jie, the two of them were already burning with anger. A jade-green, gigantic fist image suddenly smashed towards Yu Mingqiu. Almost at the same time, Shanghai Wei's figure also disappeared from his original position. Shangguan Zhu roared in anger and punched out. Uncle Qian's heart groaned. The Yu clan and Shangguan clan were both traditional aristocratic families of immortal Constellation Mountain. The relationship between the two clans was like fire and water. A few years ago, the decline of the Shangguan clan was directly related to the Yu clan. These 2 years, if not for Miss turning the tide, the Shangguan clan would have already. Shangguan Zhu did not say a word. He immediately activated his true power. His entire body emitted a green light. The light quickly condensed into strands of jade-green light, surrounding his entire body. A jade-green light like a curved blade. That's armor. When the spectators stabilized their bodies, everyone's faces were filled with shock. Yu Mingqiu quivered. So terrifying. TSK, the Shangguan clan has indeed declined. They actually rely on 2 brats to hold up the facade. Yu Mingqiu pretended to be emotional. This really makes people sigh. This kind of Shangguan clan, how can they represent our immortal Constellation Mountain's strongest aristocratic family? 2 against 1. But Miss was not here. The jade-green arc light was as sharp as a blade, and he was even stronger than 4 years ago. In the light of the blade, Yu Mingqiu quickly calmed down. He began to move with ease. His mouth was unforgiving. What? Is this all you've got? You guys are 2 against 1. Hurried footsteps came out from the courtyard. After a while, Shangguan Qian's face was gloomy. He brought a few people out. Uncle Qian knew that it was not possible to be kind this time. He said, "Miss has something to do and has yet to return. You're unlucky." Suddenly, a voice came out from the dust. Shangguan Qian knew that the other party came prepared. He was determined to cause trouble. He did not waste any words. What a glib tongue! Not to mention that Miss is not here. Even if she was, she would not bother to meet you. Where was the other person? He wanted to let the people of immortal Constellation Mountain know that he, Yu Mingqiu, was back. Jadeite pendant. An incomparable sense of danger. It made him like a cat with its hair standing on end. He cried out weirdly. His face changed. Chapter 103. As expected, you do have some skills. Yu Mingqiu said, but it ends here. He raised his palm. What a weird, true power. 2 pieces of jade transformed into 2 rays of light and shot towards the 2 of them. Yu Mingqiu was bewildered. In a short span of 2 years, how did Jie Shangguan establish her unshakable prestige? Very simple. She brought the Shangguan clan to the east and fought in the west. That year, the clans that attacked the Shangguan clan were destroyed more than 6 clans, if not for the Yu clan's quick reaction, and took the initiative to retreat, they would not have been able to escape. In the past, they were all blinded by Jie Shangguan's power. Behind Uncle Qian, Shangguan Wei, Shangguan Zhu, and the others were also dumbfounded and silent. Uncle Qian! I've never heard of him before. Could it be fake? Shanghai Qian was very experienced. Yu Mingqiu's words were filled with evil intentions. How could he not hear it? Even the restlessness in the crowd, he took it all in. How could it be so fast? Not right. The question was still lingering in their minds. Suddenly, the unfathomable figure in front of them suddenly said, "You actually dare to bully Jie?" Tang Tian's gaze looked at Yu Mingqiu fearlessly, as though he was staring at his prey. Let's use this flashy fellow to commemorate the great and pure relationship between young lad Tang and young lady Jie. Young Miss, a buzzing sound immediately came from the surroundings. Everyone was shocked speechless by the result in front of them. Yu Mingqiu's display of valiant power just now had shocked everyone. But now he was injured by a young man who had appeared out of nowhere. That's right, but Miss Chia's man. I'm so sad. Before the two of them could see clearly, they were grabbed by the other party and thrown into the air. Uncle Qian's heart calmed down. He said, furthermore, who said that young Master Tian is an outsider. Young Master Tian is young Mrs. Childhood's sweetheart. He is also our Shangguan clan's future son-in-law. Young Miss personally chose him as her husband. So strong, he retracted his gaze and looked at the shocked Shangguan Wei and Shangguan Zhu. He smiled faintly, like a celestial being who had been banished to the mortal world without any worldly aura. The two of them had consumed a large amount of true power, and no matter how much strength they used, they were unable to struggle free. As the thin piece of jade flew closer and closer, the two of them couldn't help but show fear in their eyes. Young Master, whoosh! Without warning, a figure appeared in front of him, almost sticking close to the tip of his nose. Shangguan Qian was dumbfounded, looking at the domineering and valiant figure in the field. He could hardly believe his eyes. That was Tian. This day had finally come. Yu Mingqiu was a little surprised. He looked at Tang Tian from head to toe and ridiculed. Since when did the Shangguan clan fall to the point where they need outsiders to protect their face? Could it be that other than Chia Shangguan there is no one else in the Shangguan family who can fight? Under the sunlight, the armor on his body shone with a magnificent radiance. Every piece of the armor was like jade, and the white jade was like fat. Every piece of the jade armor had undergone meticulous carvings. The complicated and classical patterns were connected, layer upon layer. The bright yellow tassels on his waist were even more luxurious and respectable. Yu Mingqiu shivered. So fast! His figure flashed and dodged Tang Tian's punch. The entire street fell into a dead silence. Uncle Qian, we'll catch up later. Tang Tian's face darkened. He turned and stared at Yu Mingqiu and said coldly, You actually dare to bully Chia. Rascal, you're dead meat today. Yu Mingqiu was overwhelmed with shock. He hurriedly flicked his fingers. A few rays of energy entered the figure, but all of them missed. Ha ha ha! The fear on the two of their faces had yet to fade away, but the shock in their hearts was even greater than before. No, impossible. First, there was a hubbub. Very quickly, the hubbub turned into a wail of anguish. Chia Shangguan, with her beautiful appearance and unparalleled temperament, became the goddess in the hearts of all the men in Immortal Constellation Mountain. Before he could stabilize himself, the sound of wind behind him could be heard. Yu Mingqiu jumped in fright and hurriedly dodged again. Now the goddess suddenly had a man. Uncle Qian looked as though he was struck by lightning. He was dumbstruck. He stared blankly at the familiar face. Yet he felt that it was so unfamiliar. This was really Tian, the young Master Tian who was still practicing fundamental martial techniques when he left Star Wind City. The young Master Tian whom Miss could not forget. Ever since Yu Mingqiu appeared at the door of the Shangguan family, he had attracted the attention of many people. Those who had some power almost all ran over to join in the fun. The conflict between the Yu clan and the Shangguan clan to the Immortal Constellation Mountain was extremely important. Among the surrounding onlookers, almost all of them were people of status and prestige. The jade piece entered the person's palms. Before the two of them could react, the person in front of them released his palms and the jade powder fell. The fine jade powder was blown away by the wind and landed on the two people's faces. The two of them did not bother to close their eyes. Their eyes were wide open, and they stared blankly at the back view in front of them. It was really Tian. With a few words, it immediately calmed those restless fellows down. Ah, Tian. Sculptor constellation armor. Magnificent jade, bright autumn. Damn it, I can't move. Once they thought of Chia Shangguan's rage, everyone shuddered. Yu Mingqiu had just returned to Immortal Constellation Mountain. There were many things that he did not understand, but they had been suppressed by Jie Shangguan for the past 2 years. Jie Shangguan's terror, no one was clearer than them. The two jade pieces approached each other quickly. The two of them could even see the thin jade piece. When it spun, it cut through the air, bringing up a small airflow. Yu Mingqiu stood proudly. A gust of wind blew past, and the thin jade armor trembled lightly, creating a beautiful sound. To them, no matter how strong a martial artist was, it was impossible to support an entire clan by himself. They were now sure that Shangguan Qian did not lie. Jie Shangguan was not around. If not, he would definitely come out. Some of them even felt that it was a good opportunity. Without Jie Shangguan, the Shangguan clan was shockingly weak. The jade piece's target was the two people's throats. The jade light was fleeting. Before he could finish, he was interrupted. Who was this person? This person opened his arms, like a wall blocking in front of them, leaving them with a back view that they could never forget. To die in my hands, you guys should be proud. Yu Mingqiu muttered softly. His voice was not loud, but everyone could hear him. Tang Tian suddenly rushed in front of him, his face full of excitement as he shouted, "Don't talk nonsense! Gigolo! Godlike young lad, I'm impatient!" Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of them without any warning. His back was in pain, as if he was hit by a heavy hammer. A wave of ferocious and peerless energy drilled into his body. He groaned, but borrowed the energy, rushed forward and pulled apart the distance. Tang Tian heard Uncle Qian's words and was stunned. But Jie's man. There was dead silence. An entire street suddenly exploded. He raised his right hand and flicked his finger. The other party turned his face and revealed a face full of sunshine. "Uncle Qian, long time no see!" Tang Tian was eager to try. The Shangguan clan's disciples were deeply shocked, such a powerful son-in-law. That's right. But what made the two calm down was, from this sentence, they could hear that the person was a friend and not an enemy. But since when did Miss have such a powerful friend? Papa! Yu Mingqiu stood up again. His gaze was gloomy as he stared at Tang Tian, extended his palm, and wiped off the blood at the corner of his mouth. Uncle Qian seemed to have awoken from his dream, and hurriedly extended his arms to receive the two people. But his gaze was still firmly fixed on the young Master Tian, and could not move away. "He is Jie Shanghai's man." Although Shangguan Qian was anxious, his face did not change. Who in the Shangguan clan can compare to Mess? Not in the past, not now. Just like who can withstand Mrs. Anger? Those huge figures that caused Mrs. Anger, who are still here. The Yu clan can only struggle at death's door until Miss returns. He also did not expect that the situation would change so drastically. Miss probably did not expect that Yu Mingqiu would suddenly return. As long as another 2 years, Shangguanju and Shangguan Wei would be able to grow to the stage where they could take care of things independently. But now they were still lacking. Jie Shanghai's man. Fake? How is that possible? In front of so many people. How would Shangguan Qian dare to fake this kind of thing? If Jie Shanghai knew, she would be the first to not let him off. His tone was low and stern, like the roar of a wild beast. It contained killing intent and anger, causing the two people to tremble in fear. Tang Tian was elated. He only felt that his entire body was filled with endless energy. He clenched his fist, and the fighting intent in his body was boiling to the extreme. But why was the young Master Tian in front of him so unfamiliar? All the disciples of the Shangguan clan were shocked by the sudden appearance of this son-in-law, and their minds went blank. Reality collapsed too quickly. The 2 rays of light did not seem to be fast, but the two of them had a feeling that they could not avoid it. They suddenly realized their bodies could not move at all. Oh, if Jie was here, she would probably have already rushed forward with her knife. Yu Mingqiu suddenly laughed out loud. Jie Shanghai's man is actually such an idiot. It can be seen that her foresight is really terrible. A fresh flower stuck in cow dung. Tiske, then I will first kill her man. then I will love her tenderly. Yu Mingqiu's mocking words made everyone feel the same way. In these 2 years, Jie Shanghai was like the sun in the sky and pushed the Shangguan clan back to the #1 aristocratic family of immortal Constellation Mountain. But at this time, people then realized the Shangguan clan that had returned to #1 was not as strong as they thought. Ayaya. Just because of this sentence, they had to beat up this pretty boy in front of them. Among the spectating young ladies in the crowd, many of them could not help but cover their mouths, their eyes filled with adoration. Dressed like autumn, Yu Mingqiu raised his head to look at the sky. He waited for this moment, waited for a whole 4 years. In these 4 years, who knew his pain, who knew his loneliness, who knew his torment? Yu Mingqiu was originally suave and extraordinary. This white jade armor made him look even more suave and elegant. Uncle Qian, Uncle Qian! Shangguan Wei, who was in midair, did not care about anything else and shouted anxiously. Bang! Everything was over. Chapter 104. Bang! You must trust your star treasure. The more you trust your star treasure, the stronger it will be, and the higher the rapport with you. Then, when this rascal is at his strongest, he will completely defeat him. Jie was not around. Uncle Qian and the rest were in danger. Someone was plotting in the dark. There was someone behind Yu Mingqiu. What did you feel? The handlebar mustache man stared at Tang Tian without blinking and asked quickly. Some people understood Tang Tian's prowess, but the majority of the people did not. Such a powerful armor. The handlebar mustache man was shocked, but he frowned. It's Peacock Constellation. Did Peacock Constellation have any strong people? This kind of armor, it can't be a nameless person. It seemed like he just got the armor not long ago. A faintly discernible clue became clear in his mind. Peacock. This kind of person did not deserve to own the armor. Tang Tian retracted his gaze, lowered his body, opened up his arms, and clenched his fists. Pa, pa, pa! The jade armor pieces that were wrapped around Yu Mingqiu's arms all collapsed and floated around his arms. Every piece of the jade armor piece became a ray of light and entered his body. The austere aura, suddenly like a volcano eruption, soared to the sky. Yu Mingqiu's eyes became even more ruthless. A few years of living like a trash made him even more twisted. At this moment, he was extremely anxious to announce his return, to announce his strength, but this kind of person, how could he deserve to own a stronger armor than him? 10 rays of light continuously entered Yu Mingqiu's body. Peacock. Everything was blocked by this rascal in front of him. But from Tang Tian's point of view, Yu Mingqiu was still unfamiliar with this armor. It seems like the Honorable Martial Alliance had one before, Ghost Claw, and he used the Peacock Constellation's armor. A tall person's gaze was firmly fixed on Tang Tian, not moving an inch, and said quickly, from the record of cultivating treasures, Tang Tian obtained a word, trust. Tang Tian squinted his eyes. Almost at the same time, the peacock on his shoulder squinted its eyes as well. The eyes of the peacock glowed with a layer of silver light. Like silver eyes, it added a sense of coldness and sternness. A layer of blue light aura, with a speed visible to the naked eye, rose from the tip of Tang Tian's feet, spreading along his body until it covered his arms. In the blink of an eye, a blue feathered armor appeared on Tang Tian's body. Yu Mingqiu's eyes were bloodshot as he stared fiercely at Tang Tian. The killing intent in his eyes was boiling. A voice uncontrollably resounded in his heart. As long as I kill this fellow, I'll be able to obtain this powerful armor. As long as I kill this fellow, I'll be able to return as the king. I'll be able to let everyone remember your name. In the crowd outside, a tall person suddenly exclaimed. He straightened his back and stared at Tang Tian. Although they were both bronze armors, the blue peacock was obviously more powerful than the magnificent jade autumn. Yu Mingqiu still needs more training. A tall person was slightly dissatisfied. He could only kill this fellow. No matter how powerful he is, how powerful can he be? The handlebar mustache man disapproved. How old is he? Yes, a tall person did not expect that the situation would change in such a way. Everyone was curious. How would Tang Tian, this silly-looking young man, deal with Yu Mingqiu? Yu Mingqiu stared blankly at Tang Tian, who seemed to have changed into another person. This idiotic fellow actually had an armor. I feel that the silly-looking fellow is not bad. A tall person raised his eyebrows. I'm just casually saying. A tall person shrugged his shoulders. Just as the handlebar mustache man finished speaking, Tang Tian roared, "Peacock!" So troublesome. It seems like Yu Mingqiu has met a strong enemy. The handlebar mustache man was obviously not optimistic about Yu Mingqiu. He is Jie Shangguan's man. Give up. The handlebar mustache man said coldly. These people actually dared to have ideas about Jie. In comparison to Yu Mingqiu, Tang Tian was too ordinary, so ordinary that there was no bright spot. Until he made a move and injured Yu Mingqiu. Then people finally looked at this silly-looking young man. When Yu Mingqiu's aura exploded, Tang Tian's actions became especially eye-catching. Tang Tian squinted his eyes and stared at Yu Mingqiu in front of him. He could clearly feel that Yu Mingqiu's aura was continuously rising, but he still did not make a move. Don't look down on her. Don't forget, that thing is in her hands. A tall person reminded him. A surge of jealousy immediately burned in his heart like a fire. All the distracting thoughts in Tang Tian's mind disappeared. He stared intently at Yu Mingqiu in front of him. Squinting his eyes, he was extremely calm. For such a huge figure like the Honorable Martial Alliance to be tainted would be troublesome. It's the armor, the handlebar mustache man exclaimed. Such a strong intuition. A tall person in the crowd suddenly said softly. Tang Tian's actions immediately attracted the attention of many people. There's a fluctuation. A tall person's expression congealed. A very strong energy fluctuation. If Jing Hao saw this peacock, he would definitely be shocked, because it was even stronger. During the battle with Onyx Soul, the peacock saved Tang Tian's life. After hearing Jing Hao say that there was a secret technique that could nourish and strengthen star treasure martial spirits, Tang Tian did not hesitate to spend 1,000 points to buy a secret technique. Bastard! Tang Tian, who was in the arena, suddenly opened his arms. The method to strengthen the star treasure martial spirit was not complicated. It was to feed the spirit nucleus to the star treasure martial spirit, and then use his own martial spirit as a flame to refine the star treasure martial spirit, helping it to remove the impurities in the spirit nucleus. There were two benefits to this. One was that it could make the star treasure martial spirit stronger and purer at the same time. The other point was that it could make the star treasure martial spirit closer to his own martial spirit. As such, the connection between the star treasure martial spirit and the owner would be closer, and the owner would be able to unleash more power from the star treasure. Tang Tian stared at the opponent calmly and shook his head in his heart. Ever since he bought the breeding treasure record, he finally had a more systematic understanding of the star treasure martial spirit. This fellow is from the Honorable Martial Alliance. The handlebar mustache man frowned even more. If Tang Tian had the background of the Honorable Martial Alliance, then things would become even more troublesome. Pa! The jade armor on Yu Mingqiu's body continuously crumbled, transforming into rays of light and entering his body. His face revealed a painful expression, but his aura continued to rise at an astonishing speed. It should be, a tall person also regained his senses. The Honorable Martial Alliance's efforts in the field of star treasures are unrivaled. Look at the eyes of the peacock. It's glowing with silver light. It must have been tempered. The beautiful blue color that caused people's hearts to palpitate, like a feather, slightly opened up. On the shoulder guard, a cold and arrogant peacock squatted. The 3 bright red feathers on its forehead were exposed to the air. It raised its head, and that pair of eyes did not hide its arrogance at all. The 2 of them were strong. With one look, they could see that Tang Tian was able to punch Yu Mingqiu not because of his speed, but because of his intuition. Tang Tian used his advantage very well. Other than the first time he rushed forward, the other few times were all small-scale dodges and interceptions. Coincidentally, he displayed his strong intuition to the fullest. This secret technique was called breeding treasure record. As long as he killed this person, an armor that was stronger than his own, then he would be able to obtain everything he wanted. The key point was his martial spirit was very strong. With the strength of a 5th-level martial spirit, it was a silver martial spirit. This was something that normal people could not imagine. The silver martial spirit quickly proved its strength. The peacock today had become much stronger. The key point was the communication between Tang Tian and the peacock. It was previously vague, but now it became clearer. He has suppressed it for too long. The mustache man said, but he does not lack the will to fight. Tang Tian retracted his gaze and stood up straight again. If Yu Mingqiu relied on other methods, Tang Tian might not have the confidence. But if it was an armor, Tang Tian was not afraid at all. As long as he killed this person, and Yu Mingqiu already did not trust his own armor. Tang Tian now had a few thousand points in his hands. These points came easily, and he did not feel the slightest bit of heartache when he spent them. The difference between star treasures and other things was its martial spirit. The higher the rank of the star treasure's martial spirit, the higher its spirituality, and it would have emotions. For the same star treasure, whether the star treasure's martial spirit was close to you or distant from you, the power it displayed was as different as heaven and earth. And it's a pity she's not here, he. The mustache man immediately said. Continue to watch the battle. Yu Mingqiu and this armor are rather compatible. The Tang Tian who was in battle seemed to have changed into another person. His thoughts were abnormally active, but he was strangely calm. A few unclear areas quickly became clear in his mind. Yu Mingqiu's valiance was out of everyone's expectations, and the sudden appearance of Tang Tian made everyone even more surprised. Compared to the suave and powerful Yu Mingqiu, Tang Tian was not eye-catching. That was why, when Shangguan Qian said that Tang Tian was Jie Shangguan's man, everyone was in an uproar. Almost instantly, this thought jumped out from Tang Tian's heart. That kind of calm thinking quickly became fuzzy and was replaced by intuition. But intuition also told him it was not a bad idea. Regarding this saying, a tall person also agreed. It's a pity I did not see Jie Shangguan. I am rather curious. How powerful is Jie Shangguan? People with valiant intuition were rarely seen, and to be able to consciously use it to its maximum potential in battle was even rarer. The 2 of them frowned. His gaze was fixated on the armor on Yu Mingqiu's body. Uncle Bing told him this was Sculptor Constellation's armor. The contact between both parties was very short. Just now, Tang Tian was able to gain the upper hand, because Yu Mingqiu did not know that Tang Tian's intuition was actually so valiant. A man with a handlebar mustache beside him nodded, and was somewhat surprised. This is the first time I've seen a little fellow with such powerful intuition. Since it's like this, then I'll let you die fair and square. Tang Tian's roar was like an echo reverberating in everyone's ears, as though there were countless people roaring at the same time. Die! It's such a pity for this armor. Tang Tian looked at the rays of light regretfully. In those rays of light was the sadness of the armor martial spirit. Then let it all end. In Tang Tian's squinted eyes, the calmness gradually disappeared, and something called danger, like a dark cloud, quietly and quickly gathered. Chapter 105. The deafening explosion caused his ears to be unable to hear anything. The smoke formed from the intense explosion was like a monster that had broken free from its shackles, wreaking havoc in front of him. The low whistling sound caused people's hearts to tremble. The dazzling blue fist aura brought along countless of broken ripples, whistling towards Yu Mingqiu. The dazzling blue aura wrapped around Tang Tian's right fist, wrapped around his right arm. The Fornax glove's green flame floated in the air, swallowing and spitting out. Let's go back first. A tall person said softly, "These things are not something we can decide. Let's see what the people above will do." The two of them disappeared, although Tang Tian borrowed the power of the soaring boots of the pony. But even so, to be able to do this was already very valiant. It was the first time they saw a martial artist with such strong intuition. What made them feel even more inconceivable was this martial artist with such strong intuition was actually an honorable martial alliance martial artist. It was like a blue star had suddenly exploded. Yu Mingqiu's mouth leaked a stream of blood. His bloodshot eyes were filled with madness. What is that? Why is his armor so strong? Miss Buzz. Looking at the jade pieces in the pit, his heart was filled with regret. Such a pity. You did not meet a good master. The astonishing strength from his 10 fingers suddenly exploded. Tang Tian looked up. The whistling strength of the fingers did not make his state of mind tremble at all. His expression was abnormally focused. His keen intuition, his strong, explosive power, allowed him to pass through the finger strength, continuously moving forward. A pit that was more than 5 meters wide, the pit was charred black, with a few pieces of broken jade pieces scattered. The outcome of this battle was hard to say. Yu Mingqiu's strength was rather valiant. Compared to big brother Jing Hao, he was only slightly weaker. What is this? The surging blue light instantly arrived. But the closer it was to Yu Mingqiu, the greater the pressure. The demonic 10 fingers, like a blossoming flower, flicked continuously. The shocked Yu Mingqiu was like a wild beast in a cage. Suddenly, he let out a roar of desperation. His 5 fingers faced each other, and his 10 fingers suddenly clasped together. The moment the fist light left his hand, it rapidly expanded to the size of a wash basin. The fist light was like a blue whirlpool, with countless sharp strength qis surging and spinning crazily. They thought that Qia Shangguan's absence meant that the Shangguan family was at its weakest. They didn't expect that Qia Shangguan's man would appear out of nowhere. They didn't expect that this ordinary-looking teenager would be so powerful. At the last moment before he was swallowed by the blue light, his heart suddenly became strangely calm. Yu Mingqiu's mouth revealed a sinister smile. He exerted force in his legs, causing the soil beneath his feet to explode. His entire body was like an arrow that had left the bow as he charged forward with a loud bang. Countless rays of blue light converged on his open arms, forming a light screen that looked like a pair of blue wings. If he did not have the blue peacock, if he did not refine his armor in this period of time, if Yu Mingqiu believed in his armor, I believe that Brother Tian will definitely become very, very strong to the point where he can protect Qia. The shockingly powerful finger force hit the azure fist light, but like a clay ox entering the sea, it disappeared without a trace. Why? And from what Tang Tian saw, he must have gone through specialized training to be able to reach such a frightening standard. But the number of people who studied intuition, who were good at using and training intuition, could be counted on one's fingers. A tall person's words made the mustached man agree, but he suddenly realized he did not know what to say. He could only shake his head and lament. Such a scary fellow. We are in trouble this time. Huh. Yu Mingqiu was startled. Tang Tian's figure stabilized. Both his legs were like wooden stakes, deeply embedded into the soil. His entire body was already accumulating true power and suddenly burst forth. Tang Tian snorted. Then his figure suddenly became blurry. Everyone was discussing. They felt that the scene in front of them was inconceivable. Yu Mingqiu's finger force was concentrated to the point that there were no blind spots. But Tang Tian was actually able to dodge it. The surrounding crowd was in an uproar. They were all dumbstruck. Kill. It is indeed different. The mustached man's eyes flashed with light. If it was said, previously when Yu Mingqiu revealed his armor, many people had a preliminary understanding of the power of the armor. Then now, in front of such a terrifying fist, the surrounding spectators could no longer maintain their composure. All of their faces were aghast, and many people could not help but tremble. Honorable Martial Alliance was never good at intuition. Yu Mingqiu's eyes suddenly floated a blood red. He roared. Both of his palms joined together and fiercely pointed forward. What made them even more worried was, behind the young man, was the Honorable Martial Alliance. Shanghai Wei's eyes were filled with shock, and immediately filled with fanaticism. Our son-in-law, the silver eyes of the peacock on Tang Tian's shoulder, flashed with light. Even if it was Tang Tian, he had to admit Yu Mingqiu's finger technique attainments were rather profound. The finger force that was released was colorless and formless, but congealed and heavy as fast as lightning. And you're right. The mustached man deeply agreed. A fist blasted out. Ordinary but perfect concussion fist. To be able to have such valiant strength at such a young age, this young lad's position in the honorable martial group was definitely not low, and his teacher would definitely treat him like a treasure, which meant that he had a lot of power. Shanghai Qian's mind suddenly surfaced the words that Miss once said. Miss had said such words more than once, and every time she was full of confidence. In the wantonly flying smoke, suddenly a dazzling blue ray of light lit up. Young Master Tian, all these years, what exactly happened to you? A tall person also revealed a bitter smile. As though he felt Shanghai Qian's gaze, Tang Tian suddenly turned his head, revealing his snow-white teeth and a sunny smile, just like 2 years ago. Everyone was shocked by the power of this fist. His raised right palm suddenly flicked a finger towards Tang Tian. It was like a piece of blue ocean. The surrounding air was stirred, and a deep whistle that made people's scalp numb spread far and wide. Those two fists displayed the power of the armor to its fullest, which was a typical honorable martial alliance fighting style. The scattered finger force was like rain covering Tang Tian's head and face, covering an extremely large area. Tang Tian could not avoid it. So what if the armor was powerful? In front of him, it was still a road to death. Shang Guanju muttered blankly. Son-in-law is so powerful. This was the true power of the armor. But the distance between both parties was reduced to within 10 meters. This distance should be enough. What kind of powerful light body technique was this? Was it going to end? He was like a lunatic, laughing hysterically. This brat, the surrounding spectators, were deeply shocked by the battle just now. Was this really young Master Tang Tian's concussion fist's vibrating energy was strengthened to a shocking level by the armor. Those fine ripples that enveloped the fist aura started to be covered with a layer of faint blue. In the blink of an eye, that smear of blue light blossomed in front of him. The bright blue light instantly occupied every corner of his vision. Yu Mingqiu's face was pale. His heart was filled with fear. The figure in front of him that was filled with ruthlessness in the divine wilderness was rapidly getting closer. The fighting intent in Tang Tian's body also continued to rise. Is it a body technique? Such a strange body technique. A tall person was silent for a long time, then faintly said, Just now with those two fists, I believe that he really is an honorable martial alliance. Lowering his waist into a horse stance, his body slightly arched, Tang Tian suddenly roared. Bang! Yu Mingqiu's last burst of power made Tang Tian feel extremely shocked. The azure blue feather armor rose in threads of blue light, with a shocking speed, converged towards Tang Tian's two fists. Since when young Master Tian was actually strong to such an extent, it was like a ball of shadow continuously advancing. The strange power of the finger swept through this ball of shadow, but did not affect Tang Tian at all. Don't! A muffled sound came from behind. Countless of soil splashed. This power of the finger exploded a 1/2 meter wide pit. Buzz, buzz, buzz! The peacock that was squatting on the shoulder guard. Its gaze was still arrogant, but its expression had withered a lot. Tang Tian's body leaned forward. His speed was shocking in the cold and austere blue light screen. He slightly raised his face, his eyes burning like a raging fire. Almost at the same time, Tang Tian's eyes squinted. His right leg suddenly jumped to the side. A shocking power brushed past his body. Shang Guanqian looked at the strong and robust figure. Uncle Qian, long time no see. The peacock on Tang Tian's shoulder let out a sharp cry. The light in its eyes exploded. The feathers on its back were straight like swords. The white light pillar suddenly burst out, fiercely crashing into the blue fist aura. Tang Tian's tyrant's angry finger, compared to Yu Mingqiu's finger technique, was much inferior. Only the two of them could see clearly. Tang Tian did not rely on light body techniques. In their eyes, the Bagua steps was just a normal light body technique. To purely rely on the Bagua steps to achieve this was simply impossible. The reason why Tang Tian was able to dodge the concentrated power of the finger was all because of his strong intuition. He could always judge the weakness of the finger power in advance. He blocked the vibrating power, the exploding heavenly dragon energy. He could also block it, the sharp crane energy, like a drill, cause the true power defense to crack. His face immediately changed. Without giving him any chance to buffer, the surging ice-cold blue power, like the raging waves of the sea, instantly smashed his true power defense into pieces. It's over! Their arrangement was completely messed up in a short while. A tall person exclaimed, "His intuition is so strong. Is this guy really from the Honorable Martial Alliance?" Those fellows from the Honorable Martial Alliance, since when did they start to research on intuition? Weird. Yu Mingqiu was also frightened by the power of the fist. His face was filled with fear. His 10 fingers frantically flicked towards the fist aura. Dead silence. Tang Tian stood up. Shang Guanqian stared blankly at the young man who was like a god of war beside the burnt pit. His mind was blank. Tang Tian maintained the posture of punching, panting. His entire body was covered in smoke. The last astonishing power explosion, to him, was also not a small impact. Chapter 106. Yaya was even more furious. Her face flushed red. She pointed her bow at Tang Tian and was about to pounce. Bing's anger finally swallowed his rationality. With a roar, he pounced towards Tang Tian. Unless Tang Tian was deep in thought. The decline of the immortal crown is a disaster for immortal constellation. The other immortal star treasures have also started to drop in quality. Our Shangguan clan's inherited treasure, the immortal green needle, has also started to drop in quality. The power of the entire immortal constellation has dropped rapidly. Everyone in immortal constellation is in a state of panic. 5 years ago, a group of unfathomable villains suddenly barged into the palace with the intention of getting their hands on the immortal crown. They plundered the immortal king. But what they did not expect was that they did not find the immortal crown. In order to save the king, the Shangguan clan suffered greatly and lost almost all of their experts. The entire royal family was massacred in that tragedy. The opponent's viciousness was beyond imagination. The patriarch was worried that Miss would be implicated. That's why 5 years ago, Miss and I ran to Star Wind City to avoid the disaster. Tang Tian raised both his arms and admitted honestly, "Sorry, I forgot about you." After the queen passed away, immortal constellations started to decline. Everyone thought that the next few generations of immortal kings were not capable enough. Each generation was worse than the previous. However, very few people knew that this was related to the immortal crown. After the queen passed away, the immortal crown's martial spirit became weaker for some reason. 100 years ago, the immortal crown actually became a silver treasure, and 30 years ago, the famous immortal crown became a bronze treasure. Tang Tian enunciated each word clearly and mocked. "The chief military officer of the army! Tang Tian felt a pain in his heart. Chia would never write about such things when she wrote to him. She would only say that she was doing well and had many interesting things to do. He did not expect that Tang Tian was instantly disappointed. He said unhappily, "You don't know this, you don't know that." "Then what do you know, uncle?" Along the way, the disciples of the Shangguan clan all wore respectful expressions. Tang Tian's valiance and the earth-shattering battle had given them a great shock and impact. After Chia Shangguan's management for the past 2 years, the Shangguan family was very united. Everyone was secretly guessing that the Perseus crown had been found, and it was recovering. Uncle Qian immediately felt a little helpless. It just so happened that Miss went to the ruins of the palace during that time. So there has been a rumor that Miss has obtained the immortal crown. Tang Tian did not show any signs of weakness. He widened his eyes, and his tone became even more sarcastic. "Hey, uncle, don't be a coward. Aren't you the chief instructor of the army? Don't tell me this title is self-proclaimed. Immortal kings' whereabouts are unknown. An immortal constellation has also started to become chaotic. The relationship between us and House you began to deteriorate. And following the decline of the immortal constellation star treasures, the youths with a future in immortal constellation all went to the more prosperous constellations. Immortal Constellation Mountain's power is now extremely weak." Shanghai Wei could not help but say, "Son-in-law, this. Don't think that I will fall for such a cliché and despicable method." Bing clenched his teeth and said coldly, "Wow, the house here is so big." Uncle Qian sighed softly. "This is a long story. We have to start from the origin of immortal constellation." Tang Tian did not retreat either and counterattacked. The two of them immediately felt ashamed. Son-in-law was right. Seeing Yaya, Tang Tian smacked his head. How could he forget about Bing? For such a matter, Uncle Bing should have a way. "Uncle Qian, what exactly is going on?" Sitting down, Tang Tian decided to clarify. "So, in order to increase your power, I have decided to impart my cultivation method to you," Tang Tian said solemnly. Yaya jumped onto the table, her hands on her waist, gritted her teeth, her cheeks puffed up high, and stared at Tang Tian with extreme dissatisfaction. Then she raised her bow, separated from Tang Tian by a distance, and slashed randomly, her mouth letting out a series of squeaks. Yaya's body froze, her eyes suddenly emitted light, her flushed face, the anger disappeared without a trace. Tang Tian flicked his finger, and the spirit nucleus drew a beautiful arc in the air. "Play by yourself." "I don't know if Miss got it." Uncle Qian laughed bitterly. "But Miss has been very strong these few years. This rumor has become more and more real. So many people think that Miss will definitely revive Immortal Constellation Mountain, so all along there have been many families that have come to us. The Yu clan's reaction is obvious. They have always been plotting in the dark. It's just that Miss is very strong. Whoever challenges Miss, all return in defeat. Sigh, these 2 years, Shangguan clan has been supported by Miss alone." Uncle Qian brought Tang Tian around, and then found a place to sit down. "This guy is really ruthless." Shanghai Wei and Shangguan Zhu were speechless. They had a deeper and more direct feeling of the frailty of Immortal Constellation Mountain. Shanghai Wei and Shangguan Zhu were also excited. The Immortal Crown was the strongest treasure of Immortal Constellation Mountain, if Miss got it. Tang Tian clenched his teeth and said unclearly, "Last night, I accidentally got it while cultivating." Seeing the two's fanatical faces, Tang Tian coughed lightly and said seriously, "Last night I thought about it. Shangguan clan cannot just rely on Chia alone. The other disciples of Shangguan clan have to be more useful. Training." Uncle Bing spread his hands and said irresponsibly, "I am the chief military officer of the army. As long as I know how to train the soldiers, that is enough." Hearing the last sentence, Bing's hair stood up and his smile froze on his face. "Rascal, you better take back your last sentence." The two of them wrestled into a ball. Seeing that, Tang Tian did not say anything, and a spirit nucleus appeared in his hand. Shanghai Wei and Shangguan Zhu were in awe. As expected of the son-in-law, even during his daily training, he was so desperate. No wonder son-in-law was so powerful. Shanghai Qian accompanied Tang Tian with a face full of smiles. Shanghai Wei and Shangguan Zhu, who were following behind Tang Tian, heard Tang Tian's exclamations from time to time, and the smile on their faces became wider, and they felt even more intimate. Wah wah wah! I like this. It's a high-class training ground. Bing's thick eyebrows trembled violently and said coldly, "Don't try to provoke me." Tang Tian then realized no wonder Jie came to Star Wind City. Jie got the immortal crown? Tang Tian was excited. That's great. Shanghai Wei was so excited that his lips were trembling, and after a while he calmed down and said resolutely, "Don't worry, son-in-law. Whoever dares to disobey son-in-law's orders, I will not forgive him." Son-in-law is indeed a maverick person. Son-in-law is indeed a pure child's heart. Son-in-law is indeed a straightforward person. All the heavy responsibilities of the Shangguan family all fell on Jie's shoulders. Tang Tian righteously waved his hand. "All right, don't talk nonsense. I am also doing this for Jie to have an easier time in the future. Go and gather all the disciples at the training ground. But I will say the ugly words first. During the entire training process, everyone has to listen to my orders." 2 years ago? Tang Tian was stunned and subconsciously said, "When Jie came back." No matter how the two looked at it, they felt that Tang Tian was a good person. These people this time, it is very likely they're the people from 5 years ago. Uncle Qian's expression was solemn. Miss has long suspected. 5 years ago, the Yu clan already colluded with them. If it is really those people, they are definitely here for the immortal crown. Yaya bounced on the table, hugged the spirit nucleus in midair, and then ran around the house happily. Looking at the back view of the two running, Tang Tian touched his bruised face and immediately twitched hiss. It was so painful that he sucked in a cold breath. When Tang Tian heard this, he retorted sarcastically, "Uncle, can you do it?" "I ask you this. Ask you that you don't know. Ask you that you don't know. Now there is finally someone who knows. You keep picking this and that. If you can't do it, just say it. And you are even the chief military instructor of the army. Ha!" Bing's face revealed a mocking expression. "Stop daydreaming with the standard of the Shangguan clan. Even if they train, there will only be a pile of cannon fodder." When Tang Tian walked out of the room, Shanghai Wei and Shangguan Zhu saw Tang Tian's bruised face and were instantly shocked. Shangguan Zhu even roared fiercely, "If he doesn't listen to the son-in-law, I will strangle him to death." That's right. Uncle Qian's face revealed a hint of excitement. 2 years ago, suddenly there were many immortal treasures, martial spirits, that started to become stronger. Although the extent of this change is not big, it is undoubtedly real. Early the next morning, Tang Tian took a deep breath, loosened his fist, raised his face, and revealed a bright smile. But his eyes were like a ball of fire burning. "Uncle Qian, don't worry. If these people dare to come, I will definitely beat them up until they look for their teeth on the floor." Such domineering words, coming out of young Master Tian's mouth, made Uncle Qian absent-minded. Young Master Tian, as expected, was different from before. Yaya's eyes lit up. She was excitedly babbling at the side. Her small face was full of excitement. From time to time, she waved the little bow in her hand, cheering for both parties. His fists unconsciously clenched. The first-generation immortal queen discovered and developed a mortal constellation. The Shangguan clan head at that time, Shangguan Hong, was the queen's most trusted subordinate. Our ancestors followed the queen to establish the current immortal constellation, and the Yu clan head at that time was also an important minister of the queen. Immortal constellation at that time. Although it was not one of the strongest constellations, it was strong and outsiders did not dare to look down on it. The queen's strength was unfathomable. Immortal constellation's strongest treasure, the immortal crown, was also in the queen's hands. Train troops. Tang Tian was stunned. Suddenly his eyes lit up. Then why don't we help Jia train his troops? Haha, I am indeed too smart. Yes, train Shanghai Wei and Shangguanju well. Raise the Shangguan clan strength. When Jia returns, he will definitely be surprised. Tang Tian was stunned, but did not say a word and listened patiently. And Shanghai Wei and Shangguanju, who were at the side, were also surprised and curious. They knew a little about the grievances with the Yu clan, but they did not think that it could actually be traced back to such a distant era. Shanghai Wei and Shangguanju were both ashamed in today's battle, if not for son-in-law. Then the blow to the Shangguan clan could be imagined. Uncle Qian's words were not the least bit exaggerated. Son-in-law you. Shangguanju could not help but ask. After listening to Tang Tian, Uncle Bing shook his head. Such a complicated matter, I do not know how. In the army back then, the things that used brains were done by the leader, Aja, those people with dark hearts. Tang Tian was dumbstruck. It was the first time he heard there was actually a star treasures grade that could drop. Shangguan Wei and Shangguanju's faces were also filled with disbelief. This was the first time they had heard of such a secret. The two of them glared at each other like fighting cocks not backing down. Suddenly, his face revealed a weird expression. With a thought, a little rascal jumped out from the Aquarius Marshal cabinet. On the contrary, Shanghai Wei and Shangguanju, upon hearing this, their eyes immediately lit up and looked at Tang Tian with a look of worship. This situation, until 2 years ago, quietly changed. Uncle Qian's eyes flashed a hint of excitement. The two of them raised their heads, a face of disbelief. Son-in-law was domineering. The chief instructor of the army. Tang Tian opened his eyes wide and said, back in his room, Tang Tian fell into deep thought. Jia was not around. The Shangguan clan did not seem to be in a good situation. He had to think of a way. Chapter 107. No one was lazy. Everyone started to train quietly. Was it impossible to do it 3,000 times? As long as they trained like son-in-law, they could do it. It was their first time seeing such a perfect concussion punch. The disciples who mainly trained in concussion punch were all infatuated. Concussion punch was not some unorthodox fist technique. Many disciples knew of it, but Tang Tian's concussion punch was very different from what they knew. Bing looked at the disciples who were training in the field. His eyes flashed a look of satisfaction. Sima Xiangshan choked. Tang Tian's cold and emotionless words made everyone shiver. Even Shangguan Wei and Shangguan Zhu swallowed hard. Son-in-law was too cold. No wonder son-in-law was so powerful. Tang Tian ignored the gazes that floated over, but his tone became cold. What? Who has a different opinion? The discussions became much softer, and the gazes they gave Tang Tian had an additional trace of respect. Amari was puzzled. Why are you so obedient? Even the powerful son-in-law was so hardworking, so risking his life. What reason did they have to be lazy? What reason did they have to retreat? The three of them turned to look at Sima Xiangshan. Sima Xiangshan choked again. Quantitative change would always lead to qualitative change. In every disciple's eyes, there was something like a flame that quickly rose. Yu Mingqiu, such a ferocious person, was able to take care of Ah Wei and Baju, but in front of son-in-law it was not enough. Go. Han Bingning replied very straightforwardly. The crowd was in an uproar. Many people's gazes became distrustful. They felt that Tang Tian was completely messing around. 3,000 times he was really bragging too much. Then I will continue training. Tang Tian threw out a sentence and immersed himself in training. Shanghai Wei quivered. He immediately stood up and shouted, What are you all standing there for? Start training. Tang Tian's first order was for them to start using the martial skills they were familiar with. Originally, they were still muttering in their hearts. Could this be the so-called cultivation method of the son-in-law? All the disciples were shocked by this scene. Tang Tian's concussion punch was not bad, but he had yet to comprehend a killer move. Although it was not like before where he could comprehend a killer move by practicing a few punches, Tang Tian's cultivation still continued the same train of thought. Today's training task is very simple. Practice the martial skill you are most familiar with 3,000 times. Perfect! It was a perfect concussion punch. At this point, no one made a sound. Sima Xiangshan faintly said, Jie Shanghai is not here, so I will accompany Tang Tian to have some fun. I'm really looking forward to it. I never thought that Tang Tian would actually grow to such a powerful extent. 2 hours later, Tang Tian still did not stop. It could be seen that he had used up a lot of his energy and he was drenched in sweat. After an hour, everyone was too tired, and many of them fell to the ground. This thought flashed through everyone's mind at the same time. Once he entered the state of cultivation, Tang Tian was completely oblivious to everything else. The disciples below had always been secretly paying attention to Tang Tian. Seeing that Tang Tian was actually cultivating with them, they were even more curious and could not help but sneak a peek. Amari had a strange face and said, you actually did not think of it. So strange. Fundamental Tang is a godlike young man. It was normal for him to become stronger. But I, Amari, have also become very strong. I really want to quickly see Fundamental Tang and have a good fight with him. Let's see whose improvement is greater. Uncle Qian was also alarmed. He immediately put down what he was doing and rushed over. He knew better than anyone else how precious the method that Tang Tian had imparted was. 2 years ago, Tang Tian was a retainer who was still cultivating fundamental martial techniques. But now, Tang Tian had already become a strong martial artist who could defeat Yu Mingqiu. Without saying a word, he picked up the disciple, Bang, and forcefully smashed him into the limestone tiles. They usually cultivated, and many of them boasted that they were hardworking. But seeing how Tang Tian cultivated, they received a huge shock. It was the first time they saw someone cultivating like his life depended on it. That's right, it was his life depended on it. Compared to Tang Tian, their cultivation, Tang Tian, who was on the stage, still did not have any signs of stopping. Suddenly, Bing was filled with curiosity towards Jie Shangguan. From the soldiers below, he could see the standard of the general. Although Jie Shangguan did not know how to train soldiers, but he could see that these young men, to their young patriarch, sincerely loved and respected him. Seeing that Sima Xiangshan was defeated again and again, Han Bingning and Liang Qiu's eyes revealed a smile. At the training grounds, all the Shangguan disciples were gathered, and it was dead silent. They looked curiously at the young man with a swollen face on the stage. Was this the rumored son-in-law? To be able to cultivate concussion fist to this stage, you must have put in a lot of effort. A mournful scream, and the disciple fainted. 5 hours later, Tang Tian was so tired that he was on the verge of collapse. He strenuously sat cross-legged and began to meditate. Tang Tian, who had entered the state of cultivation, immediately threw all other matters to the back of his mind. He could save a lot of time and effort. Tang Tian glanced around. Seeing that no one was slacking off, he began to cultivate by himself. Although these people's strength was terrible, but they had a fighting spirit. Bing could accept newcomers who were not strong enough, but he hated those who lacked fighting spirit. Without waiting for the disciple to explain, Tang Tian grabbed him and laughed sinisterly. Now you want to slack off. You must be tired of living. Tang Tian was immediately embarrassed. The two of them fought, although Bing agreed, but he also mentioned that all the problems regarding cultivation had to be listened to. Just as he finished speaking, he heard Tang Tian's voice. The two of you have a mission of 5,000 repetitions. In terms of levels, there were many people who were of the same level as Tang Tian, but in terms of fighting strength, none of them were his match. Bring a bucket of water, wake him up, and continue training. I'm going too. I'm looking forward to meeting Fundamental Tang. Liang Qiu laughed. If I say it's okay, then it's okay, Bing said without any politeness. Take note, young man. You have no right to question. Tang Tian's figure leaped up, and with one jump he appeared in front of the disciple. I'm going to find Fundamental Tang. Are you guys coming? Amari raised his hand. Actually, Tang Tian felt that these disciples were quite strong. Most of them were 4th level and above, had solid foundations, and were young. It could be seen that when Jie was choosing these people, he had put in a lot of thought. Suddenly, Tang Tian's gaze congealed. He saw some people slacking in the crowd. He was secretly happy. Just as he was about to warn the others, the chicken was sent over. Almost everyone knew. Son-in-law's strength was unfathomable. Luckily, there was Tang Tian, this abnormal person, around. The others could not help but be motivated. Han Binging said coldly, "This rascal has always been so vile." Tang Tian's words caused an uproar below. Training 3,000 times a day. How was that possible? Absolutely impossible. Most of their standards were 4th level martial techniques. Don't talk about 3,000 times. To be able to train 700 to 800 times a day was already extremely powerful. Everyone was resting while discussing softly. Everyone's training immediately became serious. As for completing 3,000 times, they still felt that it was completely impossible. Their thinking was very simple. Anyway, they just had to train like this. When no one could complete it, would son-in-law beat everyone up? Shangguan Wei and Shangguan Zhu were even more ashamed. Sima Xiangshan's face twitched. He squeezed out a sentence from his teeth. "Let's go!" Looking at these youths who were full of vigor, Bing felt that Jie Shangguan was really not simple. So when they heard that son-in-law was going to personally guide them in training, all the disciples were roused. They fought to be the first. Everyone's faces were filled with anticipation. Since it was so, then it was better to settle it earlier. Many were even fantasizing, if Miss and son-in-law were to work together, then who in a mortal constellation would be their opponent? Actually, Uncle Qian was worried for nothing. The battle where Tang Tian defeated Yu Mingqiu, who knew how many Shangguan disciples witnessed it. In one night, this soul-stirring battle had long spread among the Shangguan disciples. Son-in-law's physical strength is really valiant. Tang Tian's expression was focused, fist after fist, meticulous. The reason why Bing agreed was not only because he was provoked. There was another reason. He wanted to help Tang Tian solve his worries. Tang Tian and Jie Shangguan ultimately had to walk on the Heaven's Road, walking on an unknown journey. If the Shangguan clan did not have enough strength to protect themselves, the two of them would definitely not be able to leave with peace of mind. Tang Tian's true power recovered. He opened his eyes, looked at the bustling training scene, and was satisfied. But after a few glances, he could not help but ask, "Bing, is this really okay?" After 3 hours, Tang Tian was still persevering. Under his feet, there was a puddle of water that was formed by the continuous dripping of sweat. Every fist of his was not the least bit sloppy. His gaze was so focused that nothing else could be seen. Hearing this, Amari turned his head in astonishment. "Ah! You didn't think of that!" Tang Tian saw that there were people slacking and immediately sneered. 3,000 times, no matter if you are willing or not, whoever misses one round will continue training here, training until you are done. Those who intentionally want to muddle through, those who want to slack, first ask my fists. Shanghai Wei staggered, while Shangguan Zhu was very straightforward and started. 3,000 times? Isn't that a joke? I never thought that Tang Tian would create such a huge commotion when he just arrived. Liang Qiu leisurely raised his cup and took a sip. It's a pity that Miss Jie is out. It's really unfortunate. Tang Tian did not mind. I'm waiting for you to turn trash into treasure. Godlike uncle. There's nothing better than this to defend your chief instructor's glory. A bunch of trash. Bing glanced at them and said mercilessly. Tang Tian ignored everyone and lifted the unconscious disciple. His control of his strength was extremely good. It looked like he was going to take someone's life, but it only made the other party faint and feel pain, but not injured. The minister said, "We can't casually walk around." Sima Xiangshan poured cold water on him. Uncle Qian was worried that there would be people who did not know what was good for them, and personally gave an extremely strict order. In order to carry out his ideas, the Shangguan clan was almost completely cleaned up by Jie Shangguan for the past 2 years, the current Shangguan clan. Although their power was still weak, but they showed a kind of vigorous vitality. Chapter 108. Unless this perverted fellow was always as perverted as before. If it was anyone else who said this, they would definitely pick up a brick and smash that person's head open to see if there was any paste inside. But the person who said it was Tang Tian, they did not know what to say. Liang Qiu muttered, "Since we are all from Star Wind City, if we are in the same powerhouse, we can take care of each other." Out of everyone's expectations, Han Bingning suddenly said coldly, "I will join too." On the outer layer of his fist, there was suddenly a transparent ball of light the size of a coconut. It was as though the thin layer of window paper was gently poked through. The beautiful scenery outside, in that moment, could be seen. A look of admiration flashed past Liang Qiu's eyes, and he praised, as expected of fundamental Tang, vacuum jolt, as the killing technique of concussion fist. Its power is extremely strong. Since you have gained enlightenment on it, why not when you are at the 6th level? Train in vacuum punch. It will definitely yield twice the result with half the effort. Hearing Amari's incessant chatter, Tang Tian's heart felt an indescribable warmth. Amari's temperament was magnanimous and simple, just that he was a bit talkative. Everyone's face changed. Their footsteps involuntarily stopped, as though they were struck by a spell. An indescribable emotion pervaded Tang Tian's heart. In the past, every punch of Tang Tian's from concussion fist would bring forth countless of fine ripples. These fine ripples were caused by the vibrations in the air caused by true power. These ripples had a strong destructive power and could easily shatter rocks. Until Tang Tian appeared, he was obviously only at the 5th level, but he displayed a power that far exceeded the 5th level. But before today, many people thought that son-in-law could be so strong, was borrowing the power of the armor. But when they realized that the seemingly perfect concussion fist, son-in-law actually spent a large amount of time and continuously continued to train. Liang Qiu smiled and asked with interest, "Tang Tian, what you did just now, was that vacuum jolt? How is that possible?" When the two of them let go, Tang Tian's face turned into a mocking expression. Everyone's faces were still filled with shock. Only Amari laughed out loud, stepped forward and gave him a bear hug, loudly said, "Fundamental Tang, long time no see. Aya, you really surprised me now. You are getting more and more powerful. Originally, I wanted to fight with you, but after seeing your punch, I don't have the energy. Young man, I'll leave the task of saving the world to you." Fundamental Tang Tian practiced tirelessly. Nowadays, the trend was to judge based on one's level. The higher one's level was better than the lower one. Everyone's goal was to break through to a higher realm. With regards to martial techniques, very few people would put in the effort to train them to a perfect state. No matter how perfect a low-level martial technique was, it would not be as strong as a high-level martial technique. Amari and his party found the Shangguan family and revealed their identities. Coincidentally, the one who received them was Uncle Qian. When Uncle Qian heard that these young people were all from Star Wind City and were looking for the young Master Tian, he immediately brought them in. Hearing that, Tang Tian laughed bitterly and told them about his situation. Other than killing Kong Yulin, he did not hide the fact that he had joined Jing Hao's faction. The light ball only lasted for a second before it shattered, and the sound of the explosion resonated throughout the entire field. Tang Tian retracted his gaze and said to the rest with a face of sympathy, "This guy was with you guys, but you guys did not kill him. You guys are too kind." Han Bingning's hand touched the hilt of his sword. His eyebrows drooped, and cold qi permeated everywhere. "You're saying I'm a 10,000-year ice mountain?" 5th level true power. Activating a 4th level fist technique, he felt something different from before. This difference was extremely minute and Tang Tian only noticed it today. That was a vacuum, a soundless punch without any energy. The three's gazes landed on Sima Xiangshan. Everyone only felt a blur in front of them, and Tang Tian had rushed in front of them. Han Bingning and the rest felt a chill in their hearts. The wind from the fist gradually disappeared. But now, Tang Tian's concussion fist, the ripples of the concussion were getting lesser and lesser, and the wind from the fist was also quickly disappearing. Tang Tian's concussion fist was getting less and less powerful, and looked like an ordinary punch. But in reality, this meant that Tang Tian's energy was getting more and more concentrated, and the energy did not leak out at all. Fundamental Tang, you have to understand a lively martial man who has been holding back for so long. They're too boring. One is a 10,000-year ice mountain, one is sinister, and the last one is actually a vegetarian. Can you understand that in this world, there are actually creatures that are vegetarian? And this creature is actually Big Brother Liang Qiu. Oh my God, my idol is broken just like that. Of course, don't worry. This will not stop a lively martial man's determination to create his own path of martial arts. Training, in the end, was a process of grinding, and the higher the realm, the more effort was required. Tang Tian knew that Liang Qiu was giving him pointers, and he said gratefully, "Thank you, Big Brother Liang." Tang Tian said honestly, "I intend to train every type of martial technique to perfection, and it would be best if I can comprehend a killing technique. The more concentrated the energy of the fist, the stronger the power." Everyone was stunned. The 5th level true power was even more surging, regardless if it was the heavenly dragon energy or the crane body energy. With just a thought from Tang Tian, the energy contained in the true power would burst forth, and the explosive power would be even more astonishing. Tang Tian turned his head and asked in surprise, "Lively martial man, did you name it yourself?" Amari's incessant chatter immediately attracted the dissatisfaction of the others. "This is concussion." Tang Tian nodded his head. "Yes, I also just comprehended it." The air in the entire training grounds seemed to be moved by an invisible hand, and suddenly surged towards the broken transparent ball of light. As if there was a silent sigh, it floated past his heart. Amari suddenly became proud. "Haha, of course, such a unique name. Only a passionate and lively martial man can think of it." His eyes were thoughtful. But when Tang Tian's fist wind disappeared, everyone was shocked. Every punch of Tang Tian obviously did not make any sound, but there was an indescribable sense of danger. Everyone's state of mind was involuntarily attracted to Tang Tian's fists, and could not move their eyes, as if it contained some kind of magic. They stared blankly and completely forgot to train. The huge training grounds unknowingly became quiet. So fast! Concussion fist was obviously a rank 4 martial technique. It was obviously a rank 4 martial technique. No one would have thought that it was actually Amari who was the first to recover from the shock. He shook his head and shouted, "Let's not fight anymore! Let's not fight anymore! How can we fight anymore? Perverted Tang is too perverted. Will this guy die if he doesn't comprehend the killing technique?" Vacuum Quake was just a legend. They had never seen anyone master it before, but today it was displayed in front of their eyes. This kind of impact and shock was strong. Even if they were all mentally strong people, in that moment their minds were still blank. Only then did the others wake up. Rank was everything. This was what many people thought. Before this, Shanghai Wei and the rest also thought the same. When they rushed to the training grounds, they just happened to see Tang Tian's transparent ball of light. Only Tang Tian's fist after fist, completely forgetting himself. Tang Tian bellowed. With a few leaps, he appeared in front of everyone. Everyone understood the logic, but very few people could do it. The current martial techniques were passed down through spirit cards, easy to learn but hard to master. Gold grade spirit cards were expensive, and not everyone could afford to buy them. And silver grade and bronze grade spirit cards, the comprehension contained within them was not complete. Also, the so-called comprehension differed from person to person. It might not be suitable for him, like the martial artist and spirit cards not being compatible. It happened frequently. Tang Tian, how are you doing in the outer barracks? Han Bingning suddenly raised his head and asked. Countless of energy shot out. Tang Tian's body was as imposing as a mountain, not moving an inch. Housefly cow, you're still so long-winded. The concussion fist in Tang Tian's hands started to change slowly. Humph, it's just vacuum quake, young man Tang. Your realm is already at the 5th level. Why are you still training in a 4th level fist technique? Sima Xiangshan said faintly. His triangular eyes were like a snake's eyes, flickering with an ominous glint. Tang Tian's senses were already abnormally sharp. Continuously training the fists, those hard-to-notice details gradually surfaced. Housefly cow. The 5th level true powers upgrade was all-round, regardless of strength or finesse. Compared to the 4th level true power, there was a qualitative leap. Some of the finer details of the concussion fist under the 5th level true power became even clearer. The true power in his body was boiling. Tang Tian felt extremely comfortable, one punch after another, following his heart's desire. Every little detail was like flowing water, gliding past his heart. It was extremely wonderful. Tang Tian's heart was warm, but he knew it was not that easy. After thinking for a while, he said, Don't be anxious, don't leak the news. I'll ask Big Bro Jing how first. That punch actually caused the air to be annihilated, forming a vacuum ball. If you have the time, you should train more true power. High-level martial techniques are the way of the king. Amari immediately shut up. He had long forgotten to supervise others' training, and also forgot that this was Chia's house. The current him only had his own martial techniques, only his fists. He suddenly roared, his true power boiling. A crane's cry sounded out. A dragon's roar sounded out. The boiling true power suddenly gushed out. Tang Tian did not think and punched out. Everyone was surprised. They originally thought that Tang Tian would definitely be valued by Kong Yulin. They did not expect him to be exiled. Shang Guanju and the rest who personally witnessed the change were extremely shocked. Although the Shangguan family had declined in the past few years, but their inheritance was still there. Although the disciples were weak, their eyesight was not bad. Amari, I want to join your faction too. Amari raised his hand, as expected of fundamental Tang. Amari clapped his hands, his eyes lit up. He was extremely excited. Only a godlike young lad would have such courage. A lively martial man also wants to learn from a godlike young lad. Oh, just thinking about it makes me excited. What a world filled with fighting spirit. Tang Tian had also come out from his state. Coincidentally hearing Amari's voice, he was startled, turned his head to look. Seeing Amari and the rest, he was immediately overjoyed. They had heard before that when Concussion Fist was trained to the peak, it could shatter the air, forming a partial vacuum. That was the famous vacuum quake. Sima Xiangshan waved his hand. I'm fine with anything. Amari was such a stubborn person. Tang Tian was not surprised, but Han Bingning actually joined in. Tang Tian was surprised. Chapter 109. Amari and his entourage stayed for a while before they left. They left the address of the inn they were staying at. Amari and his entourage were newcomers and did not have the honorable martial plate. When they found out that Tang Tian was already a bronze-ranked martial artist, everyone could not help but stare with their eyes wide open, their faces lifeless. Even when young Miss was around, these brats did not work so hard. Only then did their expressions soften. These little rascals, they really changed a lot. Every Shangguan disciple was deeply shocked. House you? Yeah, I didn't expect that little rascal to be able to persevere. In the past, whenever he trained, he would complain incessantly. From fist techniques to finger techniques, light body techniques, leg techniques, palm techniques, there was a saying in the Shangguan family. Young Master Tian said, Sweat does not lie. It's not too late now. As long as they can persevere, they will definitely be successful. Yu Mingwei did not say a word. Young Miss and young Master Tian were two completely different types. Young Mrs. Talent was extremely high, her intellect unparalleled, she was flawless. Everyone worshipped her, obeyed her, but it was hard to draw strength from her. Young Miss was too perfect, so perfect that it made people distance themselves. Yu Mingwei's expression softened, his heart calmed down, and he hurriedly said, "That's good, that's good." Hearing that, Yu Mingwei's expression changed. Even his voice changed. Light, honorable martial alliance? They were all youths, their bodies were filled with hot blood, their self-esteem had not been extinguished. The figure that did not know fatigue in the martial arts arena was constantly motivating them. Every time they wanted to give up, their eyes would always look for that figure. These few days, there were a few strangers in the Yu family, their origins had not been investigated. Uncle Chien was quite happy. He could see that these people were quite strong. If young Master Tian encountered any trouble, he would not be alone and helpless. Yu Qingzai's handsome face was gloomy. His eyes flashed with hatred. He said coldly, "Jie Shengguan has many pursuers from different clans and races. As long as we slightly incite them, they will definitely gather together and find trouble with Tang Tian. We only need to plant some spies in the dark to fan the flames. I'm afraid the Shengguan family will hee." Uncle Chien felt relieved when he saw the young people sweating profusely. The cold voice was like a venomous snake in the dark. Yu Mingwei suppressed the worry in his heart and pretended to be calm. "Actually, it's nothing. Don't rush to the front. Don't stand out, hide in the shadows, and try to pull more people, especially the young masters of the other families. It's best if the two sides have a conflict. I'll see how the Shangguan family will deal with it then." He never thought that he would actually be involved with the Honorable Martial Alliance, such a huge power. Not to mention the Yu clan, even the entire immortal Constellation Mountain would not be able to contend against such a huge power. Aoi Yuzawa's eyes flashed with a fierce glint. His fighting spirit was high. If it was Jie Shengguan, he would still have some restraining fear, but an ignorant fool was destined to become his stepping stone. A tall person stared at him, his expression displeased as he interrupted Aoi Yuzawa's words. "Don't tell me young master Zai Qing is not willing." Yu Qingzai was Yu Mingwei's son. He and Jie Shengguan were in the same school. Before Jie Shengguan returned, he was the most dazzling person in the entire school, the leader of the entire school. With a single call, hundreds would respond. But when Jie Shengguan came, he was forgotten. The strong contrast made him bear a grudge in his heart. All along, he had been secretly thinking of ways to deal with Jie Shengguan. The pride of the youths made them quiet down. Aoi Yuzawa also regained his senses. He was originally not stupid. After pondering for a while, he felt that no matter what, the Shangguan clan and Tang Tian had no chance of winning. This matter looked dangerous, but it was actually not as bad as imagined. The Shangguan clan was naturally not afraid to deal with the Yu clan, but if they incurred the wrath of the masses, even if Jie Shengguan was here, there was nothing he could do. Respectfully send off the two masters. Yu Mingwei bowed respectfully to send them off. Sweat, everyone had it. He knew that these two people were cold and merciless, killing people like flies. With one look, he knew that the two of them already had the intention to kill. Looking at his son's ashen face, he knew that he could not reject. He clenched his teeth, braced himself, and said, "My son is afraid that he is not capable enough, and is afraid of delaying the two masters' plans. Since the two masters trust me so much, even if I have to go through water and tread on fire, I will not hesitate." His age was similar to them, and even younger than some of the disciples, but his face that still had a trace of childishness was angular, firm lines, made him look more robust than his age. After the two of them left, Aoi Yuzawa's face was ashen. "Father, this..." After 10 consecutive days of high-intensity training, the daily workload was constantly increasing. Everyone was clenching their teeth and persevering. No one had the slightest bit of complaints. The handlebar mustache man was rather dissatisfied with Yu Mingwei's performance. But he also knew that this was human nature, he said. "You don't have to worry too much. Immortal Constellation is such a small place. The power of the Honorable Martial Alliance, let it be like that. Other than Kong Yu, there are no other strong martial artists. The matters of the Honorable Martial Alliance, naturally we will worry about it. Now think carefully, what ideas do you have? The handlebar mustache man said, The higher-ups have already sent a senior expert to help. Kong Yu, do not have to worry. But if we do not do anything, when the higher-ups come, it will not look good for everyone. Listening to the discussion of the clansmen in hushed voices, Uncle Chien looked at the training grounds, and a smile quietly appeared on his face. Every day, when he had time, he would come to the side to watch the youths train. This had already become his favorite thing to do every day. Seeing the unwillingness to admit defeat on the faces of the youths, he would always feel that the future of the Shangguan clan would definitely be better. Their passion, their unwillingness to admit defeat, their ideals, their ambitions, if only the son-in-law had come earlier. This kind of energetic atmosphere quietly pervaded the Shangguan clan. The entire Shangguan clan would come to the training grounds every day to watch these youths train. Because they were afraid of disturbing the children, all of their eyes were filled with joy and anticipation for the future. But everyone's eyes lit up. The handlebar mustache man praised. Good plan! It is still young Master Zeiqing who is quick-witted and resourceful. This matter will be handed over to young Master Zeiqing to handle. He is a member of the Honorable Martial Alliance. A tall person said indifferently. Hearing that, Aoi Yuzawa could not help but be stunned, and then his face changed. Although his heart was filled with hatred, and came up with such a sinister plan, but he was definitely not willing to put himself in danger. Uncle Chien had already started to secretly investigate the Yu clan. Although this matter is dangerous, but it is also an opportunity. If you can achieve great merits this time, and enter the eyes of the various masters, it will be very beneficial to your future. Yu Mingwei looked at Aoi Yuzawa and encouraged. I do not want you to stay in Immortal Constellation forever. You have to go to a bigger constellation, and push our Yu clan to a more glorious stage. Miss had chosen a good son-in-law. The training grounds seemed to be enveloped with a strange aura, silent and energetic. But until the young Master Tian showed how hardworking he was, then they were truly moved. Uncle Chien's smile froze on his face. There were people who were so tired that they laid on the ground panting, but after resting for a while, they struggled to get up and continued to train. There were people who fell from exhaustion, but after sitting for a while, they continued to train. Young Master Tian was not smarter than them, but just more hardworking than them. No, even more hardworking. They looked at young Master Tian, practicing a set of fist techniques for hundreds of thousands of times. They were speechless. They had never been so shocked before. In this world, there was actually someone who could do this. Tang Tian's son-in-law was like a monster who did not know fatigue, sweating day and night. They did not have any complaints at all. My son did not mean it that way, Yu Mingwei hurriedly explained. Nothing was more convincing than comparing with someone of the same age in front of you day and night. He tried to defend himself. My ability is still lacking, but I have a good candidate. Miss has a good eye. Uncle Chien looked at the raging scene, and in his muddy old eyes flashed a trace of gratification. I did not expect that Tang Tian was actually so powerful. The current head of the Yu clan, Yu Mingwei's face was solemn, and said, He is obviously only at the 5th level, but he is so fierce. Such a powerful young man. He should not be a nobody. Everyone's gaze landed on Yu Qingze, and a tall person raised his eyebrows. Speak. Young Master Tian's talent, compared to Miss, was not worth mentioning, but his hardworking was unparalleled, because Tang Tian's son-in-law's training was many times more than theirs. Son-in-law's training was not concealed at all, and everyone could see the whole process. They could see Tang Tian's son-in-law's thinking, Tang Tian's son-in-law's trial and error, but more than that, it was repeated over and over again, tirelessly, so boring that it made one's hair stand on end. But at this time, a subordinate ran in with a flustered expression, ran to Uncle Chin's ear, and whispered a few words. He felt it even more deeply. Yu Mingqiu's death did not cause the entire Yu clan to sink into sorrow. Yu Mingqiu had faded from everyone's sight for many years. His sudden appearance made everyone feel surprised, but that was all. Suddenly, Yu Qingze, who was beside Yu Mingwei, said, "I have an idea." Mrs. Talent was unattainable, but young Master Tian's achievements were all sweat, real sweat. No one retreated. Everyone knew that they had to be hard-working. Every disciple of the Shangguan clan knew. The Shangguan clan's resurgence in these 2 years was unstoppable. The long-forgotten tentacles were quietly reviving. Although, because the Shangguan clan had not fully recovered, these tentacles could not be compared to when the Shangguan clan was at its peak, but it could not be ignored. The sun is so beautiful. Aoi Yuzawa was stunned. He did not expect his father to have such high expectations of him, and was overwhelmed with emotions. He said excitedly, "Father, don't worry. Your son will definitely settle this matter well. Then we'll have to trouble young Master Zeiqing." A tall person nodded towards the two and said, "We're going to rest." Everyone was risking their lives, and in everyone's eyes flashed a flame that belonged to the youth. Chapter 110. This rascal can't run away today. Just thinking about it makes me angry. If I don't beat him up, I won't feel at ease. Just a step away was the young master of the Yun clan, Yuniao. The Yun clan was established in business and was the #1 merchant clan in Immortal Constellation Mountain. Their financial power was so strong that even the Shangguan clan could not compare. That's right. Any random Tom, Dick, or Harry wants to dominate Miss Chia. Let's see if our fists agree or not. No matter how one looked at it, the Shangguan clan had fallen this time. Furthermore, after this incident, it would be a fatal blow to the Shangguan clan's reputation, which was still recovering. They were all pampered playboy and had never seen such a scene before. They were all scared out of their wits just now. But when they regained their senses, all of them were enraged. He took a step forward and walked out of the crowd. His face was still wearing a smile that was not a smile. He looked around, and his tone was full of sarcasm and disdain. "Since when did the matters between me and Chia become the place for trash like you to point fingers at me?" Everyone stared blankly at Tang Tian. None of them could believe their own eyes. A large group of youths gathered together. All of them were dressed luxuriously. Beside them were many servants. Looking around, there were more than 200 people. Every one of the youths had an unfriendly face. Their expressions were gloomy. Before he could finish his sentence, his figure disappeared. Tang Tian was dead meat this time. Such a ferocious fellow. No matter what, he could not let anything happen to the young Master Tian. Even if the Shangguan clan offended all the other clans, he would not hesitate. He had followed Chia Shangguan through the most difficult years. Now that he was alone, Miss was like a daughter to him. In his eyes, Miss was more important than anyone else. No one would have thought that under such circumstances, this fellow would not only jump out, but also take the initiative to provoke them. Was this fellow's brain damaged? Was he tired of living? He understood these nouveau riches too well, because he was the same as them. Although they were not evil people, they cared about their reputation. In a moment of anger, they would definitely do anything. He suddenly grinned, revealing 2 rows of snow-white teeth. Too beautiful, the surroundings quietened down. It was the first time in his life that he had personally planned this operation in the dark and saw that his plan was abnormally successful. The young man on the left, wearing a light green silk shirt, was the eldest son of the Ming family, Junikiko. Although the Ming clan was not as illustrious as the Shangguan clan, but it was the evergreen tree of Immortal Constellation Mountain, and there was almost no low tide. The Ming clan was a force to be reckoned with at Immortal Constellation Mountain, and Junikiko had long participated in the clan's affairs. She had paid a special visit to the Shangguan family and admired the young miss very much. Tang Tian was a little surprised. They were actually coming for him. He was a little puzzled in his heart. He had just arrived at Rainbow Star. He shouldn't have offended anyone. Yet these people actually came looking for him? The Shangguan family was finished this time. He could hear that the entire Shangguan family was in an uproar. The sounds of weapons clashing, footsteps, and angry roars could be heard. People were gathering and closing in on him. Tang Tian had practiced the eagle claw before. His fingers were like hooks as he slightly tightened his grip. Looking at Shanghai Qian's pale, white face and the cold sweat on his forehead, he knew how bad the situation was. His heart was like an ice field, cold and murderous. His smile was filled with arrogance and sharpness like a knife. Jun Akiko never thought that Tang Tian would actually make a move. He was not prepared at all. His identity was noble, but his power was terrible. Once Tang Tian's murderous aura rushed out, he panicked. Without waiting for him to react, his neck was grabbed by Tang Tian. Shangguan Qian's amiable face became stern and solemn, but there was a hint of gentleness in the depths of his eyes. I haven't been so angry in a long time. No one would have thought that everyone was still in a state of shock from Tang Tian's provocation. Tang Tian did not know that as his fighting experience gradually increased, once he was moved, a strong murderous aura would uncontrollably spread out. Uncle Chen was shocked by Tang Tian's murderous aura. Although Tang Tian was a delinquent, super school bully, and his performance was very fierce, Tang Tian did not have any murderous aura at that time. Almost instantly, he appeared beside Jun Akiko without warning. Tang Tian listened for a while and understood what these people meant. Yun Yao stepped forward and bowed and said loudly, "Uncle Qian, we are here to see the so-called son-in-law of the Shangguan family. Miss Qian Hui is the most respected person in this nephew's heart, and not just anyone can match up to Miss Qian Hui. Miss, old Qian will always defend you." Tang Tian spat out these words, and the sneer on the corner of his mouth turned into a ferocious smile. Soon, Tang Tian and Shangguan Qian came to the door with Shangguan Wei and the others. Too arrogant. The two attendants suddenly realized that the young master was in the hands of the other party and quickly withdrew their true power. The two of them groaned and suffered slight internal injuries. The people were so scared that their faces turned pale, and then realized what had just happened. "Where is that bastard Tang Tian? Come out if you have the guts." The Shangguan family's door was tightly surrounded. Tang Tian made a move. Tang Tian saw so many people, and his eyes narrowed. "Troublemakers!" "But it's very useful." The mustached man said disapprovingly, "This is enough." These people all had extraordinary backgrounds. A toad lusting for swan meat. Miss Jia is like a fairy. I don't believe there is anyone in this world who is worthy of her. Tang Tian's sudden move was out of everyone's expectations. To them, Tang Tian standing out was already stupid enough to take the initiative to make a move on them. 2 steps away, the seemingly frivolous young man with a head of fiery red short hair was the second son of the Huayan family. Huiyangguang, who had a fiery temper, was doted on by the Huayan old grandmother and had always been lawless. The Huayan family was one of the oldest families in Immortal Constellation Mountain and had deep roots. He saw that there were a few playboy who were close to Jun Akiko and had already sent servants to report to the Ming family. The 2 attendants were shocked, and 2 rays of sharp fist auras whistled behind them. Tang Tian's move was asking for his own death. Looking around, almost all the families of Immortal Constellation Mountain with a bit of history were all here. Such a strong lineup, Uncle Qian's heart jumped. Many of the families were not even in Rainbow City. Chu family, Hao family, Shin family, Qi family, the 2 attendants by Jun Akiko's side were the first to react. The 2 of them seemed to have awoken from a dream. Their faces changed, they shouted, and wanted to block Tang Tian. "I don't like this kind of person." A tall person shook his head. No one was clearer than him about Tang Tian's importance to Missy. In Missy's world, Tang Tian was the only ray of light in the darkness. Uncle Qian was also stunned, but he quickly composed himself. I wonder why you are looking for my son-in-law. Shanghai Wei and Shangguan Zhu, who were panting heavily, brought a group of Shangguan disciples and rushed out with killing intent. If they were to be defeated by Tang Tian today, to them, it would undoubtedly be a great humiliation. They felt that they had the advantage in numbers and had the absolute advantage in power. Just now it was just a sneak attack by Tang Tian, and they were not prepared. A tall person sighed. Tang Tian is in trouble. Tang Tian's hand was clutching Jun Akiko's throat. His figure rose and fell a few times, and like a bolt of lightning he flew far away. But when Uncle Qian's gaze swept across this group of people, his heart sank and gave birth to an ominous premonition. If Tang Tian had lowered his head, these people would have vented their anger, and the possibility of letting him go was very high. But now, Tang Tian had offended everyone and even threatened Jun Akiko. The nature of the matter had changed. Aoi Yuzawa does have some ability. The mustached man laughed. The crowd was enraged. All kinds of curses were heard. Everyone's face was indescribably excited. Uncle Qian! All of you, beat him to death. If you want to marry Miss Chia, you have to ask for my permission first. Who knew that Tang Tian seemed to have guessed it long ago. His body swayed like a pendulum, leaving two afterimages. Like a loach, he slipped in between two attendants and slipped in, seeing the increasingly turbulent emotions. This group of people was like a barrel of gunpowder. As long as there was a spark, it would explode. Hiding in the crowd, Aoi Yuzawa was full of pride, especially when he saw the panic in the eyes of the Shangguan clan's disciples. He was so excited that he almost moaned. The Shangguan clan had gathered a total of more than 200 people. These 200 people, although there were no strong martial artists, but there were many of them, and these servants and attendants, by Playboy's side, were all rather strong. And the Shangguan clan did not dare to make a move on these Playboy. Once they offended all these clans, there would be no place for the Shangguan clan in Immortal Constellation Mountain. Huyen Guang snorted coldly. Stop pretending. Which one is Tang Tian? Son-in-law? Jun Akiko interrupted at this time. His tone was full of unfriendliness. I want to be able to become Miss Chia's husband. What kind of person is he? But the blood in his body at this time was boiling hot. It could melt steel. His eyes were like a wilderness burning with raging flames. Those angry and agitated curses, word by word, clearly passed into his ears. Tang Tian, you're dead meat. Aoi Yuzawa's face revealed a look of surprise. He was so excited that he almost screamed out. There's a conspiracy. But Uncle Qian was no longer the Uncle Qian from 2 years ago. His face did not change. He forced himself to calm down and said calmly, Gentlemen, why are you all gathered in front of my Shangguan clan? A group of people whistled as they chased after Tang Tian in front of them. Let me ask first. Uncle Qian hurriedly stopped Tang Tian. Not knowing why, he felt that the current Tang Tian was filled with an inexplicable sense of danger. Uncle Qian's heart calmed down. All the hesitation and fear disappeared. Damn, this is absolutely intolerable. Want to escape? No way. You're simply tired of living. Uncle Qian's eyes flashed a trace of sternness. He took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, Call all the disciples in the martial arts arena. On the rooftops far away, people could be seen watching the commotion from afar. Among the crowd, a tall person and the mustache man were mixed in. Almost instantly, Uncle Qian understood that someone was secretly playing tricks. But the other party had the ability to gather almost the entire power of a mortal constellation. Uncle Qian's heart could not help but tremble. These families, the combined power, even if Miss was here, it was impossible to contend against. Jun Akiko suddenly felt pain in his throat and immediately screamed. Chase! Kill him! Chapter 111. His speed was extremely fast. Although the soaring boots of the pony was not as strong as the blue peacock, it was still a bronze treasure. With the activation of Tang Tian's silver martial spirit, the true power of the soaring boots of the pony could be unleashed. The guard turned pale with fright, but before he could react, he lost sight of the opponent. Good terrain. The confidence in Tang Tian's tone did not seem to be a bluff, but Jun Akiko floated in the air. At that moment, he was so ashamed that he wanted to die. Feeling the heat wave engulfing his back, Tang Tian's eyes flashed with a cold light. You bunch of bastards, very soon, you will know the taste of a young man's anger. Go and die. The crowd surged towards the lamppost like a tide. The impact of this scene on them was unparalleled. But for some reason he couldn't laugh. His mouth couldn't make any sound. His eyes even seemed to lose focus. The figure of the youth on the lamppost couldn't be said to be majestic or strong, but it seemed to emit a kind of power that could frighten one's soul. Jun Akiko had never suffered such humiliation before. His eyes were spitting fire, but he knew that no matter what he said, it would be useless. He was silent, his face was green. Separated by the guard, the tip of his foot quietly hit Playboy, who was behind, and released his energy. Jun Akiko heard this and was stunned. He almost thought that he heard wrong. Was this guy's brain really caught in the door? Could he not understand the situation? Did he not know he had already offended all the powerful families in Immortal Constellation Mountain? Did he not know he did not have the slightest chance of winning? Did he not know? Even if it was Chie Shangguan, he would definitely not dare to do such a thing, looking at the rapidly surging crowd. He opened his arms, and with a step like a big bird, he dived down towards the crowd. On the tall lamppost, the young man's unruly figure, against the light, seemed to be embedded in the sun. Jun Akiko, who was being held by Tang Tian's arm, suppressed the panic in his heart and pretended to be calm. You can't escape. Give up. Escape? A cold laugh came from above his head, carrying with it a cold, killing intent. Do you think I'm running away? Tang Tian's figure suddenly stopped. His figure flashed and appeared beside the luxuriously dressed Playboy. The incomparably fast moon hand blade made the two guards feel a cold glint in their eyes. They turned pale with fright and hurriedly raised their palms to block. Jun Akiko clenched his teeth and swore in his heart. But when he caught a glimpse of other people pouring into the square from the corner of his eye, all his vows were thrown out the window. His face was so red that it seemed like it could ooze blood, and he wished he could find a hole to hide in. For small hooves, like a powerful spring, full of power, came from under the feet. Tang Tian was like an arrow leaving the bow, the wind whistling past his ears. Just as he was about to open his mouth to stop them, he was blown away by the strong wind, unable to speak. Why was this guy so confident? Playboy let out a blood-curdling scream as he was sent flying like a sandbag, as if he had been rammed by a rhino. You can't. He had never lost face like this. Never. Rank 5 Fire Python Fist-Killing Technique. Fire Python Swallowing Kill. In one move, the opponent would either collapse upon contact or suffer a loss. Hua Yanguang raised his fist. The red flames on his fist exploded, like a huge python opening its bloody mouth. The air crackled and exploded, bringing with it an extremely high temperature with a loud rumble. Aoi Yuzawa did not know how to describe this power. His mouth floated a gentle smile, warm and gentle but firm as steel. The people that rushed into the square could not help but slow down their footsteps. They were stunned by the scene in front of them. Tang Tian felt as if he had returned to the chamber of the 18 bronze figures. It was extremely familiar. His 6 times intuition was displayed to the fullest. Rank 5 true power allowed him to lift something heavy as though it was light. Close combat was Tang Tian's most proficient fighting style. The variety of martial techniques allowed him to find the most suitable martial technique no matter what situation he was in. Jun Akiko stared blankly at Tang Tian, who knew where he pulled out a rope and nimbly tied him up. The whistling gale blew, causing Jun Akiko to be unable to open his eyes, but his heart was filled with doubt and puzzlement. Tang Tian's words carried an incomparably strong self-confidence, as though this matter, to him, was an extremely simple matter. At this moment he should be laughing maniacally. The result of this plan was far more outstanding and effective than he had expected. They opened their mouths wide, but were unable to make any sound. Their disbelieving gazes were unable to move away from the untamed figures. The young man on the lamppost seemed to have some sort of mysterious, magical power. Aoi Yuzawa was also in a daze. He had thought of countless possibilities, but none of them matched the scene in front of him, because he did not believe that anyone would be so stupid to the point of challenging the bottom line of all the clans. The strength of these people, compared to the 18 bronze men, was far from it, although the number of people had increased. Tang Tian actually did not have the slightest bit of strength. His gaze was fixated on the playboy. Tang Tian, who was against the light, had his face shrouded in the shadows. His expression on his face could not be seen clearly. Only the arc at the corner of his mouth was suddenly cold. Jia was Tang Tian's reverse scale, a scale that no one could touch. This idiot actually stopped here. Maybe time has passed, maybe we have already started to grow up, but the promise that the young man made that year was still ringing in our ears. The whistling gale disappeared. Jun Akiko was stunned, not escaping? Then he is. Everyone seemed to have awoken from a dream. With concealed weapons in their hands, they shot towards Tang Tian, who was rapidly falling from the sky. In a moment, the concealed weapons were like rain whistling through the air. He had long decided not to let a single one of them go. Where is he? Someone subconsciously exclaimed. Jun Akiko's bodyguard angrily shouted, causing everyone to wake up from their dream. The entire square immediately exploded. Everyone started cursing and swearing. Even Yun Yao, a person with good self-restraint, was also enraged. Looking at Jun Akiko, who was suspended high up in the sky, he could empathize with him. But that fellow was so arrogant to the point that they did not dare to laugh at him. Suddenly, a force came from the arm that was clamping him, causing him to almost scream. But his pride was strong. He endured the pain and did not make a sound. The shouts from the playboy had long angered him. Tang Tian had just stabilized his body when a roar came from behind him. His eyes were blazing. The wind whistled past his ears like knives, but his heart was strangely calm. Asshole, I will definitely not let you off. Everyone was dumbfounded. Anyone, anything. I will definitely dismember your body into 10,000 pieces. The figure that was descending like a big bird was like a shooting star crashing down towards him. Jun Akiko could not understand even if he racked his brain, but he had been in contact with the family matters for a long time, and his horizons were much wider than his peers. Wait a minute. Tang Tian did not care about Jun Akiko. Using his hands and feet, he climbed up the lamppost, and then he placed Jun Akiko, who was tied up like a palm, down. The other end of the rope was tied to the lamppost. What was even more out of everyone's expectations was that his true power actually contained 2 different types of energy chi. Peacock. 6 times intuition. The young lad was very brave and was not afraid at all. Yun Yao and the rest looked at each other. All of them could see the anger in each other's eyes. This was truly a common enemy. Tang Tian skillfully tied the last butterfly knot, and then raised his head to look at the tall lamppost. Relax, all of you. I will not let any of you off. In the next moment, screams came out from the crowd, a blue figure, like a tiger in a flock of sheep. Everywhere he passed, screams would follow. It was as though he was trying his best to tell himself. The young lad on the lamppost was too arrogant. Tang Tian's hand blade suddenly became like a soft rope. Touching the opponent's palm, borrowing the opponent's strength, his body swayed. This rascal, what is he trying to do? Jun Akiko opened his eyes in a daze. The surrounding terrain was wide open. He was stunned, but his eyes suddenly lit up. His heart was in ecstasy. It was a plaza. Kill him. Hua Yingguang was the first to roar, staining Fall's leverage, since when they who were of noble statuses would suffer such humiliation. The dense crowd became extremely chaotic. but Tang Tian was as agile as a blue fish. Based on what? Young lad Tang was not a broad-minded person. He was the one who held grudges. It was as though he could see, under the starry night sky, on top of the rock, the young lady smiling sweetly, the young lad ignorant and foolish, his tender and soft fingers hooked onto the calloused and rough fingers, making a childish and innocent vow. Go. Yun Yao ordered without hesitation. Everywhere he passed, people were thrown off their feet. It became even more chaotic. In such a chaotic battle, concealed weapons could not be used at all. He would not allow anyone to meddle with the relationship between him and Chie. Running with all his might, Tang Tian's calm voice did not tremble in the howling wind. It was exceptionally clear. A clear shout came out from the sky above him. Everyone only saw a blue afterimage flash in their field of vision and then disappear. At this time, he had already determined that Tang Tian was a brave but not astute person. Such an idiot actually stopped in such an unfavorable terrain. Such an open terrain was suitable for them to display their advantage in numbers. Jun Akiko suddenly had a bad premonition. Unfortunately, before he could react, he felt like he was riding on the clouds. He somewhat guessed what Tang Tian wanted to do, and his face turned white. Yes, arrogant. The Ming family will not let you go. The crowd gasped, but Yun Yao's voice came out from the crowd. Use concealed weapons. Just like playing on a swing, Tang Tian's toes stealthily touched the ground. Tang Tian, you're dead. The sounds of pursuit and roars behind him. Tang Tian did not hear them. The curve of his lips was as sharp as a blade. His squinted eyes carried the coldness of a wild beast. The young lad still remembered. The young lad was stronger than before. A long rope hung from the top of the lamppost. The esteemed eldest son of the Ming family was now tied up like a meat cake floating in the air. The blue peacock armor made Tang Tian's fighting style even more ferocious, his figure even more ghostly. The large square was so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. Chapter 112. The transparent barrier on Tang Tian's fist was immediately broken, and the surrounding air was immediately pulled into countless of sharp air currents, crazily surging towards Tang Tian's fist. How is that possible? The sharp energy caused sparks to fly out from the blue peacock armor on his chest. His vision turned black and he fainted. A clear and crisp sound like a firecracker suddenly sounded out. Huo Yanguang's heart was in shock, although the consecutive double kick was not a good technique, but he still had some understanding. It was a perfect chain of 2 kicks. Every second he could send out 4 kicks, but he was still half a step too slow and missed. Pa! The dazzling red fist flames fluttered, like a fire python that was a few meters long. It suddenly shot up, opening its bloody mouth, wanting to swallow someone. The fist flame python was like a sieve, trembling violently. Tang Tian acted as though nothing had happened the moment he landed. He bent his knees and like a cannonball, he rushed towards Huo Yanguang, who was surrounded by the fire python. The blue light came without any warning. Huo Yanguang seemed to have awoken from his dream. He immediately understood Tang Tian's intention and was enraged, both his legs fiercely stomping on the ground. He soared into the sky and punched towards the peacock in the sky. Suddenly, Huo Yanguang's pupils congealed. Tang Tian's fist had an additional transparent ball of light. Seeing the rapidly expanding fire python, Tang Tian's eyes reflected the sea of flames in his eyes. I've been waiting for you. Cries of alarm could be heard from the crowd, and the guards all flew towards their young master, who had been sent flying. Like a string of firecrackers, the clear and crisp sound of the firecrackers exploding was so concentrated that it made people unable to breathe. Wave after wave of true power with an astonishing frequency suddenly rushed over. Pa 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 pa! The blue peacock quietly appeared on his shoulder, its bright red feathers lightly trembling. The 10 pieces of blue armor on Tang Tian's body suddenly shot out. They flew close to the ground. Their speed was as fast as lightning, yet they were silent. The fist flame that enveloped his fist transformed into the head of a small fire python that wanted to devour people. Although it was a size smaller, it was more solid. The curled-up tail of the fire python was like a huge whip as it suddenly lashed out. Idiot! No matter how powerful Jie Shangguan was, how could he go against the entire immortal Constellation Mountain? A blurry blue figure suddenly blocked the fire python's momentum. Aoi Yuzawa originally thought that victory was in his grasp, so he rushed forward excitedly. Who would have thought that Tang Tian would suddenly turn around and attack him? He was so scared that his face turned pale. He turned around and wanted to escape. The crowd cried out in alarm. Hua Yingguang was usually arrogant and despotic. He was not as praised as Junikiko and Yuniao. However, when he made his move, everyone was shocked. The fire python fist was one of the secret martial techniques of the Hua clan. It was suitable for martial artists with fire affinity true power to train. Rank 5 martial techniques. To train a killing technique, not only did it require outstanding talent, it also required a lot of time. Hua Yingguang was stunned for a moment. He actually forgot to attack. He stared at the blue figure, disappearing from his field of vision. What a weird true power! Once Hua Yingguang released his killing technique, the momentum was immediately different. Pu-piu-piu, the sharp air current, like an angry arrow, entered the fire python fist flame. Hua Yingguang's gaze was ice cold. The killing intent in his chest was boiling. The power of the fist flame in his hands became even more astonishing. Tang Tian seemed to have predicted it. Borrowing the power from his toes, his body moved horizontally. The tip of the fire python tail brushed past his body. Consecutive double kicks. Go and die! Hua Yingguang's gaze turned cold. His left fist that was hidden in the shadows suddenly spat out. Everyone who witnessed this scene were all scared out of their wits. One of the guards who bore the brunt of the attack turned pale. In a panic, the steel blade in his hand slashed horizontally. Young master! The young masters who were entangled by the ropes were brought to the sky by the peacock. The peacock's body did not look big, but its power was surprisingly strong. It flapped its wings and flew quickly towards the lamppost. Although he had seen Tang Tian's bravery, Hua Yingguang was already mentally prepared for a fierce battle. But when he truly fought with him, the pressure was still beyond his expectations. Hua Yingguang forcefully stabilized his true power. He prepared to dissolve the true power, but the true power that entered his fist suddenly exploded. Tang Tian, who was rushing towards him, did not have any intention of dodging. He brazenly made his move. Concussion fist. Hua Yingguang's temper was unyielding. How could he be the one to suffer? Enduring the stuffiness in his chest, he snorted. Flipping his right elbow, he suddenly struck horizontally. Not to mention that Junikiko would owe him a huge favor. His reputation would also soar to the peak. The only thing to worry about was Jie Shanghai's return. But if he could defeat Tang Tian at this moment and save Jun Akiko, Tang Tian's palm looked like it was gently patting the guard's blade. Poof! Tang Tian's body was like lightning flying past the crowd. In the exchange just now, Tang Tian was testing the waters. After exchanging blows, Tang Tian knew that Hua Yingguang was a tough nut to crack. He decided to leave this tough nut to crack for last. So he purposely used the crane body energy first, then the heavenly dragon energy. The explosive heavenly dragon energy allowed him to easily break away from the opponent. A sharp, whistling sound came out without warning, like an owl crying in the forest. The explosion of true power was even more sudden. Hua Yingguang was not prepared at all, but in the next second his face changed. Hua Yingguang's reaction was extremely fast. Withdrawing his elbow, his body shrunk. The fire python's body coiled into a ball, protecting him in the middle. In everyone's eyes, Hua Yingguang was a typical hedonistic young master. No one would have thought that he would actually be willing to spend so much effort on this. Borrowing the strength of Hua Yanguang's fist. Tang Tian arched his back, and like a ray of blue lightning, he rushed into the oncoming crowd. Fire Python Fist. The fist flame was like a python, overbearing but not lacking in nimbleness. It was a rank 5 martial technique of the highest quality. Tang Tian's true power actually contained 2 different types of energy. Tang Tian's body was suspended in midair. His legs were so fast that it was hard for people to see them clearly. Every time he kicked, his toes would light up a conical halo. Even now, the fire in his eyes was still burning and flickering. The fire python's head was raised high, waiting for an opportunity to move. A strong energy was transmitted from the fist. Hua Yanguang's heart trembled. Such a strong power, as expected of a rank 4 martial technique's killing technique. But to think that such a strong attack could defeat his fire python killing technique, it was just wishful thinking. The fire python's body trembled slightly and dissipated the true power. Hua Yanguang's gaze was cold. He was usually reserved and had never revealed his true strength. He did not expect that the situation would develop to such a stage. But after the situation went out of control, he suddenly realized that it was a great opportunity. But Tang Tian was faster than he thought. Seeing that the guards were about to snatch their young masters, suddenly 10 blue lights shot out from the ground. Like 10 blue ropes, they wrapped around the young masters who were just thrown out. Hua Yanguang's true power that was stabilized finally collapsed and became a mess. Hua Yanguang felt as though he was in a perilous situation. His ears were filled with the howling of the wind, and he was swaying. Fast! It was so fast that he could not react in time, and could only react instinctively. But Tang Tian had broken through this limit, and was close to 5 kicks per second. The young man raised his fist again. Everywhere he passed, screams could be heard, and figures after figures were thrown out. Young master! From the start, he had never thought of letting a single person go. Tang Tian bellowed. The Hua family had done a lot of research on this fist technique, passed it down from generation to generation, and left behind the fire python fist spirit cards, all of which were of high quality. Hua Yanguang had spent countless amounts of hard work on this fist technique, and among the Hua family disciples, no one could compare to him. Playboy, who had lost his protection, turned pale white, his vision blurred, and he lost consciousness. But just at this moment, suddenly a sharp energy like an awl drilled into Hua Yanguang's fist in an instant. Hua Yanguang was caught off guard, and his true power almost dissipated. Peacock! The guard was hit hard and spat out a mouthful of blood. As though he was hit by a charging rhinoceros, he flew out. Hua Yanguang's fist was filled with anger, and the power was terrifying. The fist was like a fiery red python coming out of its hole. Bringing with it a terrifying power, it pounced towards the peacock in the sky. But Hua Yanguang suddenly laughed, a rank 4 martial technique killing technique. How could it be a match for a rank 5 martial technique killing technique? A ray of fiery light flashed. What was even more unexpected was every piece of blue feather armor was tied with an extremely thin rope. Hua Yanguang relaxed. The opponent's energy was not considered strong and did not pose much of a threat to his fire python fist. Tang Tian's palm was not the crescent hand blade, nor was it the broken shadow palm, but the staining fall which borrowed strength to strike and contained the power of Hua Yanguang's fire python kill. A terrifying frequency. In a short span of 5 seconds, Hua Yanguang's fire python fist suffered a total of 25 kicks. Vacuum shock. His eyes suddenly twitched, and he immediately flicked his wrist, only to see the red fire python in mid-air. The snake body turned and pounced towards the blue figure. Hua Yanguang's face finally changed. This pounce was as fast as lightning. Hua Yanguang's mind congealed. It's here. The power of each kick was not considered strong, but with 25 consecutive kicks stacked together, his face immediately changed. 25 waves of true power in 5 seconds surged even for Huiyingguang, he also felt his chest tighten. Suddenly, from the corner of his eyes, he saw a blurry blue figure. Not good. Thinking about what Tang Tian had done today, he had already offended all the clans of Immortal Constellation Mountain. Even if Jie Shengguan was back, what could he do? They saw that Huiyingguang was entangled with Tang Tian, and Huiyingguang was even using his killing technique. And in their hearts, they already felt that the battle was already won. Who knew that Tang Tian actually gave up on Huiyingguang and rushed straight towards them. All the ropes suddenly became taut. A shadow of a leg appeared in his field of vision without any warning. He did not have time to react, and the leg landed solidly on his face. Huiyingguang's heart trembled so fast, everyone only felt a blur in front of them, and the blue figure, like a ghost, appeared in front of them. This movement of a rabbit and a falcon was shockingly fast. A shadow of a leg struck the fire python fist snake body. 5 kicks in a second. However, they were fast, but Tang Tian was faster. Without waiting for them to react, the peacock on Tang Tian's shoulder shrieked and rushed to the sky. Everyone was aghast. Tang Tian did not even look at Aoi Yuzawa. He only saw that Aoi Yuzawa was dressed luxuriously, and with one look he knew that he was playboy. All these playboy were his targets, and there was no meaning in being entangled with the guards and servants. The transparent vacuum shock and Huiyingguang's fire python kill collided. Concussion fists killing technique. Chapter 113. At the top of the lamppost, the young lad stood proudly looking down at the world. The two strong forces collided, producing an extremely intense explosion. Tang Tian felt as if an earth-shattering force was crashing towards him. In the air, he had no place to borrow strength, and could only bend his arm to protect his vital parts. Everything is over. You idiot who overestimated yourself. His intuition, at an alarming rate, continued to climb. He stared at Tang Tian closely, trying to find out what made him uneasy from Tang Tian's body. Vacuum jolt. The sound of the vacuum balls exploding was not loud, but it was as clear as glass breaking. 5 vacuum balls exploded at the same time. Pa! Huiyingguang's first feeling was not right. He seemed to be reckless, but in reality he was a careful person on the inside. With such a revered status, he was willing to work hard to train, yet he hid his ambitions well. He was not as simple as others thought. Within 5 seconds, 5 killing techniques were used consecutively. The true power in Tang Tian's body was completely depleted. Huiyingguang was shocked. It was only 2 rank for martial techniques. How could it have such an effect? But at the moment, he did not have time to think. Fire Python Kill was powerful, and the fire python formed from the fist flames was ferocious and overbearing. But because of that, if the fist flames were to lose control, the backlash would be extremely terrifying. Tang Tian's cold silver eyes flashed a look of admiration. The fire python formed from the fist flames extended its huge body. Its speed was extremely fast, bringing along a biting, cold-blood red stench. This fist was Huiyingguang's killing technique that he had prepared for a long time. At the moment, Tang Tian was in the air and could not borrow strength. It was impossible for him to block this attack. At the same time, a transparent vacuum ball appeared in the shallow pit. Tyrant's angry finger. It was the hand moon blade. His right palm was like a blade, and as fast as lightning, he chopped 3 times. 3 rays of cold moonlight auras, like 3 crescent moons, entered the fire python's mouth. But his mouth revealed a smile. The 3 moonbeams entered the fire python's wide-open mouth, but there was no reaction at all. It was as if they had entered a sea of mud. A short 5 seconds. The fire python was getting closer and closer. The heat wave that came charging at him made Tang Tian's eyebrows and hair curl slightly, but Tang Tian seemed to be indifferent. The places where the 5 vacuum spheres were broken were like 5 vortexes. The strong suction force caused all the flames on the fire python's body to surge towards the 5 vortexes. The true power in Tang Tian's body surged to the maximum. The flames in his eyes, seemed to be dyed with a layer of silver frost, emitting a cold chi. The chaos of the fist flames immediately caused the true power to become chaotic. Dong! 10 seconds. Poof! Poof! Tang Tian grabbed the unconscious Hu Yinguang. A rope dangled in front of him. It was a peacock. Tang Tian's eyes were stained with a layer of frosty silver, and his silver pupils were cold. Hu Yinguang's expression changed drastically. Was this guy a fool? For this tyrant's angry finger, Tang Tian had infused the heavenly dragon energy. The power of the 3 moonlight auras was not strong, but the location was extremely clever. The fist flames that were struck actually created a small area of chaos. Tang Tian was like a leaf, forcefully pushed 7 to 8 meters away by the chi wave. The world seemed to have quietened down, and everything around him became clearer and clearer. Tang Tian did not evade at all, his silver pupils staring straight at the snake pupils. The peacock flapped its wings above his head. Tang Tian's armor, not only was it incomplete, its luster had dimmed by a lot. He took a deep breath, grabbed onto the rope, and soared into the air. The true power in his body was like a manic python twisting its body with all its might, causing his meridians to be in intense pain. This guy is dead for sure. The fist flames formed by the release of true power, the threads of true power, gathered the fist flames together as if it was his own arm and finger. The oppressive explosion was like a heavy drum, beating in Hu Yinguang's heart. Not good. The temperature of the fire python kill's fist flames was extremely high. It could melt iron and copper. But what was truly fatal was the twisting force in the fist flames. The vacuum ball formed by the vibration, once again shattered, pulling in the air like an angry arrow into the fire python kill. The true power in Hu Yinguang's body, which was already somewhat manic, was completely out of control. Hu Yinguang's meridians were in intense pain. His throat was sweet. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. Hu Yinguang firmly locked onto Tang Tian, who was unable to stabilize himself in the air, and a sinister smile appeared on his face. This guy, what is he trying to do? Just when everyone thought that Tang Tian could not escape, Tang Tian suddenly moved. Hu Yinguang suddenly quivered, his face changed. He finally understood why he was feeling uneasy. Tang Tian appeared too calm, without the slightest bit of panic, as if he was not threatened at all. Hu Yinguang's uneasiness in his heart became even stronger. Vacuum jolt against fire python kill. The silver martial spirit flame in his body seemed to have sensed the danger and silently surged. Fire python kill could even kill bears, tigers, and other strong wild beasts. A wretched figure came out from the fire python. Behind him, the fire python had already collapsed into a fireball and loudly exploded. The red light beam immediately exploded. But at this time, Hu Yinguang's smile suddenly froze. It was not vacuum jolt. His vision was quickly occupied by the red fist flames. The surrounding temperature rapidly rose. Tang Tian felt as if he was in a big furnace. The biting cold killing intent, like needles, wrapped around him, and in his left hand, a red light beam shot out. The fire python came closer and closer. It opened its bloody mouth, the cold snake eyes staring at Tang Tian. His body suddenly moved. An indescribable feeling filled his entire body. This world, once entangled by the fire python kill, he would definitely die. 7 times, 8 times, 9 times. You are indeed very strong, but how can I admit defeat? Suddenly, he noticed Tang Tian's expression and could not help but be startled. If not for Tang Tian's crane body energy and heavenly dragon energy, if not for his armor, Hu Yinguang would have already won with an overwhelming advantage. But Hu Yinguang's heart gave birth to a strong sense of danger. The reason why this rascal could block his fire python kill was because he relied on his strange true power. Tang Tian's movements were as fast as lightning, without hesitation or thinking. He attacked with both hands. Hu Yinguang cursed in his heart. But when he saw Tang Tian being engulfed by the fist flames, the stone in his heart finally dropped, and his face revealed a look of ecstasy. Tang Tian's counterattack was sharp, but he was too close to the fire python, so close that he had no time to dodge. A dazzling fireball rose from the fire python's mouth, and the fire python's head suddenly shot up from the explosion. Yet another fire python pounced from below with a menacing aura. Knowing that Tang Tian's true power was strange, Hu Yanguang learned from his previous experience, and this time he specially set up multiple layers of true power, blocking Tang Tian's strange true power. Other than the 18 bronze figures, Tang Tian had not been forced into such a difficult situation for a long time. Although Hu Yingguang's true power was also at the 5th level, it was at the higher stage of the 5th level, and Tang Tian had just broken through to the 5th level and was only at the lower stage of the 5th level. In terms of martial techniques, Hu Yingguang was stronger than him. His concussion fist was only at the 4th level, and its killing move power was similar to a 5th level martial technique. And Hu Yingguang's fire python fist was a 5th level martial technique, and its killing move, fire python kill, was comparable to a 6th level martial technique. Damn it! The charred Tang Tian carried Hu Yingguang and stepped onto the top of the lamppost. Under his feet, the fireball suddenly exploded, transforming into countless small flames, like raindrops sprinkling down, floating down. Boom! The red flames reflected Tang Tian's face. They were like magma, sticking close to Tang Tian's body. Tang Tian was surrounded by a layer of invisible qi, which was the armor's protection. But the speed of the qi was quickly depleted, and the feathered armor on Tang Tian's body started to crack. His left finger pointed in front of him, and the Overlord's angry finger carried a sharp crane energy. Like a pickaxe, it chiseled a shallow hole in the flames in front of him. 10 times. The fire python's gigantic body froze. The flames enveloped by the qi contained an astonishing strangling power, making him feel as if he was in a strangling swamp and was unable to move. The strangling power was like an invisible rope continuously entangling Tang Tian's body. The 2 attacks seemed to be released at the same time, but in reality there was an extremely short time difference. But the Overlord's angry finger was too fast for the eyes to take in. A thunderous roar sounded in his ears. Tang Tian felt his entire body tremble. The world around him suddenly became extremely clear, and every detail could be seen clearly. This sense of danger was so sudden, so inexplicable. Hu Yanguang racked his brains, but could not think of any method that Tang Tian could use to make a comeback. Tang Tian's true power martial techniques were all understood by him. Tang Tian had already embedded 5 vacuum balls in the surrounding flames. The moment the qi collided, Tang Tian's throat had a trace of blood, and he could not help but groan. Peacock left. The armor was incomplete. Regardless of power or defense, it was greatly reduced. Looking at the flaming fist fire python that was charging towards him, Tang Tian suddenly grinned. The intense sense of danger made Tang Tian exceptionally focused. His state of mind, in an extremely short period of time, suddenly became calm, so calm that there was not a single ripple, like a silver mirror. Hu Yingguang only felt that the flames from the true power were almost out of control. But the incomplete peacock armor could only provide him with 10 seconds of protection. On Tang Tian's face, there was actually a smile. It was an outstanding composition. But the fire python's body showed an undetectable sluggishness, followed by the Overlord's angry finger, one finger pointing at the center of the 3 moonlight symbols. The fire python had already rushed in front of Tang Tian. Such a short distance, Tang Tian did not even have the possibility of dodging. It was unprecedentedly clear, so clear that he could feel the changes in the air around his body. They were in a complicated, seemingly chaotic way, surging and colliding. Tang Tian even had a premonition that in the future, when his strength became stronger, these small, seemingly harmless air currents could all be used by him. The pervasive high temperature and twisting force did not disturb Tang Tian. The enormous and surging fire python's flames became exceptionally clear in his heart. Chapter 114. They were all too familiar with this lamppost. It was actually a small lighthouse, planted in the center of the plaza, and provided light to the entire plaza at night. Almost at the same time, 3 other long whistles sounded from 3 other directions, echoing from afar. On the lamppost, there were many figures hanging, and every one of them was a famous playboy from the immortal Constellation Mountain. The usually arrogant young masters were now like chickens and ducks waiting to be slaughtered, floating in the air. Unknowingly, in another direction, on top of a roof, a smiling guy stood there. But now, they looked at the ropes hanging from the lamppost and the figures hanging from the ropes. But the power of the blood meridians? Despicable. They were stunned, completely stunned. Sima Xiangshan chuckled. Of course not. But at this stage, Shanghai Qian felt at ease. This feud was set in stone. This scene, suddenly a group of people rushed over. It was Uncle Qian leading Shanghai Wei's disciples. This was the first time she saw such a dazzling battle quality in such a young lad. He was at a disadvantage in terms of strength, but he was able to win. This young lad was not simple. That's terrible. A ghostly voice came from another direction. The voice was soft, but everyone could hear it. If she did not see it with her own eyes, she would never believe it. And she knew her brother could not see Tang Tian's silver martial spirit. That meant Tang Tian should have cultivated the silver martial spirit during this period of time. Shanghai Qian felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar, and the group of guards immediately cheered. These 4 were all famous experts of the immortal Constellation Mountain, and their strength was profound. Just one of them was enough to move people, and now that all 4 of them were here, aha, that's great! Fundamental Tang is in the limelight. I can't tarnish his reputation as a lively martial man. I want to let Fundamental Tang see how strong a man can be worthy of such a resounding name as the lively martial man. Amari raised his arms high, his expression excited. Amari, who had just crawled out, was covered in dirt. He widened his bell-like eyes and glared angrily at his surroundings. He looked indescribably funny. However, no one could laugh. His bull-like body and terrifying impact were too ferocious. It's rare to see our ice beauty so impatient. Sima Xiangshan's voice was like drifting smoke. The others also rushed out without saying a word. Fierce, calm, tenacious, it seems to be a fierce battle. The experienced and prudent Liang Qiu looked solemn. It was a martial spirit, a silver martial spirit. Everyone shivered and their expressions changed. An expert. The guards who had seen hope were now completely dumbfounded. The peacock returned to the armor, and only then did Tang Tian feel a chill from the armor. Tang Tian laughed bitterly in his heart. This time, the peacock would need a period of time to recover. Ming Yong, Yun Di, Hua Yan Shan, Eugene Hong. What are you looking at? If anyone is dishonest, I'll cut their young master's body with a knife. Don't worry, although I have never trained in blade techniques, but my technique is not bad. Young man Tang was not someone who was easy to talk to. Wasn't this guy at the big tomb outer camp? Why did he come out? You better not provoke him. Liang Qiu warned Sima Xiangshan. Luckily, the loot was plentiful. As expected, everyone's gaze turned to them. All of these gazes were filled with anger. Many of them were ready to make a move. Kong Yu could tell that something was amiss. Without batting an eyelid, she said, "Seems like there's more to it than meets the eye." Kong Yu's appearance was beautiful and had a mature charm. She only had light makeup on her face and was dressed in a plain white dress, which made her look even more beautiful, like a fairy. A figure flew across the sky like a shooting star and landed on a house. Kong Yu was surprised, but her subordinates were even more surprised. At that time, because of Kong Yulin, they threw Tang Tian to the big tomb outer camp and did not care about him anymore. No one thought that they would actually see Tang Tian here again. Uncle Qian almost stumbled. "Young Master Tian, are you afraid that others did not notice?" Tang Tian's current appearance was definitely considered battered and exhausted. His entire body was covered in smoke and fire. The luxurious peacock armor had already become unrecognizable. Tang Tian's face darkened. In the battle with Huo Yanguang, his true power was greatly depleted. But Huo Yanguang's light was completely blocked by the young man on the lamppost. Shameless. The people below were even more furious. Who would have thought that this beautiful and dignified beauty was actually the Honorable Martial Alliance branch minister of Immortal Constellation Mountain? Their faces were filled with bewilderment. Treacherous villain! Ah, is Fundamental Tang not handsome enough? Amari opened his eyes wide in astonishment. Why do I feel that he is very handsome? Compared to the lively martial men, he is just a little lacking. The figure directly pierced through the roof, causing the earth to shake. The house suddenly collapsed, and dust filled the air. After a while, a huge figure struggled to climb up from inside. Han Bingning turned his face. "Do you mind?" One of them shouted sternly, "Tang Tian, if you dare to touch a single hair of young master, you are dead." His subordinate quivered and immediately replied, "Yes." The few of them are all from Star Wind City. On the roofs of the houses in the distance, one by one, agile figures quickly approached the plaza. "Tang Tian, leave it to us. Too naive." As for the body, it was definitely perfect, slender, and well-proportioned, with perfect proportions without a trace of excess fat. A blurry green figure with astonishing speed was approaching them. Who is this person? Kong Yu's face flashed a look of surprise as she looked towards the lamppost. Just at this moment, a duck-like howl suddenly appeared in the air. The voice was extremely loud and actually suppressed the 4 long howls. Tang Tian's expression changed as he looked towards the direction of the voice. Deep in her calm eyes, there seemed to be something flickering. This trace of killing intent was quickly suppressed by her, as her attention once again landed on Tang Tian. Suddenly, a long howl came from afar. The qi in the meridians was long. One look, and one could tell that it was a person with profound, true power. Huo Yanguang's strength had already surprised her. At such a young age, he had already reached the 5th level and was able to comprehend the killing technique of a 5th-level martial technique. Huo Yanguang's talent and hard work were extremely outstanding. This fellow, wherever he goes, he always causes a commotion. Liang Qiu looked at Tang Tian, who was on the lamppost, and sighed with admiration. They had personally witnessed how Tang Tian grew from an ultimate retainer to where he was today, and felt even more deeply. 2 bodyguards immediately rushed out from the crowd below. Their faces were slightly pale. Dong! Han Bingning's sword was unsheathed, and the surrounding temperature dropped. In the midst of the commotion, Shanghai Wei and the rest all felt the pressure as they wiped off their cold sweat and took the opportunity to get closer to Tang Tian. But when they panted and ran to the plaza, they were stunned by the scene in front of them. Their gazes seemed to be glued to the lamppost and could not be moved away, and their footsteps stopped involuntarily. Amaury's face was like a well-behaved baby as he distanced himself from Han Bingning. Once the Ice Mountain beauty Amaury flared up, even Amaury, who loved to fight, would not be able to avoid it. She would draw her sword without a word, and every strike would be fatal. More importantly, although her temperament was cold, she was unusually unyielding. Once she was angered, she would definitely not rest until one of them died. If you have the ability, then fight with real swords and spears. What kind of hero are you? Tang Tian noticed that Uncle Qian and the rest had rushed over, raised his arm, and shouted, "Over here!" Kong Yu did not speak. Her gaze landed on Tang Tian on the lamppost and became more interested. To be able to catch her brother's eye and even bring him to Immortal Constellation Mountain, this fellow must have something special. She was very clear that her brother, who had just been killed, had a rather good eye for people. Let's go. Han Bingning's eyes drooped, without any change in expression. Her left hand holding onto her sword, she bent down, exerted strength in her legs, and like an arrow leaving the bow, she rushed out. She was equally bewildered. She could see that Tang Tian had just stepped into the 5th level not long ago, and was able to cultivate a silver martial spirit at the 5th level. Sima Xiangshan chuckled, but kept his mouth shut. Peacock, wait a minute. You really don't need to care about our branch minister? Sima Xiangshan said faintly. Cough, cough. Whose voice is louder than mine? They're here. Han Bingning's expression was ice cold. Get ready to move. Kang Yu secretly shook her head. Tang Tian's battle tactics were obviously not the same as Onyx Soul's. Although they were separated by a distance, her eyesight was astonishing, and she saw the battle clearly. A lady snorted, and the temperature of the entire square suddenly dropped. Everyone was aghast and turned to look, only to see a lady like an ice mountain, with her eyebrows lowered, holding onto her sword, surrounded by killing intent. It's a pity you're not handsome enough, Sima Xiangshan faintly added, and his strength was actually so valiant, for figures flew quickly across the rooftops. Liang Qiu's indifferent voice was filled with confidence, his feet on the pointed loft. His body did not move an inch, but when he grinned foolishly, his eyes liked to widen, an indescribable sense of humor. When the subordinates heard this, their mouths became dry. The minister's mind was unpredictable, temperamental. When he looked calm, it was usually the precursor to an explosion. He didn't dare to hide anything and told her everything that had happened. Kang Yu listened quietly. Her expression did not change. The scolding from the square was incessant, but Tang Tian ignored it, bent down, and casually pulled up a rope. The rope was tied to Playboy. He did not know. What exactly is going on? Thinking of her brother. A trace of killing intent flashed past her eyes. She will definitely find the murderer who killed her brother. Shangguan Qian swallowed his saliva with difficulty. It was not that he had not seen the world before. When Miss was around, her thunderous methods often made him gasp in surprise. But now, compared to Tang Tian, he suddenly felt that, compared to young Master Tian, Mrs. Methods were much gentler. The crowd instantly scolded. All of them wanted to tear Tang Tian alive. But Tang Tian's move was indeed effective. No one dared to touch Uncle Qian and the rest. You think he's handsome. That's enough to prove the problem, Sima Xiangshan faintly added. Everyone was stunned. Voila! Tang Tian's complacent voice could be heard clearly in the square. The situation was not good. The subordinates lowered their heads, not daring to breathe loudly, cold sweat dripping down. But what shocked her even more was the unfamiliar young man who defeated Huyenguang. After all, she had been stationed at Immortal Constellation Mountain for many years, and knew a thing or two about the youths of Immortal Constellation Mountain. Another person shouted loudly, Tang Tian, what conditions do you have? State them. Don't fall into a hopeless situation. Suddenly, she saw Maori and the rest, thought of something, and asked, You said he came with a Maori and the rest? Wahahaha, you guys are right. Tang Tian put his hands on his waist and laughed to the sky. Humph. The guards below all wanted to go forward, but were afraid that Tang Tian would take the opportunity to harm their own young master. Tang Tian was extremely pleased, but thinking about how this bunch of people actually dared to point fingers at him and Chia, Tang Tian's face darkened. The group of guards suddenly narrowed their eyes. Another expert. Tang Tian was indeed not handsome. With short hair and thick eyebrows, his face still had the tenderness of a young man, but there were already distinct edges. His eyes were not big, not concealing his unruliness. When he squinted his eyes, it gave people a feeling of fierceness. Kang Iyu's beautiful face revealed a trace of a playful smile. You guys think by joining hands you can force me to bow down? Chapter 115. Repeating the threatening words just now, Hong Jun was not much better than young Master Wang. His face was pale white, and immediately pointed out the accomplice who summoned him. His wild physique, his whole body bulging with muscles, was full of impact. Even looking at him from afar, he could feel that a Maori's body contained a strong power, and his gaze landed on the blade in a Maori's hand. The blade was old and shabby. Compared to a Maori's bull-like figure, it was very inconspicuous. Yundi actually lost the courage to step forward. Yundi was shocked. The speed of the sword was not fast, but the temperature was extremely cold. The sword aura had not reached his body. Between his eyebrows there was already a layer of frost. The surrounding air was bone-piercing cold. Tang Tian could not be bothered with the people below. He turned his face and asked Shang Guanwei, "Who is Hong Jun?" Other than a Maori, the one who had the biggest improvement was her. The young lady in front of him had a beautiful appearance. Her temperament was cold, as though she was not tainted by the mortal world. Furthermore, her coldness and Chia Shanghai's coldness looked similar, but in actual fact, they were very different. Yun Di had seen countless women. His eyes were sharp. Chia Shanghai's coldness had a deep sense of pride. It was just that she hid it very well. But the lady in front of him was pure coldness. Ming Yong's background was not ordinary. He was knowledgeable. With one look, he could tell the broken blade in a Maori's hand was a star treasure. Under the shock, he activated his true power. The long sword in his hand welcomed the silver sword aura that Han Bingning had thrusted out and thrust it out. Young Master Wang's face revealed a look of hesitation. Ming Yong took a deep breath, took a step forward, and punched out. In Star Wind City, although Han Bingning was also an expert, his ranking was lower than Sima Xiangshan's. But now, Han Bingning's strength surpassed Sima Xiangshan's. The Misty Cloud Sword was the sword technique that Yun Di was most proficient in. The highest level that it could be cultivated to was the 7th level. Yun Di had cultivated it to the 5th level, making him outstanding amongst the disciples of the Yun family. The sword intent of this technique was faintly discernible, ethereal to the extreme, and it used the void to break the real. Furthermore, the style of the Misty Cloud sword was elegant and at ease. Yun Di was already handsome to begin with, so the two complemented each other, earning him the title of Misty Cloud Prince. One by one, they were dragged up, slapped awake, threatened, and testified against. Suddenly, he felt like he was in an icy plain, the cold wind whistling. The guards, who originally thought that they were about to make a comeback, suddenly discovered that the 4 experts were all blocked. A ray of silver sword gleam pierced towards Yun Di like an ice snake. This blockhead. Who the hell is he? So strong. The guards below gradually quietened down. They could also see the clues. But today he met his nemesis. When Tang Tian heard this, he broke into a smile. The 2 sword lights collided. Tang Tian's gaze, which harbored ill intentions, swept across young Master Wang's body. A Maori roared out in anger. The blade lights were concentrated like rain. Pa pa pa! A faint mist appeared on the blade of his sword. The sword intent was faintly discernible and ethereal. The guards in the plaza, upon witnessing this scene, were so shocked that they could not speak. Ming Yong was Jun Akiko's younger brother, but his martial techniques were extremely famous in Immortal Constellation Mountain. No one would have thought that he would actually be suppressed by a blockhead. An incomparably cold chill came from the sword hilt. His palms were almost numb. He lowered his head to look. The mist on the blade had actually all turned into tiny ice particles and fell from the blade. Aoi Yuzua was awoken by a few slaps and looked at the grinning Tang Tian, as well as the pairs of eyes that wanted to tear him into pieces. Yun Di only felt that the surrounding air had suddenly dropped a few degrees and could not help but shiver. A tall person who was hiding in the dark was a little surprised. Honorable Martial Alliance newcomers? Their abilities are quite good, and they are also young. They will have a bright future. With another big stride, the blade light was like a river, and it struck head-on. It was a very simple movement, but it gave people a feeling of extreme comfort. Oh. Tang Tian nodded his head and casually pulled this young Master Wang over. Pa pa pa. A few slaps, and immediately the unconscious young Master Wang woke up. The Hongjun guards' faces changed, and they raised their voices. Young Master Wang, our young master, and you are like brothers. You cannot falsely accuse our young master. However, Amari was a little impatient. Hey, if you don't want to go, then I will. The golden transparent fist mark, without any fancy moves, collided with Amari's yellow blade light. The mustached man stared at the scene. So the plan has failed. Attack? A tall person glanced at him. Do you want us to publicly become enemies with the Honorable Martial Alliance now? This set of water sword technique was specially made for women to practice, and it was quite powerful. The most important thing was that it was very compatible with Han Bingning's character, and her progress was very fast when she practiced. Liang Qiu and Sima Xiangshan also made great progress. Liang Qiu's fighting style was more stable and mature, and there was not a trace of flaw. Sima Xiangshan's fighting style was completely opposite, and he was extremely gloomy, like a ghost, and unpredictable. I am only afraid that Tang Tian will not wait until the arrival of Master. The mustached man smiled bitterly. Ming Yong retreated again and again. A tall person also revealed a bitter smile. We can only hope that Master will arrive soon. Tang Tian was not too surprised at Amari's improvement. Housefly Cao was extremely talented, and his body was unparalleled. In addition to his hard work and the great teacher's inheritance, it was very normal for him to have such strong abilities. Very quickly, all the clues pointed to one person, the last person who was unconscious. The guards below were in a commotion. They recognized this person. Ming Yong's expression changed. Amari's blade did not have many changes, but it was extremely wild. The blade light seemed to be scattered, but in reality, it was condensed and did not dissipate. Truly a peerless beauty. Han Bingning's expression suddenly turned cold. Her left hand slid down the blade, and her right hand touched the hilt. Unknowingly, there was a layer of frost under her feet. The two of them looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Young Master Wang's face revealed a look of shame. The lake in her heart quietly reflected the figure of the young man standing at the top of the lamppost. When she realized it, she was shocked. Why would she have such a thought? Tang Tian, indeed, did not have the intention to continue wasting his time. He stretched out his body and shouted, Shangguan Wei, come up. Shangguan Wei was startled. He immediately climbed up the lamppost and very quickly reached Tang Tian's side. Son-in-law, I can finally let you see my improvement. Ming Yong looked at Amari in front of him. His expression was solemn. But what really surprised Tang Tian was Han Bingning. And this guy's strength was really great. Young Master Wang's face turned white again. He blurted out, Hong Jun called me. He took a step forward. His aura changed. His beard and hair stood up in anger. His manic state was revealed. He bellowed and slashed towards Ming Yong. The mustachioed man frowned. Should we make a move? Shangguan Wei's face turned green. His eyes were about to spit fire. It's Aoi Yuzua from Houseu. Take my knife. Take my knife. Take my knife. Was Amari practicing the wild earth knife? It was really powerful. Tang Tian could feel that Mo Li's seemingly wild and messy blade intent was condensed into one, and its power was strong. Even he had to be alert when facing Amari's knife. Young Master Wang. Shangguan Wei was a little confused, but he was very familiar with these people. Tang Tian, my house Wang will not coexist with you. Young Master Wang's guards were inexplicably sad and angry. They roared, but did not dare to step forward. Young Master Wang, who was still in a daze, suddenly shivered. He was so scared that his face turned pale. He said incoherently, No, no, no. This is just a misunderstanding. A small misunderstanding. I only laughed out loud. Hey, take another strike from me. Yundi was shocked and afraid. Han Bingning in front of him was still like an ice mountain. The expression on her face did not change at all. Her eyes were lowered. She did not look charming at all. Han Bingning spat out 2 words, her lowered eyebrows suddenly revealing a cold intent. That knife was a secret treasure. Ming Yong retreated again. Tang Tian said coldly, "You only have 1 chance. If you point wrongly, I will cut off the finger you pointed at." Tang Tian smiled happily. Everyone was working hard. Tang Tian asked Shanghai Wei, "Who is he?" "Damn it. Very good." Tang Tian nodded his head solemnly. "I also feel that this is a misunderstanding. Then I will give you a chance. Tell me who brought you here." The yellow knife aura expanded and engulfed everything. All of a sudden, he felt like he was a lamb that had been washed clean and shaved, thrown into a pack of wolves that were so hungry that their eyes were green with greed. "Take my knife again." He did not come with good intentions, and his eyes were lowered. The way he stood with the sword in his hand, his heroic spirit had a tinge of gentleness. He actually felt his mouth was dry. At this time, Shanghai Wei already understood Tang Tian's thoughts. He was excited. Yundi's face changed. He retreated without hesitation. "Master will be here soon." A tall person said, "Let's not complicate matters. Immortal Constellation Mountain's movements are all planned by Master. Let's leave everything to Master. I have yet to ask for Mrs. Name." Yundi's eyes flashed with surprise. Shanghai Wei seemed to have awoken from a dream. He immediately pulled Hong Jun up from the air. A few slaps woke Hong Jun up. Han Bingning did not seem to hear anything. She did not even bat an eyelid. Tang Tian casually pulled Playboy up. "Who is this guy?" Han Bingning also trained in water element sword techniques, but it was no longer the rain bell. Instead, it was the glacier plain. Everyone looked at Aoi Yuzawa. Their gazes darkened. They were all hedonistic. They were not good at fighting, but they were used to scheming against each other. At this time, if anyone still did not understand, they would be stupid. Her improvement was only second to a Maori. "Did you hear that?" Tang Tian pulled young Master Wang over. He said fiercely, "Your underlings are saying that your Wang family and I are irreconcilable enemies. Why not? Let me make the first move." Ming Yong's body shook. The glass-like fist seal crumbled. A wave of tyrannical, true power drilled into his body. Ming Yong groaned. He retreated a few steps. Only then did he dissipate the true power. Yun family's water element sword technique, Misty Cloud Sword. Yun Di was an expert in dealing with women. He immediately noticed it. His mind swayed. He blurted out, "Miss, you are so beautiful." Ming Yong punched out again. He retreated again. This. A blush quietly spread on her neck. Chapter 116. Countless roars gathered into a sound wave, bringing with it a terrifying power, sweeping across the entire square, sweeping across everyone's heart. The young man standing on top of the lamppost grinned, revealing his snow-white teeth. His voice echoed across the square, as if he was giving a judgment, firm and unquestionable. Using force to humiliate others is not what a man should do. Hua Yenguang squeezed out the sentence. Tang Tian took a deep breath and shouted, "House Shengguan!" Looking at Tang Tian's smug expression, Hua Yenguang wanted to tear Tang Tian into pieces. "If I win, you're my captive." Tang Tian said matter-of-factly, "How I want to deal with my captive, that's my own business. I don't need the captive's permission." Shanghai Wei panicked. He didn't expect these two to be so eloquent. They just thought they exposed the conspiracy against House Yu. And in the blink of an eye, they wanted to turn the tables. Everyone immediately broke free from the sad atmosphere created by Aoi Yuzawa. In their eyes, Tang Tian's smile was extremely vicious. "Those mysterious masters, they will not let you go. Boss. Unknowingly, Yaya crawled out, smoothly climbing onto Tang Tian's shoulder, its little face flushed red, excitedly using its little bow to hit its own breastplate. Aoi Yuzawa's expression changed, shouting in fear, "You can kill me, but you can't humiliate me." But the guy in front of him was so steady that it made people despair. Even though it didn't have any weird moves, it was like flowing water, continuous and full of strength. He couldn't get rid of it at all. The young masters on the lamppost all showed a distressed expression. They felt that Eugene Hong's words were exactly what they were thinking. Behind them, angry roars were like waves. House Shangguan's disciples suddenly moved. Tang Tian shook his head, too soft. Eugene Hong cursed in his heart. If the truth was revealed today, House, you would definitely become the target of everyone. Tang Tian, just you wait. House, you will never let you go. Tang Tian turned around and looked at the young masters. Why aren't you screaming? Tang Tian grabbed Hua Yingguang's hand. But right now, he couldn't care less about anything else. He took the chance to distance himself and shouted, "Tang Tian, don't you dare frame my House Yu! The grudges between House Yu and House Shangguan are never taboo. That was a family grudge, but today it's a personal grudge. Zai Qing and I have admired Miss Jie for a long time, but we know that we are not worthy of Miss Jie, so we can only drown our sorrows in wine. Everyone, is there anything wrong with this heart and this sentiment? How are we different from all of you? The heart of every punch, heaven and earth can bear witness. Today's battle is only for one thing. How can a vulgar person like Tang Tian be worthy of Miss Jie?" Everyone was deeply shocked by this incomparably domineering declaration. No one, under the watchful eyes of so many people, in front of so many enemies, dared to say something like this. Behind Tang Tian, those young masters were all shocked to the point that their faces turned pale. Even Jun Akiko, Yuni Yao, and the others looked at Tang Tian in disbelief. Even Hua Yingguang, with his unruly face, was stunned by Tang Tian's words. All the Shangguan disciples' faces were flushed red. The boiling blood in their bodies was like a raging fire, burning every nerve in their body. As if it was instinct, everyone raised the weapons in their hands, used all their strength, and roared, "Shangguan House!" Tang Tian showed an unsatisfied expression. "Did you not eat?" Louder. "Whoever dares to be so quiet, I'll throw him down from here." So this is the self-abandonment after being raped. Bastard. Who said rape just now? The huge square was dead silent. Tang Tian looked satisfied, waving his hand. "Not bad, not bad. You're under my protection from now on." "Very good. I like people with integrity." Tang Tian clapped his hands. "Strip him." But he knew that the situation was urgent. No matter what, he could not let Tang Tian be convicted of the crime. "Brother Guang, I'm sorry. The previous situation was hopeless." Every Shangguan disciple's emotions were suppressed to the lowest point. Their hearts were filled with anger, fear, and despair. There had never been a day like today, when the Shangguan family became everyone's enemy. There had never been a day like today, when the Shangguan family was besieged on all sides. There had never been a day like today, when they were fearless even if they had to go against the entire world. Son-in-law, when Liang Qiu was really angry, he was quite terrifying. Tang Tian shouted. His voice reverberated in the square and in everyone's hearts. "Brother Guang, when you're under someone else's roof, you have to lower your head." Tang Tian narrowed his eyes. "I don't care who you are, which family you belong to. I don't care what you think either. I don't care how powerful you are. I don't care either. I don't know much, and I don't know much either. But I've never been afraid of battle. Anyone who dares to go against me must be prepared to suffer my wrath and counterattack." Everyone revealed a sorrowful expression, feeling the same, many of their eyes turning red. "Those who don't fight, humph." Tang Tian sneered. Aoi Yuzua's face was ashen, his heart filled with grief and anger, his body cold. Countless people's sympathetic and mocking gazes gathered on him. He wanted nothing more than to find a hole to hide in. Eugene Hong's eyes almost popped out of their sockets as he watched, but he was pestered tightly by Liang Qiu. The usually calm Liang Qiu was enraged this time. Eugene Hong actually turned the tables in front of him. It was all his fault. Hui Yanguang didn't even have the desire to speak. When that time comes, I will return the humiliation I suffered today 100-fold. Aoi Yuzawa calmed down. He pretended to be angry. That's right. I was the one who pushed for this. I won't accept it. I'll take responsibility for my own actions. If you have any tricks, come at me. I'll die for Miss Jie. I'll die a worthy death. The young masters were like frightened lambs, rushing forward and stripping Aoi Yuzawa clean. Bo. Boss. He squeezed out these 2 words from between his teeth. So, everyone's expression changed. Target, house you. From today onwards, I'm your boss. Tang Tian waved his hand. All right, call me boss. Kill. House you must die. Target, house you. It was like a raging torrent, unstoppable. Wasn't he afraid of being surrounded? It was like the resonance of the zither, low and deep. Tang Tian finally showed a satisfied expression, but he noticed one person, Hu Yanguang, who was still tied up. This guy's mouth was tightly shut. Eugene Hong looked even worse. His hair was disheveled. A trickle of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Tang Tian pushed aside the guards. Like a big bird, he flew down, landing steadily in front of the Shangguan disciples. Hu Yanguang almost spat out a mouthful of blood. If he wasn't tied up, he would definitely slap the guy who said rape. House, you must die. Kill me if you want to. Hu Yanguang's eyes were about to spit fire. Liang Qiu's expression froze. He snorted coldly, hugged his palms, and slowly pushed outwards. His movements were extremely slow. As if it was very strenuous, his clothes bulged, and the air around him seemed to have stopped flowing. Strip him. Whoever doesn't want to do it, think carefully. Tang Tian waved his hand. The young masters who had already succumbed to Tang Tian's tyranny could only bite the bullet and step forward. Shanghai Wei didn't say anything. He wanted to rush forward, but was stopped by Tang Tian. Tang Tian pointed at the others. Let them come. Other than Hui Yanguang, untie the others. Tang Tian pointed at Aoi Yuzawa. Strip him naked. Wasn't he afraid of making more enemies? Hui Yanguang also went all out. He closed his eyes and shouted angrily, Boss! Wait. Liang Qiu let out a groan, his feet sinking into the ground, the soles of his feet completely sinking into the ground, his clothes scattering like butterflies. He retreated 10 steps, each step leaving a clear footprint. Shangguan Wei untied the ropes on the young masters. No matter what Eugene Hong did, even if it was a killer move like just now, he couldn't get rid of Liang Qiu. Tang Tian's eyes were cold. He spat out one word and took the lead. Tang Tian looked down from a high vantage point. Looking at the dense crowd below, he grinned, but his words made everyone unable to laugh. Even young Miss couldn't do this. Wang. House, you must die. Guangbro, life is like rape. You can't fight back. You can only enjoy it. Countless angry roars raged, raging like waves. Eugene Hong's eyes flashed fiercely. He made a circle with his hands, his 10 fingers like playing a pipa, suddenly plucking at the same time. Even Hui Yanguang, who was behind Tang Tian, couldn't help but reveal a shocked expression. The young masters were like frightened bunnies as they hurriedly shouted, Boss! The young masters used all their strength, shouting loudly. All of their necks flushed red. The young masters all kept quiet out of fear. After shouting this sentence, Hui Yanguang felt humiliated and relieved at the same time. This feeling was really similar to the legendary rape. Bastard! Who said rape just now? Hui Yanguang's face changed. He roared angrily, You dare! Kill! The young masters looked at each other. The 2 forces collided with each other. At this time, Tang Tian's steely voice came from above. Tang Tian was speaking to the entire square. Die a worthy death? Tang Tian grinned. Very good. The suppressed emotions were instantly ignited. Shanghai Wei was also shocked by Tang Tian's words, but then he felt something in his heart ignited. He clenched his fists tightly. What was that trembling feeling that made his body numb? What was that burning feeling that made his blood vessels burn? What was going on? What was that feeling that even if he died with the young master, he wouldn't have any regrets? What was going on? The crowd in the square involuntarily gave way. They were silent, their gazes mixed with too much shock and fear. In a moment of desperation, Hui Yanguang shouted. Everyone's gaze focused on him. He felt as if his face was burning. Tang Tian raised his leg, one foot stepping on the railing at the edge of the lamppost. His arrogant gaze swept across the crowd below. He slowly raised his right fist. The green fornax flame that was enveloped in the glove was flickering like a burning torch in the night, attracting everyone's gaze. But when everyone's hands touched his clothes, Hui Yanguang's scalp instantly went numb. Thinking that he would really be stripped naked like Aoi Yuzawa, he shuddered. Tang Tian grinned. Why wouldn't I dare? Chapter 117. Tang Tian disappeared from the gap almost instantly. The martial artists on the archery tower exclaimed. They threw away their bows and jumped down from the archery tower. But they were very clear that although Master was interested in the Perseus crown, he was also responsible for many other tasks. Master could not invest too much power in this, which meant that the plan was ruined. Eugene Hong was shocked, but he did not have time to react. He felt a pain in his chest, and his pupils suddenly froze. In the next moment, he appeared on an archery tower. With a roar, he punched a thick wooden pillar that supported the archery tower. A tall person also frowned. This guy is not simple. Look, under such a situation, he can actually turn the tables. He is not as reckless as he appears. Yun Yiyao and Hui Yingguang were silent. The other two understood tacitly. They had heard about House Yu having a mysterious backer. Tang Tian's body froze. Let's just wait and see. Jun Akiko sighed softly. Fortunately, we are the ones who suffered this time. Although it is embarrassing, it will not affect the clan. Suddenly, a faint voice drilled into his ear. It was so demonic that it made people suffocate. What should we do? The man with the handlebar mustache looked at a tall person. The martial artists on the archery tower looked at the crowd from afar. Their scalps went numb, and their bodies trembled uncontrollably. Suddenly, a cold aura locked onto Tang Tian. Use your brain. Use your brain. With Tang Tian's level 5 true power, activating the Great Avalanche was completely effortless. Han Bingning cruised beside Tang Tian, drawing his sword and never missed. A lion leading a flock of sheep was enough to tear a flock of wolves apart. Furthermore, the Shangguan clan was not sheep. The Yu clan was on the verge of collapse. The log that was as thick as a wash basin was instantly broken, and countless wood shavings flew everywhere. The arrows fell like rain. Tang Tian's bravery was definitely the most they had ever seen. However, what happened next caused their limbs to turn cold. Aoi Yuzawa and Eugene Hong's lies could fool most people, but not the three of them. Yu Mingwei's eyes burst with dazzling light. He blurted out in surprise, "He's here!" Sima Shangshan smiled innocently. Amari and Ice Beauty Han Ku have both left. If we're any later, we won't even get any leftovers. Liang Qiu harumphed coldly and disappeared in a flash. Rumble. Even the weakest among them was at least a third-order martial artist. Their arrows were wrapped in a faint light, and their power was astonishing. Tang Tian did not know any battle tactics at all. Bing was cursing and swearing in his mind, and never stopped. His occupational disease made him unable to restrain himself when he saw Tang Tian rushing around without a plan. Tang Tian's thinking was very simple. He couldn't leave a future trouble for the Shangguan family. Can't you see that this is a good entry point? Don't you have eyes? The air in front of him seemed to be suddenly compressed into a wall of air. The arrows that hit the wall of air seemed to be frozen and could not move an inch. In the next moment, the wall of air and the arrows that were stuck in it were like an avalanche, and turned into countless pieces. Unknowingly, there was a bloody hole in his chest. What made people palpitate the most was the pair of scarlet eyes. Jun Akiko nodded. This battle is very important to the situation of our immortal Constellation Mountain. Tang Tian, who was running wildly, was like a rhinoceros running with all its might. He suddenly raised his fist and punched out. Tang Tian's pupils constricted. We can't let the Yu clan perish like this. A tall person said decisively, whatever happens next, leave it to Master. We will protect the Yu clan first. The Yu clan is doomed this time. Jun Akiko had a complicated expression. This Tang Tian is not simple. With his help, the Shangguan clan will definitely prosper for 300 years. If the Yu clan perished, all their plans in immortal Constellation Mountain would be ruined. They had treated the Yu clan this way, and the other clans would not be tempted by them. Without the help of the local powers, it meant that they needed to invest more power in order to achieve the desired results. The low whooshing sound of the air breaking instantly surged out like a tide. Most of the arrows were shot towards Tang Tian. They understood that Tang Tian was the leader of the enemy. As long as he was killed, then they would be victorious. Hundreds of angry arrows were released. Tang Tian was like a ferocious tiger, and no one could stop him. Amari was also fighting crazily. His blade was like the wind, and he slashed continuously. No one was a match for him. Good. The hesitation on the mustache man's face disappeared. They did not expect that Tang Tian would actually choose to initiate the attack. To them, Jie Shangguan was not around. The Shangguan clan would definitely not dare to provoke the other clans. Sima Xiangshan chuckled and disappeared as well. Great avalanche. On the lamppost, Jun Akiko, Yun Yiyao, and Hui Yingguang were gathered together. Mingyong, Yun Di, and Hua Yenshan flew up the lamppost. Seeing that the three of them were unharmed, they were relieved. Closer, closer, and closer. He and Jie would eventually have to go to Heaven's Road. It would be a dangerous journey, and no one could predict what would happen in the future. The two of them suddenly disappeared. Yu Mingwei's face was green, but he took a deep breath. Wait a little longer. Clan leader, an elder, shouted anxiously. Seeing the Yu clan disciples being cut up like vegetables, he was burning with anxiety. Hui Yingguang snorted, his eyes filled with killing intent. Damn the Yu clan! I'll go kill Aoi Yuzawa. Liang Qiu stared coldly at Sima Xiangshan and did not say a word. He had to wait a little longer. Following that was another loud sound. It was a Maori who did the same thing, chopping off the supporting pillar of another watchtower. That's right. Tang Tian's background is not simple either. Mingyong said in a low voice. These masters, it's impossible for them to have no background at all. Tang Tian had offended almost all the clans today. How would he dare to attack House Yu at this time? Wasn't he afraid that others would attack Shangguan clan's nest? Wasn't he afraid that everyone would gang up on him? Tang Tian did not listen to them. He was already in a frenzy. Not only him. All the Shangguan disciples were in a frenzy. If they took action, of course they could protect House Yu. But this would mean a direct conflict with the Honorable Martial Alliance. But if they did not do anything, today would be the day of House Yu's destruction. Tang Tian stomped on the ground, and his speed increased. Like a cannonball, he broke away from the archers and appeared below the wall. The shouts were filled with panic. House Yu was in a mess. No one would have thought that Shangguan clan would really dare to start a war with them. Jie Shangguan was not here. How dare they? Are we going to watch the battle? Yun Yiyao raised his head and asked. It's not that simple. Yun Yiyao lowered his voice and said, House Yu has no backing. How would they dare to do this? Now, let's see if the backing of House Yu is willing to take action. The fist that was covered in green flames sunk into the green stone, like punching a piece of tofu. But what attracted more attention was the spirit general beside a tall person who who was emitting a cold aura. Eugene Hong was panicking. He did not think that Tang Tian would be so unpredictable. Yun Yao shook his head. He's already dead. That creepy guy did it. He killed Aoi Yuzua, then went to kill Eugene Hong. Now is not the time to think about this. The mustached man frowned. If we don't take action, House Yu will definitely be destroyed. I can't think of anyone in House Yu who can stop him. Moreover, he has 4 helpers. He raised his head. Not far away, a tall person was staring at him. Shangguan clan's morale was at its peak. House Yu was definitely not a match for Shangguan clan. House Yu was in danger. Only House Yu would have the idea to attack Shangguan clan. Hui Yingguang said expressionlessly, Shangguan clan is the #1 clan in Immortal Constellation Mountain. Miss Jie is also the #1 in Immortal Constellation Mountain. Ka. But they did not expect that Tang Tian, who came out of nowhere, was so fierce and did not play by the rules. Even if he had to leave a beautiful future for Shangguan clan. Even if he had to leave without any worries. A tall person showed hesitation. The fate of the 2 of them could be imagined. Tang Tian's helpers are very strong. Yun Di chimed in. He had been beaten on the head by a woman today, but he did not lose his temper at all. Countless footsteps converged into an unstoppable flood. Close the door. Quickly close the door. Ming Zichun sighed lightly. This time we have truly suffered a huge setback. We have lost a lot of face. Pa, when House Yu was built, they never thought that House Yu would be attacked. Why are you still struggling? Idiot, rushing to a place with a lot of people. Do you think you're not dying fast enough? Tang Tian took a deep breath, and the true power in his body surged to the maximum. He stared angrily, and with a roar, he punched the wall made of limestone. Rumble, rumble. I'm afraid it's a big power. Hu Yenshan nodded. There was no threat above their heads, and everyone's morale was boosted. It was the first time he saw a spirit general with such a body. The spirit general in front of him was not the usual translucent gray glaze, but real flesh and blood. Dressed in a black martial attire, his exposed skin was gray, and Tang Tian could even see the lines of his muscles. His gray hair was like a ball of gray flame. Pooh! A second later, the wall in front of him crumbled like snow and turned into countless of small gravel, falling down in torrents. In front of him, there was a 2-meter wide square gap, as though someone used a sword to chop off a piece of the wall. Damn it! This filled the hearts of the 3 prideful people with a sense of defeat. The arrow tower that was missing a leg made a teeth-numbing sound and started to tilt. These arrow towers were usually not used and were very simple and had not been maintained for a long time. Beside him, the experts of House Yu were gathered, and this was the last strength of House Yu. The arrow tower that was seriously out of balance suddenly collapsed, and dust filled the air. The 3 of them were self-proclaimed leaders of the younger generation. But compared to Tang Tian, they realized that they were not on the same level. Ready, one of the House Yu's guards said with a trembling voice, but at this time he knew that it was a crucial moment and roared, Release! But the Liang Qiu in front of him was pestering him, and he could not get away. Go! Hui Yingguang gritted his teeth. Why not? I want to see how capable he is. Every hit seemed to knock on their hearts. Chapter 118. I am an idiot. To drag everyone down with me? Tang Tian's gaze was fixed on the gray spirit general, and turned a deaf ear to a tall person. Tang Tian's sneak attack was intercepted by Huichi. Are we going to die like this? Are we going to give up like this? Are we going to fail like this? Are we going to die with so many people? A tall person's face was extremely ugly. He stared at Tang Tian. His face was gloomy and said word by word, Possessed! Fornax. A tall person's mouth revealed a mocking smile. Are you responding to my call? Before he finished speaking, a figure flashed in front of him, and a fierce chi enveloped him. Pa! The extremely dense sound of legs and palms colliding was so oppressive that it was hard to breathe. Kill. Leave no one alive. Pa 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 pa. A shadow of a leg, without any warning, appeared in front of Huichi's vision. Huichi did not have time to react and was hit by the leg. Jing Hao's long whistle came from afar, and in the blink of an eye, he had arrived beside Tang Tian. They are in danger. Amari and Liang Qiu's roars sounded at the same time, mixed with Sima Xiangshan's groan. Huichi slowly walked towards Tang Tian. Is that all you have? A tall person was slightly disappointed. That's too disappointing. My Huichi is a growth-type spirit general. Show me your strength, and let my Huichi learn something and become stronger. He blocked it. A tall person shook his head and sighed. Huichi was born to fight, although you are not weak, but compared to Huichi, you are still lacking. Failed. The Fornax gauntlets, martial spirit, felt Tang Tian's will and call. His vision darkened, and Huichi appeared before him. Huichi, kill him. A piece of the Fornax gauntlet cracked and fell, but in the blink of an eye it was burned and destroyed by the green flames. One by one, the fragments shattered and disappeared in the green flames. Huichi trembled like a sieve, but his arms suddenly became soft and boneless like snake whips, striking straight at Tang Tian's chest. The green flame on the Fornax gauntlet fluttered and dimmed. Tang Tian slowly raised his head. His right arm was covered in green flames as he locked his gaze on Huichi. Tang Tian involuntarily clenched his fists, and his breathing became heavy. Huichi knelt on one knee and slowly stood up. There was a fist-sized hole in his chest. It was a shocking sight. A blurry figure appeared in the corner of Huichi's vision. Pa pa pa. Bang. Pa. The smile on a tall person's face turned cold. Tang Tian ignored him. His eyes flashed with a ruthless look, and his attacks were like a torrential storm. Not good. Tang Tian seemed to see a few decades ago in the green flame there was a rough embryo, continuously being hammered and forged, the martial spirit awakening bit by bit, simple and plain, just like a gauntlet. Tang Tian's deformed face instantly became sinister, but for some reason, the joy in his heart quickly cooled down. The terrifying strength of the two masters caused him to feel fear. Even if they won this battle, from now on, the Yu clan would become the enemy's vassal. Tang Tian roared. His legs suddenly exerted strength. Sigh. His figure disappeared in the air. Suddenly, a groan drilled into his ears. With that, the Corona Borealis sword in his hand shone with a terrifying light, and went straight for the mustached man's spirit general, saving Amari and the rest who were in imminent danger. 3 rays of moonlight, with a sharp whistle, flew straight towards Huichi. Huichi, who was in midair, used his elbows to smash the 3 rays of moonlight. An angry red finger force shot from below. Huichi's body bent strangely and narrowly avoided the finger. Tang Tian threw away the last bit of worry in his heart. His blood-red eyes were burning, and carefully placed the heavily injured blue peacock into the Aquarius martial cabinet. The 2 heavy blows just now, if not for the blue peacock's protection, he would have been heavily injured. This fist will not let you down. Bang, bang, bang. Pa. The Shangguan clan, who was in a bitter battle, quickly stabilized the situation. The 2 masters made a move and quickly turned the tides of the battle, causing Yu Mingwei to be overjoyed. Tang Tian, who was unstoppable just now, did not even have the strength to retaliate, and the other 4 combined forces were not the opponent of the other master. Huichi's face was calm. His palms were so fast that it was hard for the naked eye to catch, and his defense was flawless. Bang! Hu! Pa! Fornax! The vacuum ball shattered. Piu, piu, piu. Countless streams of air like knives entered Huichi's chest. The mud reached up to his knees. Hanbingning! Green flames spewed out and started to spread from the gloves, all the way to his shoulders. Tang Tian's entire right arm was completely engulfed in the green flames. Brother Tang! Suddenly, a dazzling sword aura lit up the entire Yu clan. Like a torrential storm of attacks came from his palms, but Tang Tian could instinctively withstand it. The green flames engulfing Tang Tian's right arm became even more intense. Damn it! Huichi immediately felt the change, and without hesitation he retreated. But a blurry shadow shot up from the ground, and countless of legs exploded in front of his eyes. Tang Tian was elated, but before he could react, an extreme sense of danger enveloped Tang Tian's heart, and he instinctively bent his elbow and flipped his palm. And the other martial artists who followed Jing Hao did not hesitate to enter the battle. Han Bingning looked deeply at Tang Tian, and without saying a word, he disappeared. An indescribable emotion filled Tang Tian's chest, and he almost cried. After this punch, the Fornax fist glove was no more. It burned all of its power. This spirit general. What rank is he? Why is he so strong? I didn't expect. You still forced us to make a move. A tall person slowly walked towards Tang Tian and sighed as he walked. To be honest, I'm very surprised. No matter how you look at it, it's quite surprising. On the surface of the glove, cracks started to appear. Absolutely not. And a cold qi wantonly destroyed in Tang Tian's body, and the true power in his body spent a lot of energy to dissolve this cold qi. Huichi's move was too fast, so fast that he could not catch it. A transparent vacuum ball was imprinted on his chest. Vacuum shock. Tang Tian's head buzzed. They came for him, they fought for him, but now they were in danger. Many details in the surroundings drilled into Tang Tian's ears. Shangguan Zhu's angry roar, Shangguan Wei's heavy breathing, a familiar scream. A tall person chuckled. How is it? My Huichi not bad, right? He's the same as you, an expert in close combat. The number of famous martial artists that died in his hands is not small. The concentrated sounds of collisions lingered on. A tall person's tone was regretful. Since you don't want to retreat, then I have nothing else to say. To be honest, you will regret this choice. A Maori's angry roar came into his ears. The angry roar suddenly exploded in Tang Tian's heart. The boiling hot liquid flowed through his entire body. Tang Tian felt his body being ignited. He was unable to differentiate the rank of the strange spirit general. The undulations released by the spirit general were completely different from ordinary spirit generals. The spirit general's strong aura made Tang Tian not dare to act blindly without thinking. Hearing that, Jing Hao did not waste any words. Be careful! But the two seemingly soft fists were surprisingly strong. Tang Tian's body swayed, and he retreated a few steps. Tang Tian flipped his palm and blocked the two fists. His face was in pain, his mouth was full of mud. Tang Tian's mind was at a loss. His heart was empty. He thought he had become very strong, but he did not expect that. He could not even withstand a single blow. Is that all you have? A tall person's voice was filled with regret. In Tang Tian's ears, it became unclear, as though it came from an extremely far place. But it's good to be alive. Today is the day of the Shangguan family's destruction. With his intuition, he actually did not dodge it. Yu Mingwei finally played the last card in his hand. All the elites by his side suddenly attacked. The pain came, and Tang Tian's entire body immediately flew out, landing heavily on the ground, plowing out a deep trace of mud. Suddenly his vision blurred. Tang Tian's pupils constricted. He snorted, lowered his waist into a horse stance, and bent his arms in front of his body to protect. Strength overflowed. A strong force came from his palms. His palms became numb, and Tang Tian's legs sunk, sinking into the mud. Bang! Tang Tian's true power, without holding back, poured into the gloves. Tang Tian's vision blurred, his chest was in pain, and his entire body flew out. In mid-air, Tang Tian forcefully stabilized his body, landed on the ground, and staggered, blood flowing out from the corner of his mouth. Brother Jing, quickly go and help my friend. Tang Tian did not even turn his head. I can handle this. Tang Tian's heart trembled, did not even turn his head, and said, You go and help a Maori. A foot stepped heavily on his face, and his entire face sunk into the mud. Tang Tian's low voice was filled with determination and determination. Without any warning, the shadow of the leg was like a whip, suddenly taking advantage of the weakness of his arms. Tang Tian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze fixed on Huichi. It had been a long time since he was in such a sorry state. Yaya angrily pounced toward Huichi, but was swatted away by Huichi like a fly. No, I failed just like that. His silver eyes, which were firmly pressed into the mud, were suddenly filled with fresh blood, extremely red. Tang Tian stared fiercely at Huichi, not saying a word. His mind was blank, and he could not feel his arms. His arms were like wooden stakes, being hit continuously by a heavy wooden hammer, bit by bit into the mud. I know you are a member of the Honorable Martial Alliance. A tall person said disapprovingly, The Honorable Martial Alliance is a big force, and we do not want to be enemies with you. If you bring them back today, this matter will be. Huichi was like being hit by a sledgehammer, and he flew out horizontally. Tang Tian was struck by lightning, and his heart trembled. He knew that Han Bingning was an extremely strong woman. If she was not injured, she would not make such a sound. He had failed, a complete failure. There was no chance of winning at all. It turned out that he was so vulnerable in front of a true powerhouse. Huichi quickly waved his palms. Tang Tian's pupils were blood red, but it was completely different from Huichi's red. Tang Tian's blood-red pupils were like a blazing red flame, blazing and berserk. But Huichi's blood-red pupils were like a deep and unfathomable pool of blood, demonic and austere. When the last piece disappeared, the green flames raged, ostentatiously and unrestrained. Tang Tian's figure suddenly disappeared. Such a fast speed, such a strong power. His intuition towards danger was astonishing. The gray spirit general in front of him had a lingering sense of danger, causing all the hairs on his body to stand. The pair of demonic blood red pupils did not have any emotions. Huichi's figure did not move an inch. He raised his palm, expressionlessly blocking Tang Tian's fist. Strength overflowed, and the sound of the fist and palm colliding was exceptionally loud. Combusting the martial spirit, all the power of the star treasure would burst forth. But this required the star treasure martial spirit to choose to combusting itself. Martial spirits already had intelligence, and they would instinctively reject self-destruction. Chapter 119. That's right, it is fusion. A tall person's tone did not conceal his pride. Our research on spirit cards far exceeds your knowledge. Huichi was born because of me and returned to me. But if not for you, I would not have dared to try fusion. Its failure rate is too high. So I have to thank you. Tang Tian stared blankly at a tall person. The scene in front of him was completely beyond his knowledge. What exactly is going on? In Ghost Claw's eyes that were as deep as the night, a flame silently ignited. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew past. The skinny Ghost Claw quietly blocked in front of Tang Tian. He lowered his head to look at his palm. The palm that was burnt by the green flame had completely recovered. Clang! But your luck is better to meet this idiot. You see, you have the chance to appear again. How is it? You are very excited and looking forward to it. Your fire scythe Ghost Claw can once again create dazzling sparks in this world. You can fight again after accumulating for so many years. All the unwillingness, all the pride can be released to your heart's content. Tang Tian suddenly stomped on the ground. The soil under his feet immediately exploded. Like rain droplets splattering in all directions, Tang Tian's figure disappeared. Too scary. What exactly is going on? The places that were burnt, not even ashes were left. Huichi who was hugging a ball, rolled around in the green flame, howling miserably. Tang Tian was startled, but quickly reacted. Huichi, who was rolling around in the green flame, suddenly shot up, with a long green flame tail. He entered a tall person's body. The green flame immediately enveloped a tall person's body. He became a green flaming man. Whoosh! A tall person's wails became more and more mournful. A green flame, from his fingertips, ignited. His expression was filled with fear and despair. The green flame was like maggots spreading from his fingertips. And Ghost Claw has this power. Every ray of light swept past. Ghost Claw's body congealed a bit more. Ghost Claw was as thin as a stick, his body was crooked, his face was expressionless, his eyes were as deep as the night. Now, Ghost Claw, who was like a statue in front of Tang Tian, suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were as deep as the night, and it was impossible to tell if he was happy or angry. You must fight with all your might. Bing! Tang Tian anxiously called out to Bing in his heart. Why are you not coming out? Ghost Claw alone is very dangerous. Bing lowered his head and quickly threw the spirit nucleus into Ghost Claw's body and said irresponsibly, No choice. I am not a battle-type spirit general. It's fine to deal with small fries, but I'll have to rely on you for this kind of big guy. Such a powerful and strange spirit general was rarely seen even in our era. Could it be a new technology? That was possible. But to make yourself look like neither a human nor a ghost. This kind of power, what's the value of it? The 7th level spirit nucleus contained a surge of spirit power. Every spirit nucleus entered Ghost Claw's body. A dazzling ripple lit up from Ghost Claw's feet, along his body surface, until it reached the top of his head. He suddenly raised his head, his eyes revealing a fanatical look. How is it? Are you moved? As long as you join us, you can obtain the power that you yearn for day and night. Ghost Claw disappeared like a gust of wind. Bing! Huichi's eyes flashed a look of fear, both his arms hugging his head, his body curled up into a ball. And the feeling that Ghost Claw in front of him gave him a very unusual feeling. The blood in his body was boiling, the blazing power seeping into every corner of his body. In our era, there were no such strange fellows. This world has progressed so much that I am somewhat at a loss. Instructors and these kinds of people are usually very inflexible. Poo-pee-you-pee-you. As though he was talking in a dream, he said, This is power. It really makes people intoxicated, making people unable to extricate themselves. From today onwards, I am called Huichi. A skinny figure appeared in front of Tang Tian. Pa! Bang! The transparent ball of light was like a soap bubble blowing, completely enveloping Huichi, and what was surprising was the color of the vacuum ball had a faint green color. A tall person's eyes flashed a trace of sternness, suddenly releasing a mournful scream. Awakened, Tang Tian was stunned. The unprecedented, huge vacuum ball shattered. But you have so... Tang Tian held onto his knees, panting, eyes wide open, staring at Huichi, who was rolling in the flames. At the same time, that punch gathered all of his strength. But the opponent was too strong. How could Ghost Claw fight him? His vision was blurry in the fast-flying wind. The green flames wrapped around his right arm, warm and strong. This punch will definitely not let you down. The skinny and tough 5 fingers that were like hooks staggered. The sound of the hooks rubbing against each other actually produced the sound of metal. Your spirit general better be stronger. If not, there is nothing to chew. I'm not interested in weak spirit generals. His intuition became clearer. Controlling the surging true power was not that difficult. His entire body was filled with endless power. Just based on his strength, Tang Tian felt that he could kill a bull with one punch. Ah, ah, ah. The tall man's blood-curdling screams suddenly became louder. His voice was mixed with intense pain, and his body trembled violently. The flesh on his body was like flowing mud. Squirming, the scene was unspeakably terrifying. Such a pity they don't have it Tang Tian suddenly roared, pouring all of his strength and conviction into his fist. Accompanied by the sound of flames, he punched out. In the next moment, Tang Tian appeared beside Huichi. Suddenly, an astonishing aura, with a tall person as the center, suddenly swept in all directions. The dazzling light from the fire illuminated the blurry figure in front of him. The thin air blade entered Huichi's body, curling up into a ball. Huichi's body, like a sieve, trembled violently. In the martial spirit chamber, Bing's voice floated out. An even brighter light burst out, extremely glaring, reflecting Huichi's stunned face. It was Ghost Claw. Countless green flames spewed out from Huichi's body, rushing to the sky. Huichi's voice broke Tang Tian's train of thought. Since you are not willing to admit defeat, then I will let you see. What is the strongest power that a spirit general possesses? Am I going to win? Tang Tian was stunned. The corner of his mouth exposed a cold smile. This was the first time Tang Tian entered the demonic state and did not lose control of himself. If it was any other time, he would definitely be pleasantly surprised by his current state. Bing's voice was resolute and decisive. The flames on a tall person's body slowly extinguished. His body, once again, was exposed in front of Tang Tian. A tall person's face actually became similar to Huichi's. The most eye-catching was the pair of blood-red pupils, which were exactly the same as Huichi and the gray skin. This fist will definitely not let you down. Tang Tian stared blankly at the skinny figure in front of him. 10 7th-level spirit nuclei. At that time, it cost Tang Tian a total of 1,000 points. If not for Bing's strong request, Tang Tian would not even bear to buy them. Ding! He! A tall person's laughter was hoarse and dry. I did not expect you to force me to this stage. But I have to thank you from the bottom of my heart. If not, how could I fuse with Huichi? The flames in the blood-red pupils burned wantonly. Tang Tian's fist solidly struck Huichi's body. Tang Tian's mind was blank after losing all his strength. Huichi's elusive dodge in Tang Tian's eyes, for the first time, became so clear. The smile on Bing's face disappeared. He looked at Ghost Claw seriously and said, word by word, "Killing technique, vacuum shock." But at this time, his mental state was unprecedentedly focused. In the bright red pupils, there was only Huichi. In front of the gray fist, the 5 skinny fingers did not move an inch. Bring along your unwillingness. Bring along your pride and fight. Bing's voice was filled with fatigue. I am not a battle-type spirit general. I am just an instructor. Rushing and killing is not my forte. But don't look down on Ghost Claw. I have awakened him. The sparks from the fire scythe, Ghost Claw. You must definitely burn their eyes. Even in death, you are not willing. This time I have paid a huge price. All of them are 7th-level spirit nuclei. Your strength can definitely be maintained at your peak. When you were alive, your peak was very short. Although the remnants of your martial spirit is already very little. But I know you're still not willing. A Grandmaster grade claw technique, your original creation of the fire scythe, Ghost Claw, actually became extinct. Right? See. Xiao xiao xiao. Ah! A tall person screamed. His entire body seemed to be hit by a powerless force, and directly flew out. Fusion? Tang Tian stared at him in disbelief. Huh? Spirit General? Huichi was surprised, but immediately after, as if he had seen the most ridiculous thing, he laughed. What did I see? Spirit General? Ha ha! God, there is actually someone playing with Spirit Generals in front of me. Too funny. Isn't this showing off in front of an expert? Oh, isn't this a little rude? I'm sorry, I really can't help it. Ha ha ha. Bing raised his head. The face that was painted like a poker lingered with a faint sadness, but he revealed a smile. His 5 fingers were like claws, sweeping through the air. The claws rubbed against the air, lighting up 5 dazzling flames. Inside the green vacuum ball, Huichi's demonic red pupils, for the first time, revealed a look of panic. Everyone who witnessed this scene had a horrified expression on their faces. But at this time, the 7th level spirit nucleus, as if it was free, was flicked into Ghost Claw's body by Bing. Bing's face revealed a smear of blood. He used force to pat Ghost Claw's shoulder. His eyes were wide open, as if he was encouraging those soldiers who were on the battlefield for the first time. He roared, "Go! Fight Ghost Claw!" His voice was still floating in the wind. His figure had already disappeared. Countless thin air blades, from all directions, frantically surged towards Huichi. It must be Bing's trick. But why didn't Bing do it himself? "This is my last chance to give you." A tall person's calm tone revealed a faint killing intent. "Yes, the awakened Ghost Claw will be very strong. Although I do not know exactly what method the opponent is using, but I believe a martial technique that has been tempered hundreds and thousands of times will forever be the most fundamental power." Bing's voice was filled with confidence. "Are you very excited?" Bing muttered to himself. His tone gradually became gloomy, involuntarily mixed with a trace of sadness. If the group of assholes have such a chance, they will definitely turn the world upside down. Chapter 120. A ray of earthy yellow light, like a waterfall, descended from the sky. The sparks from the fire's scythe, Ghost Claw, must burn their eyes. With Tang Tian's current strength against an ordinary 6th level martial artist, he would not be at a disadvantage. But against Huichi, he did not seem to have any power to resist. What was Huichi's level? In Tang Tian's mind, he was at least at the 7th level. Tang Tian's spirit was suddenly roused. The 7th level Ghost Claw against the fused Huichi, both parties should be evenly matched. Every claw was extremely fast, as though it was gliding through the air, bringing forth a series of sparks. Tang Tian's strength had shocked her, and now that he had the inheritance of the fire scythe Ghost Claw, his future was limitless, and she immediately had the intention to rope him in. What everyone could see was a dazzling ball of light, so bright that it could burn their eyes. The light dissipated, and the skinny, stooped figure was now emitting an unparalleled tyrannical chi. Among all the martial techniques, claw techniques were the weakest in terms of strength, but the fire scythe Ghost Claw in Ghost Claw's hands was able to contend with Huichi in terms of strength. Huichi's strength was extraordinary, even stronger than Tang Tian, but no matter how much Huichi attacked, he could not advance an inch. Tang Tian was very quickly attracted by Ghost Claw's fire scythe Ghost Claw. The Ghost Claw in front of him was upright without any ghost chi. But Tang Tian knew the fire scythe Ghost Claw could similarly be filled with ghost chi. He had personally experienced it before. Such a pity, although Jing Hao's current strength was not as good as hers, but in the honorable group his foundation was much stronger than hers. Unknowingly, this voice resonated in his mind. A charred and smooth tunnel from Ghost Claw's feet extended far away. Everything in this tunnel turned into ashes and disappeared. Don't you think it's weird? Actually, it's not weird. This is a true martial technique. Ghost Claw's true power was not considered strong, but he had created the fire scythe Ghost Claw, and his attainments in claw arts were truly at the Grandmaster level. Regardless of whether it is an army that uses mechanical weapons, or the current Honorable Martial Alliance's star treasures, or this method of relying on spirit generals, the true deciding factor in a battle is still martial techniques. They saw an unforgettable scene. Her gaze fell on Huichi, who was roaring repeatedly, but she couldn't help but have a trace of surprise. When the light dissipated, everyone was stunned by the scene in front of them. The snow-white light reflected on everyone's faces, which were filled with shock and fear. Even the strong ones like Kong Yu and Jing Hao were shocked by the dazzling light. Jing Hao was completely stunned. He saw with his own eyes how Tang Tian subdued Senior Ghost Claw's blue peacock. Senior Ghost Claw's spirit general actually appeared in front of him, and it was so strong Kong Yu, who was hiding in the dark, looked at the skinny figure and her eyes lit up. When any kind of martial technique broke through to the Grandmaster level, it also meant that its power could break through the restrictions of the level. Sparks flew in front of them. Senior Ghost Claw's every claw was so pleasing to the eye. Everyone's gaze, subconsciously, looked towards the source of the chi. The barefooted man looked around, and when he saw Jing Hao, his eyes lit up. But when he saw the spirit general that Jing Hao was fighting, his eyes flashed with disgust. Everyone had yet to regain their senses from the barefooted man's shocking blade, when suddenly there was another strong chi that was not inferior to the previous blade, dazzling, blazing, fast to the extreme, destroying everything. Huichi's roar was like that of a wild beast. His attack was like a raging sea, while Ghost Claw was like a reef. No matter how monstrous the waves were, they would definitely shatter when they hit it. But countless sparks flew in front of Tang Tian. In a flash, the dazzling light aura exploded, causing everyone's eyes to be snow white, and nothing could be seen. The strong and suffocating chi caused the snow white to be even more intimidating. Tang Tian and Ghost Claw had crossed hands before and personally experienced the power of the Fire Scythe Ghost Claw, although at that time Ghost Claw's power was greatly reduced. But this made Tang Tian feel that every claw of Ghost Claw had an additional, incomprehensible feeling. To use 5 fingers to rub against the air, to create sparks, the difficulty was obvious. Tang Tian's intuition was astonishing. Ghost Claw's 5 fingers swept through the air, causing ripples, and was caught by him. You must be unresigned, right? The scene in front of him gave Tang Tian a feeling that Ghost Claw was a cut above. Every claw was incomparably violent. It wasn't erratic, it wasn't strange, it was violent, swift and powerful, and clashing head-on with Huichi. He did not seem to be at a disadvantage. The light aura of the 5 fingers at an astonishing speed became even more dazzling and incandescent. Ghost Claw's skinny body, as though it was cast from copper, did not move an inch. Ghost Claw's hands were astonishingly fast. Every claw would definitely bring about sparks. A look of admiration surfaced in her eyes. She had to admit, Senior Ghost Claw's comprehension of martial techniques was much stronger than hers. This was the first time she had witnessed such a superb claw technique. Lowering his elbow, his jet black, steel-like fingers slowly extended forward. He raised his right arm. The 5 fingers were like hooks facing the direction where Huichi disappeared. Wait a minute. Tang Tian was stunned. A ray of dazzling lightning. What was Huichi's level after fusing? Ghost Claw also seemed to be stunned by this world-shocking blade. But following that, in his eyes that were as deep as the night, a flame was burning. He suddenly raised his head and let out a long whistle. The long whistle was sharp and piercing, but like smoke, it was continuous. The barefooted burly man took out his blade and roared, "Chop!" Huichi was scared half to death by the barefooted, burly man's blade, and without hesitation he turned and ran. Just at this time, suddenly a barefooted, burly man with unkempt hair and a dirty face flew over from afar. The burly man's clothes were tattered, and he carried a broadsword on his back. Although it was fast, it was not hard to see with the naked eye. On the contrary, you would feel that every claw was extremely clear. Everyone's gaze once again converged on Tang Tian's body. As expected of a Grandmaster grade claw technique, the sparks from the Fire Scythe Ghost Claw, you must burn their eyes. The barefooted burly man was moved. He could not help but look over. Such a strong aura. Hearing that, Jing Hao's body froze, but in the next moment he almost stumbled to the side. But it was these extremely clear Fire Scythe Ghost Claw that seemed to be able to easily block Huichi. Violent, with a cold snort, he bellowed, "Little Jing Hao, get out of the way!" These people would definitely become the honorable martial group's greatest enemies. Tang Tian's gaze was tightly locked. Ghost Claw's 5 fingers were shining with sparks. It was hard for him to describe this feeling. In the dazzling light, the jet-black, hook-like 5 fingers suddenly grabbed. Bang! Why did I let you practice the martial technique bitterly over and over again? because only by doing so can you grasp the essence of the martial technique. The other things, regardless of whether they are treasures, mechanical weapons, intuition, etc., the value of their existence, are all to better display the power of your martial technique. Senior Ghost Claw's 5 fingers swept through the air, forming ripples. It was rather unique. The ripples were extremely flat and fine, like the ripples of a pointed-bottom boat flying close to the surface of the water. She who had just stepped into the 8th level, in terms of true power, she was stronger than Ghost Claw. But if the two of them were to fight, she knew that she was definitely not Senior Ghost Claw's opponent. He was like an ordinary old man. With his back bent, he slowly and quietly walked to Tang Tian's side. Ghost Claw's power, Bing had said before, was 7th level. A few feet wide, a few miles long gorge, split the entire Yu clan into 2. This battle, you have to watch it well. A Grandmaster level claw technique is not something that can be easily seen. Only lightning could describe this ray of light. Ghost Claw's elbow did not move, his forearm slightly raised, his true power surging, his entire person emitting an astonishing aura. The ground beneath his feet started to crack at an alarming rate. As if he knew Tang Tian's doubts, Bing's voice sounded out in Tang Tian's mind. Tang Tian's eyes could not bear to move away. His right palm hooked his fingers, subconsciously imitating Ghost Claw's movements. She knew all the seniors and experts in the Honorable Martial Alliance like the back of her hand. The infamous fire scythe, Ghost Claw. How could she not have heard of it? But seeing such a superb fire scythe, Ghost Claw, she was dazzled. Ghost Claw slowly stood up. In his eyes that were as black as the night, the flames dissipated. But when Jing Hao appeared, she knew it was over. Even the barefooted burly man, his face congealed, his eyes revealed a look of shock. He exclaimed, "Fire scythe, Ghost Claw!" Kong Iyu's face also revealed a look of shock. Senior Ghost Claw, was he actually this strong? Tang Tian threw all thoughts of the battle out of his mind. In his eyes, there was only claw after claw. Embedded in the ray of light, Ghost Claw's skinny figure was also engulfed by the light, unable to be seen clearly. Tang Tian could not judge. What he could tell was, after the fusion, Huichi was much stronger than before. He did not know if Senior Ghost Claw did it on purpose. His every claw made Tang Tian extremely mesmerized. It was as if every detail was clearly displayed in front of him. There was obviously nothing complicated, but it revealed an indescribable beauty and mystery. The current Huichi was much stronger than before, but even so, he still could not do anything to Ghost Claw. The earth quaked. Everyone felt as though they could not stand steadily. Their vision was filled with the trembling yellow blade aura. All of them were overwhelmed with shock. The Ghost Claw in front of him was so strong that Tang Tian felt unfamiliar. Pa pa pa! Her intention to rope him in disappeared, and she purely admired Ghost Claw's fire scythe, Ghost Claw. Fire scythe, Ghost Claw's name, was one of the top claw techniques of the Honorable Martial Group, and could be said to be very familiar, but it was the first time she saw it. Fire scythe, Ghost Claw. Tang Tian actually had Senior Ghost Claw's Spirit General. It seemed like he definitely obtained Senior Ghost Claw's martial spirit. No wonder she saw Tang Tian's armor was so familiar. It was the blue peacock. The dazzling light aura exploded from his 5 fingertips. The bright light aura shone on the skinny figure. His right claw was completely immersed in the dazzling white light aura and could not be seen. Who would have thought they would actually achieve it? Was this the secret of Fire Scythe, Ghost Claw? Chapter 121. He obviously snatched it. Jing Hao retorted, but the moment he said it, his face flushed red. Jing Hao's eyes twitched, his eyelids drooped, resisting the urge to roll his eyes. Curiosity, fear, respect, bewilderment. A wave of killing intent soared into the sky, causing everyone's expression to change. Wu Guang gritted his teeth. "I'll do it for you now." He was almost 30 years old. To be treated like that, keep it. Wu Guang waved his hand and casually cupped his fists at Kong Yu. "Thank you, Minister Kong. If there's anything in the future, just send a message to old Wu." So old, especially when she saw Wu Guang's unfriendly gaze, she could only force a smile. It's their fortune to be recognized by the heaven shower blade. I hope Master Wu can take care of them. Their talents are not bad. Jing Hao continued to stare at his toes and spat out, "Ignore him." Don't listen to what he said about sections. Wu Guang snorted. They just want to take a shortcut. They're obsessed. The spirit generals that they had created had huge side effects. Martial arts is the right path for us. That's right, murder, arson, robbery, brawl. Of course, I won't do things like rape. Wu Guang's expression changed and his chest thumped loudly. For example, this time you offended the clan union. As long as you're willing to spend money, points will do. I can help you kill your way up to the clan union and guarantee that they won't dare to show their faces in Immortal Constellation Mountain again. It's not like we can't talk about business. Tang Tian touched his chin as though he was talking to himself. Too embarrassing. Jing Hao was expressionless, but his tone was full of helplessness, and introduced to Tang Tian, "This is my junior, Master Wu Guang. Don't mind him too much." With that, he flipped his palm, and 4 cards flew towards the 4 of them. Jing Hao continued coldly, "It's just a small matter." Wu Guang was unhappy. "Little Jing Hao, what do you mean don't mind me too much? Is this how you introduce your junior, Master Wu?" His tone changed and became very familiar. "Young man Tang, wait till we get to know each other. You'll know that I'm a reliable person. If there's any business in the future, remember to introduce me." Tang Tian was dumbfounded. This works? But now it seemed that there was no hope. The soft card seemed to be held by an invisible hand as it flew in front of the 4 of them. In front of these 2 shocking attacks, all of House Yu's will to resist vanished like smoke in thin air. Other than the sporadic sounds of fighting, the rest of the Yu family members all accepted their fate with a blank face. Where did this guy come from? That's right, Jing Hao said solemnly. They have to first use their own martial spirit imprints to create spirit cards, to form spirit generals, and then use the devouring technique to continuously devour and fuse with other spirit generals. But in this way, it looks like the spirit general's strength has increased by leaps and bounds. But the spirit general's martial spirit is already extremely heterogeneous, and there will be endless trouble in the future. Jing Hao acted as if he didn't see it and continued coldly, "There are many idol experts in the association." Wu Guang flew into a rage. "Little Jing Hao, don't think that your wings have hardened just because you've grown up. Let me tell you, when you were young, I bought candy for you to eat. It's a recently rising power," Wu Guang said with a face of disdain. "This bunch of people don't follow the right path and don't train their martial techniques properly. They blindly want to take shortcuts and make themselves neither human nor ghost." It's not just that. Wu Guang shook his head. "This spirit general is born from his martial spirit imprint. In order to control the spirit general, they will have a closer connection with the spirit general. When these spirit generals become heterogeneous, they will devour their master. It's been a long time since I've completed a business. If this goes on, I'll die of poverty." Kong Yu smiled slightly. "It's just a small matter, not worth mentioning. Master Wu is too polite. The blade has already rusted. You didn't pull out the blade just now. Don't think I didn't see it." Jing Hao was calm as usual. Tang Tian asked straightforwardly, "I want them to not enter Immortal Constellation Mountain." Tang Tian did not care about anything else. He immediately ran to Han Bingning and the rest to check. Jun Akiko and the rest were already pale. They were rejoicing in their hearts. Thinking about it, if Tang Tian had released his spirit general just now, the plaza would have become a river of blood, and no one would have survived. Jing Hao looked at Tang Tian's expression. He smiled. They can be considered to have created a new sect, other than the Spirit General sect. There's also the Star Treasure sect and Blood Meridian sect. Our honorable martial alliance is the Star Treasure sect. We are more proficient in displaying the power of star treasures. and Onyx Soul is more proficient in developing the power of blood meridians. These are the two biggest sections. Other than that, there's also the Ancient Sect. They are obsessed with ancient mechanical techniques and are trying to revive them. There are many of them. In this world, there are all sorts of strange sections. Fortunately, they were only lightly injured and did not have any major problems. Tang Tian finally understood. He nodded his head. Jing Hao was right. The purer the martial spirit, the stronger it was. He had experienced this firsthand. She cautiously maintained a distance. Wu Guang's blade just now had allowed her to witness the power of the Heaven Shower blade. She knew she was no match for him. And this guy was famous for being unreasonable. Wu Guang was like a deflated ball. As expected, he could not be entangled with this asshole. Luckily, Kong Yu's expression changed. Shanghai Qian's face was also full of shock. But more than that, he was happy. He could not help but lament. The young Master Tian had also experienced many things that no one knew about. The barefooted, burly man was enlightened. He slapped his head. Poof! Countless dust flew out from his hair, like smoke. Wu Guang was immediately discouraged. He pleaded, 800 points. Fixed price. For an expert like me, the appearance fee is too low. It would be too shameful if others knew about it. Spirit generals can be merged? Tang Tian was even more curious. He had heard many things that he had never heard of before. Jing Hao saw Tang Tian's blank face. He knew that Tang Tian did not know anything about the outside world. He explained, the clan union is a clan union. They have always been researching on spirit generals merging. From the looks of it, they have succeeded. Wu Guang waved his hand. He changed the topic. He looked at Tang Tian passionately. How is it? How is it? Do you want a business deal? Don't worry. I have my reputation. If you don't believe me, you can ask little Jing Hao. Kong Yu gave him face. Wu Guang was happy. He showed off to Jing Hao. Is it Senior Ghost Claw Gnome? The barefooted, burly man asked. He had a stubble on his beard. His hair was unkempt, but he had a heroic aura. Everyone has 10 points. Take it as a small gift from me. Kong Yu had completely recovered. She did not look unnatural at all. Haha, the barefooted, burly man laughed. Little Jing Hao, I haven't seen you for a few years. You've grown so big. Tang Tian nodded. Yes. He suddenly shouted. Minister Kong, please come out for a chat. 1,000 points. Wu Guang was elated. He patted his chest. As long as you give me 1,000 points, I guarantee that the clan union will not dare to step into Immortal Constellation Mountain. Wu Guang was about to pounce towards Jing Hao while howling. When Tang Tian suddenly extended out a finger, he immediately stopped and turned his body to look at Tang Tian's finger with a look of longing. Although the four of them were at a disadvantage just now, and were not as eye-catching as Tang Tian, she could still see that the four of them had a bright future ahead of them, and she had wanted to use the four of them to pull Tang Tian over. I'll give you 1,500 points. Tang Tian shook his head. But you have to get rid of all future troubles. Wu Guang was stunned. He was overjoyed. His face was full of killing intent. Good. I will sweep Immortal Constellation Mountain and all the nearby clan union bases. I won't even let a rat go. Business. Tang Tian was stunned. Jing Hao's face quickly returned to normal. Why does Brother Tang want to find you? Are you stronger than Senior Ghost Claw? Senior Ghost Claw created the Fire Scythe Ghost Claw. What did you create? Little Jing Hao. Although I watched you grow up, you've ruined my business. That means you're my enemy. Wu Guang's eyes flashed fiercely. Don't force me to draw my blade. Wu Guang glared at him. Wu Guang turned and looked at Tang Tian. He patted his chest. This is a small matter. It's not worth mentioning. Ghost Claw was indifferent. It was as though he did not hear anything. A graceful figure flew out and landed on a roof not far away. Kong Yu, who was dressed in plain clothes, smiled and said, "Heavenly Waterfall Blade Master Wu, how have you been?" "This is Brother Tang. He inherited Senior Ghost Claw, Nong's legacy. He's also one of us." Jing Hao decided to shift his gaze. That thing the last time was Brother Tang's contribution. At this moment, Jing Hao walked over. He bowed to the barefooted man. "Little Master Uncle." Wu Guang's eyes twitched. He was filled with regret. Why did he remind this asshole before he brandished his blade? This kind of bastard should be chopped to death with a single slash. Even Wu Guang had to admit that he was inferior to Ghost Claw's claw. Tang Tian had such a strong helper. He did not need to do anything. Wu Guang was enraged. He pointed at Jing Hao. "Little Jing Hao, is this how you treat your little master uncle?" Wu Guang's eyes lit up. It was as though there were springs in his legs. He jumped to Tang Tian's side. Oh, young man, you're really handsome. You're a beautiful young man. Your perfect insight can practically see through anything in this world." Jing Hao stabbed him. "I can do that." Jing Hao had a helpless look on his face as he stared at his own toes. "Just ignore him." Department Head Kong. "Old Wu has something to ask of you," Wu Guang said. "These few rascals belong to you. I wonder if Department Head Kong is willing to part with them?" Jing Hao replied, "But I can't see through your skin. Clan Union." It was Tang Tian's first time hearing the name. "Yes." Jing Hao's face congealed. This has always been a taboo. A spirit general can fuse and devour other spirit generals to grow into a stronger spirit general. Ghost Claw's claw had shocked everyone, and the current him was like an ordinary old man, standing guard by Tang Tian's side, not revealing his mountains and not revealing his waters. The entire place was dead silent. To Tang Tian, 1,500 points was too cheap. Ghost Claw's comeback cost him 1,000 points, and he could only maintain it for 3 days. He could not take it anymore. Wu Guang's smile froze. "You're Tang Tian." The barefooted man raised his voice. He was surprised. He sized Tang Tian up. He was satisfied. "Your foundation is solid. You have a bright future." Everyone subconsciously took a few steps back. "Be careful of the profiteers." Jing Hao's cold voice came out again. "My friends want to join the faction, but they are Department Head Kong's subordinates. What should we do?" Tang Tian turned to ask Wu Guang. Everyone's gaze towards Tang Tian immediately changed.